Martin, IAS, Director General of Shipping. I'll request you, sir, to please join us on the stage. Let's welcome Mr. Nick Shaw, Chief Executive Officer, International Group of P&I Clubs. I would request Captain Abul Kalam Azad, Nautical Advisor, Directorate General of Shipping. Let's welcome Mr. Chirag Pari, International Operation Manager, ISWAN. Shri B.K. Tyagi, Chairman and Managing Director of Shipping Corporation of India Limited. Shri Deepak Shetty, IRS, former Secretary of Government of India and former Director General of Shipping. Captain Salvage Mehta, Chief Commercial Officer, North Standard P&I. And last but not the least, a round of applause, and let's welcome on stage Captain Anish Joseph, Deputy Nautical Advisor, Directorate General of Shipping. I'll request our dignitaries to please proceed for the lamp lighting as we look forward to embark this day today. Years of the Directorate General Shipping. I would request all our dignitaries to please have a seat with us on the stage, and a big thank you to each one of you for doing the honor. Ladies and gentlemen, that we have all our dignitaries with us on the stage. It is my privilege to welcome Captain Abul Kalam Azad, Nautical Advisor at the Directorate General of Shipping. Let me tell you, he's a graduate electronics engineer, master mariner, and MSc graduate from the World Maritime University. Well, Captain Azad brings with him over 15 years at the sea with the SCI and 16 years in maritime administration. His expertise spans flags and definitely port state inspections, ISM, ISPS and MLC audit, casualty investigations and international maritime assessment. And it's a pleasure that we have you to actually kickstart our day today. Ladies and gentlemen, please once again, can we have a round of applause for Captain Azad? Over to you, sir.
Namaskar and good morning to all. It's indeed a very proud moment for me to kickstart the proceedings of the 75-year celebrations of the Director General of Shipping. As a formal note, I sincerely welcome all the participants for this first seminar in the series of events which we have planned to commemorate the 75 years of Directorate General of Shipping. Respected Shri Shyam Jagannathan Sir, Director General of Shipping, Mr. Nick Shah, Chief Executive Officer, International Group of P&I Clubs, Mr. Chirag Bahari, International Operations Manager, ISWAN, Shri Deepak Shetty Sir, is a former Secretary to Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways and former Director General of Shipping, Captain B.K. Tyagi Sir, is Chairman and Managing Director, Shipping Corporation of India Limited, Captain Savraj Mehta, Chief Commercial Officer, North Standard P&I, and several other senior representatives from the shipping industry. The chairman of MSC is here, and we have representatives from Indian Navy, Indian Coast Guard, port authorities, classification societies, Indian ship owners, ship managers, leading legal firms, classification societies, media, and the seafarers, the maritime training institutes, and we have a wide array of participants here. I sincerely welcome all of you for joining us in this 75-year commemorative celebration of Directorate General of Shipping. Also, I must mention the representatives from Smith Salvage and from Bosan Mitra, Mr. Amitabh Majumdar, from IFC IOR, Professor Manimuthu Gandhi, Vice President, Indian Society of International Law, Mr. Joshua Atkinson, Managing Director, Intelligence and Risk, Ambre, UK, Captain Himadri Das, Senior Defense Specialist, and DIG Mukund Guchar, and several other luminaries are present here. We are extremely grateful for your participation in this historic occasion. We have widely circulated the series of events which are being planned to commemorate the 75 years milestone of Directorate General of Shipping. This is the first, there are 3 seminars which are being planned. This is the first seminar. We will have a coffee table book. We will have a supplement in the newspapers. We will have a grand finale celebration on 4th September. We will have a radio message, and there will be a documentary on Directorate General of Shipping. I think many of you, including me, are involved with the Directorate General of Shipping for several years. I myself involved with the DG Shipping for almost 30 years. Initial 14 years as a seafarer, we received the services of the DG Shipping. Subsequently got the honor to provide services to the entire industry by working in the department. Each and every one of you will acknowledge the role played by the Directorate General of Shipping in the last several decades, and we have grown stronger, and we have reached a very historic milestone of 75 years. You will have a very mixed feelings and mixed experience. The very common references about the Director General of Shipping is mostly for the seafarers, their encounter with the DG Shipping for appearing in examination, certificate of competency examination. But that's only one of the aspects. Otherwise, the DG Shipping is involved with the Indian ship owners, ship managers throughout the last several years to ensure that Indian flag reaches its due position in the world stage. So today we have 4 sessions. One is India's maritime safety priorities, maritime safety, risk, liability and industry alignment, security challenges, and integrated maritime security architecture. So we have 4 important sessions with very expert speakers. I urge you to attend all the sessions so that you can have a good takeaways. Additionally, as part of the 75 years, we are going to sign a very important memorandum of understanding with the IG P&I Club. I must sincerely thank the DG Shipping and the Director IG P&I and also the Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways for granting approval for signing this MOU, which is historic in nature and which sets the course for the future for the DG Shipping. Another important milestone is signing of MOU with ISWAN with respect to seafarers' welfare. Then there are 2 more activities which we will be releasing: a maritime safety investigation report published by the DG Shipping for the year 2024 and security report published by DG Shipping. These reports are already in the public domain. We will be formally launching this report. See, all these activities, be it a signing of MOUs and releasing the reports, it all has got only one goal: to improve the safety standards of the shipping industry. It is not only Indian shipping industry, the entire shipping industry. So we are working towards that. So these are all some of the important steps which we have taken. So before I wind up, I just simply highlight 5 key areas what we are going to work towards in coming years. We all know what we have achieved, which I don't want to repeat. I think the very fact that DG Shipping has grown stronger indicates we have done definitely some good work. Leave aside maybe some criticism and some kind of grievances. So currently DG Shipping is providing all the services in a time-bound manner to the shipping industry. So that's the hallmark, and we are launching our new e-Samudra project, so which we have a few days back launched 4 modules by the hands of Honorable Cabinet Minister in Delhi in the IT conclave. The services front, definitely we are going much full steam ahead so that we are second to none in any of the maritime administration. But as far as the overall safety culture, as well as the improving the safety of the shipping industry, we have 5 goals. The first is to collaboration. So we are trying to reach out to all the industry experts, be it IG P&I or ISWAN or OCIMF, Intertanko. Expertise wherever is available, we will try to collaborate, because we can't, this overall goal of safety cannot be achieved only by a few individuals. So we need a collaborative approach, and in this I must thank Director General of Shipping for guiding us to go towards a collaboration. And also we have actively collaborating with CMMI, Company of Master Mariners of India, and the Institute of Marine Engineers for various activities. So that is the first. Second goal is, I can declare zero accidents, zero man-made accidents, reduction of injuries, minimum damage to property, and zero spills. That will be our goal. So you may think that it's highly impossible. Last year we had 186 incidents. Out of 186, 78 are casualties, and 108 is non-operational incidents. From 186, we want to come down to 0. See, there are some accidents which are due to weather-related or due to error in judgment, which will be difficult to avoid. But we want to stop any disaster which is purely man-made, and it was due to the recklessness and the fault of various individual. The seafarer is only the weak link in the entire chain. So that is our second goal, and the next 25 years till Maritime Amritkal Vision 2047 to reach Vikshit Bharat, we will be moving towards in that direction. And third, there is a mandate for a maritime authorities to investigate very serious marine casualties and we will be going in opposite direction. We will be focusing more on near misses. We will be focusing more on minor incidents so that we can prevent a major incident. So our administration will stress maximum on the minor incidents and the near misses, and that we will be the first administration in the world to do that. So that is the third. And fourth, we are going to cover safety not only on board ship. The safety aspect has to be start from the time the vessel is fixed for chartering. So whether the right kind of ship is fixed, whether cargo is loaded in a right condition, a right manner, or the carriage was done in a safe method, whether the seafarers are certified, and subsequent to the discharge, whether the cargo reaches the safe destination. So we are trying to work in the entire spectrum of maritime. The 360-degree cover, we must have it, otherwise we can't avoid accidents. So you must know the recent incidents like Van High, fire incident, or be it Helen Star explosion, still the exact cause is not known. Because some of these incidents, the cause started from shore. Be it a wrong declaration of cargo, be it loading at a wrong condition. So I can give an example, like we had a bulk carrier explosion of Goa. 4 seafarers have died. The cargo was loaded in a wrong temperature. It was containing a DRI, but it was declared as iron ore pellets. The same way with the Van High, container shipping incident. So these similar incidents are happening. So we are going to target all those aspects so that we can ensure that the accident doesn't happen, and the seafarers, being a weakling, should not be penalized for any accident. So we are going to cover the entire aspects of the maritime domain, and if required, we will put up papers in International Maritime Organization. The last point, we will be focusing more on training, which our DG Sir's focus area. Whatever learnings from the incident must be translated into a safety videos, a learning management system, so that our seafarers, not only seafarers, even shore personnel handling the dangerous goods, port authorities, everybody is sensitized so that we can ensure the maritime domain is safer. We will be focusing on research and innovation to develop resilient and skilled seafarers, and human-centric design. And many of the accidents we found, it is due to faulty design. So we will be working on that direction, and then so that the seafarers are having a safer ships to operate. If you give a wrong design to a seafarer and keep blaming the seafarer, and we can't solve the problem. So in each of every investigation, we are going to ask the question, why a seafarer was made to do certain tasks, which he should not have done in a normal course of action because of his skill, because of faulty design or faulty loading condition, or wrongly declared cargo. We will be focusing more on that. So with this, I must conclude saying that we need to, as a DG Shipping, from 75-year to 100-year, we will be speeding up the entire process of framing the rules and regulations and implementing it. It cannot be business as usual. So we will have to work together with the industry, and we are consulting the stakeholders for each and every action. But sometimes the stakeholder views are so varied, so we will have to come out with a clear direction. You can see the recent circulars, whatever we have issued, be it a pilot ladder safety, be it enclosed space entry, be it cargo carriage of cargoes, and each and every circular was acknowledged by the entire world, because we have given a very clear direction to not only the seafarer as well as the port authority, shore-based management, how are some aspects to be done. We know that any manpower, any transfer operation will lead to accident if it is done in adverse weather condition, but still people try. So we give a clear directions. So Directorate will come out with a very clear direction. Sometimes the industry may not be happy, but we are issuing this circular only considering the national interest. I think I sincerely request all your cooperation and wish the Director General of Shipping much more successful years. And I'm very indeed proud to be a part of DG Shipping on this August occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Captain Azad. I'm sure there would not be a better way to kickstart our day. Thank you so much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me, and it's my privilege to introduce our chief guest for this remarkable day, a leader whose work has, and of course, had a far-reaching impact on the global maritime industry. Mr. Nick Shaw, Chief Executive Officer of the International Group of P&I Clubs. Ladies and gentlemen, he brings with him a wealth of experience in maritime law, risk management, and international collaboration. Under his leadership, the IG P&I continues to play a pivotal role in safeguarding ships, cargoes, and the seafarers across the world while promoting the highest standards of safety and environmental responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for Mr. Nick Shaw. I'll request you, sir, to please join us here and address each one of us.
Good morning, everyone. Directorate General and distinguished guests here today. I feel privileged and honored to be your chief guest. I first would like to congratulate the DG on 75 years of its implementation of Indian shipping policy and legislation so as to ensure the safety of life and ships at sea, prevention of marine pollution, promotion of maritime education and training in coordination with the IMO. The IG clubs cover nearly 90% of ocean-going vessels for third-party liability risks. We support global regulation for a global industry, and as such, we take our role at the IMO very seriously and encourage rules that are apolitical and fair for all maritime trading nations. The clubs are, of course, owned and controlled in turn by the global ship-owning community, and it's good to see some of the most prominent Indian ship owners here today, including representatives from our friends at INSA. The group clubs also have an important duty to maintain the balance of, on the one hand, legitimate claimants and their right to be paid out for legitimate claims, and on the other hand, the need to be able to sustain the support of the reinsurance markets so that ship owners can be sure that they have the appropriate cover as they trade in and out of ports around the world. In this regard, the IMO's limitation conventions are vital in ensuring that insurance cover remains available. As the fastest growing major trading nation in the world, India is an important supporter of those conventions, most of which India has ratified. India is, of course, also the largest contributing country to the IOPC Funds Convention. Our large casualty outreach program, including the MOU initiative, which we are signing here today, is a proud moment for the group. Our aim is to partner with leading maritime nations, share lessons learned and training, all with a view to ensuring that there is a prompt and efficient response to major casualties as and where they happen throughout the world. In these geopolitically uncertain times, and with India's bold ambitions in the shipping space, the international group will want to partner with India more and more to help find insurance solutions for new technologies and fuels, for education and training the next generation of marine insurers, and sustaining a vital global industry and global supply chain. I look forward to hearing from all the other speakers here today and to sharing constructive ideas on the way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It's definitely our pleasure to have you with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, to take our day forward, it's my pleasure to introduce our guest of honor, a leader who has been at the helm of one of the India's most iconic maritime institution. Let's give a round of applause for Shri B.K. Tyagi, Chairman and Managing Director of Shipping Corporation of India Limited. He has been a driving force in steering the organizations towards operational excellence, fleet modernization, and sustainable growth. With a career spanning decades in the maritime sector, well, his leadership continues to strengthen the India's position in the global shipping. Once again, I'll request, sir, can we have the pleasure of you joining us with us?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Very wonderful Monday morning in the heart of Mumbai. Our chief guest, Mr. Nick, Director General of Shipping, Shri Jagannathan sir, Deepak Shetty sir, Captain Azad, Mr. Mehta. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege as a CMD of SCI and as one of the ship owner of this country, I congratulate Director General of Shipping and entire his team on this event, which is marking 75 years celebration for the country and for the team. I request everyone, big applause for the entire team. I think this energy can be raised further. Let's clap once more for our entire team and for the country. Thank you, thank you. And this is just first event part of all celebrations. Director General of Shipping and his team over 75 years. Out of 75 years, I have witnessed myself as an individual, as a seafarer, as the one of the ship manager, nearly 35 years in this industry. I have really witnessed how this DG office has progressed, how it has grown, and how the changes have been done. One of the best part, this office has produced always the competent seafarer. I think the examination system, the DG shipping conducts, and the end result in terms of the competent officers, I think we are, especially in terms of the officer, we are one of the best in the country. And I have no doubt in this. And we command all vessels of different registries, different nationalities, and with proud, we carry this Indian flag, Director General of Shipping certificate, seal on our certificate. I think Jagannathan Sahab, this is one of the best results of this 75 years, whatever the work your team and this entire legacy have done, sir. In terms of safety and security, again, your office has done an excellent job. Right from the preventive measures, from FSI, from PSC, this all have contributed overall safety and security of the shipping and this industry, and which basically takes the levels higher and higher up as far as the levels of the security is concerned. DG office has done wonderful job during the COVID. I think Indian administration, DG team, they were the pioneer in drafting the SOPs, and rest of the world was copying those SOPs, and India was at the helm of affair. India was basically writing the SOPs. Rest of the world was following this, and this was a remarkable efforts which were put up by the DG team, and we all acknowledge these efforts, and thank you very much, DG Sahab, and your entire team for this. We have got many challenges which DG team is working. I think that recently, in terms of the IT changes, reforms, whatever is happening in the DGs, again, the major steps which is being taken by Shyam Jagannathan Sahab. This will make our system further transparent, and the grievances of seafarers and their families are being addressed online in real-time situations. Any incident which takes place today, which happens, our DGCOM center 24/7, they are working. And I have seen this positive change and the involvement of the DG team and the MMD teams. Middle of night, there will be a call from the DGCOM center. Capable officer like Captain Harinder Singh, morning 1 o'clock, call will come, then we need the assistance. There is a vessel of SCI from in this location. We have never seen so much commitment from the administration teams in past. And this is again under the leadership of Shyam Jagannathan Sahab. So I would like just conclude with this. Many, many congratulations to the entire team. This is a celebration not only for the DG team, we all Indian citizens, and this is a celebration for our entire country. Dhanyavad, Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we have arrived to a significant milestone in today's proceeding. And to take forward our day, I would request Captain Anish Joseph to please join us right here on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Captain Anish Joseph, Deputy Nautical Advisor, Directorate General of Shipping.
Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, ladies and gentlemen, it's a proud privilege when we arrive now at a significant milestone in today's proceedings, which is the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between the DG Shipping and IG P&I. This MOU paves the way for a powerful collaborative framework to ensure rapid and effective response to major maritime incidents, from wreck removals to minimize environmental impact. By uniting the IGP&I's global expertise with the DG's strong regulatory foundation, this partnership strengthens our shared commitment to upholding the highest standards of maritime safety, security, and preparedness. May I just invite Captain Savraj Mehta, who has been pivotal in driving this, to say a few words, and which will be followed by the signing of the MOU. Sir, please.
I'm used to surprises. This was not on the agenda, but thank you very much, Anish. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, DG Shipping, Captain Tyagi, Mr. Shetty, Nautical Advisor. My road was only to Anish, basically, and to Harinder. I take the liberty of addressing them with their first names because we have a system in shipping where a senior can address the people with whom as a team we work together. But indeed, it's a pleasure, having been involved with shipping for almost 5 decades. And my journey started from Lal Bahadur Shastri College to DG Shipping. And it's a pride moment for me today on behalf of International Group when this MOU is being signed. Thank you very much, DG Shipping, and each one of you in the team to make this happen. We wish you all the very best for the future. Thank you.
Let's have a huge round of applause. Thank you, sir. Let us now move to another equally important partnership, the signing of a MOU between the DG Shipping and the UK-based International Seafarers Welfare and Assistance Network, ISWAN. May I kindly invite Chirag Bari on stage. This collaboration is dedicated to enhancing the welfare, mental health, and overall well-being of Indian seafarers and their families. It covers key areas like training, family support systems, and grievance redressal, gender inclusivity, and port-based welfare initiatives. May I invite Chirag to just say a few words before we proceed with the formal signing.
A very good morning to all of you. It's an honor and privilege for ISWAN to be signing this MOU with the Director General of Shipping today, and more so at a very crucial stage when DG Shipping is celebrating 75 years of its establishment. So congratulations as well for the work that you have done over the last so many decades in supporting seafarers. We would also like to join this journey ahead with the Director General of Shipping to further enhance the well-being and welfare of our seafarers as well as their families. Our seafarers represent one of the largest workforce in the entire world, and we would like to, they face a lot of challenges. Some of that we will be discussing it today in the event, but there are a number of other areas that we would like to work together in supporting them with education, awareness, outreach programs, and so that they can have a better, fair, sustainable, inclusive environment to work for. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Chirag. We have two significant publications also being released today. Incidentally, we have with us our former Director General of Shipping, which is a big privilege, Deepak Shetty, sir, who also is in the Board of Directors of ISWAN, and he is donning multiple hats in today's event. Sir, may I request you to kindly come forward? We will be launching the Maritime Security Review, which is the first consolidated annual assessment of maritime security by the Directorate General of Shipping. This report examines the unpredictable maritime landscape of 2024, which was a very challenging one due to the hybrid threats from Houthi attacks, which included instability in key corridors such as the Red Sea, Gulf of Aden, Western Indian Ocean. It also highlights DG Shipping's enhanced vigilance, working in coordination with the Indian Navy's IFC IOR with the DGCOM Center. and the Coast Guard. May I invite Shri Deepak Shetty, sir, to come and release this important publication. QR code has been displayed, so the digital version is available for those who want to download it online. May I now invite Deepak Shetty, sir, to kindly say a few words.
Respected Director General of Shipping, Government of India, the Chief Executive Officer of the IG Group of P&I Clubs, the Chairman Managing Director of the Shipping Corporation of India, the Chief Commercial Officer of North of England P&I Club, the Nautical Advisor, Government of India, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone. It's an absolute privilege and honor to be here amidst all of you on what is clearly a red letter day in the annals of the Maritime Administration or the flag administration of the country, represented by the Director General of Shipping. On this occasion, truly momentous in ways more than one, I would like to extend my warmest greetings and my heartiest compliments to the Director General and his entire team of officers and staff, pan-India. I have goosebumps, in a manner of speaking, inasmuch as I've had the honor of serving in this organization for 6 consecutive years, going back in time to 2011 when I came in as additional DG, served for about 4 years, and back-to-back then took over as Director General of Shipping for 2 calendar years, eventually culminating as Secretary to the Government of India. When I go back in memory lane, I have very, very strong reminiscences. I think 2 things stand out amongst the several other services which, I had the sheer blessing to discharge. One, of course, was I was literally plonked in the midst of counter-piracy operations, which was sort of bedeviling the Somali coast. And I'm grateful that, courtesy the entire collaborative effort of all stakeholders, we were able to secure the release of 50 out of the 52 Indian seafarers from their arduous captivity. The second one, of course, was the redrawal of the high-risk area, which was plaguing the Indian shipping industry, costing us enormous amounts of additional war risk premium, courtesy this Somali piracy phenomena. It was a journey which straddled from around 2011, eventually culminating in 2015, December, when we were able to manage to succeed in redrawing through very intense diplomatic negotiations, again, acknowledging the efforts of all the Indian stakeholders. Just a few thoughts I thought I'll just share with you, purely as perspectives. Since the crux of the theme here is maritime security, when I look, let's look at the landscape. I think it's fraught with a very fragile geopolitical strategic environment. Needless to say, there are umpteen theaters of conflict, strife wherever you look at, And all of that, unfortunately, has significant ramifications on the maritime domain, much to the distress of not only the shipping industry, but also the seafaring community at large. Coupled with that, you have a steady debilitation and weakening of the international governance architecture. It'll be a cliche, it'll be an understatement for me to say that all of the multilateral institutions that we look at, all of them have now come to a fairly sorry pass, and I can be as candid as I can get here. The so-called rules-based order, which is characteristic of global governance, is more or less a thing of the past. You have very, very salient polarization, a very insular and a very inward-looking outlook. And then you have the weaponization of public policy and economic policies, which have fairly catastrophic consequences, which really unfold on the industry. The other thing which I just want to wind up very quickly is that in the midst of all of this, you have proliferation of transnational organized crime, whether it's arms trafficking, whether it's drug pushing, human trafficking. But I think I'll get into this heady cocktail mix, just 3 strands, and I'll leave it as a thought for you. I'm sure this will be deliberated. One, of course, is the fact that you have the entire cyberspace, which also impacts the maritime domain, which I think is going to be extremely, extremely fragile. And I think that's one thing where we would have to pay very significant attention, lest the industry get crippled. 2 other scenarios, and I'm fairly fond of articulating this in different fora. When you have a gathering of thinkers, strategists, policymakers, and the industry stakeholders, please look at what could be a very worst-case scenario as it may potentially unfold. Just 2 thoughts for you to leave. One is, there could be a scenario, and God forbid, I hope I'm proven completely wrong, but this is not in the realms of fantasy. You look at what happened in 9/11 back in the US in 2001. You had civil aviation aircraft used as weapons of mass destruction. What is it that today can stop non-state actors, possibly aided and abetted by state actors, of trying to have a vessel used as a weapon of mass destruction? So that's just for you to ponder. The second is, we have typical pirates, the pirate action groups that we all conceptualize in our heads, and we figure our way out and navigate things. But look at a scenario where you can have a cyberjacking of a vessel. The entire command and control of a vessel could be overtaken through the cyber medium. The master will lose absolute control over it, and then you could have mayhem plague out and possibly release on ransom through usage of bitcoins. That's a new emerging phenomena. So just a few strands to leave. It's also a matter of immense privilege for me to have been privy to this inking of the partnership between the Director General of Shipping and ISWAN. Amongst the so-called several hats that I wear, I'm also a Global Director and Trustee currently of ISWAN. So it gives me immense pleasure in this collaborative journey that we look forward to. And many thanks to you, Director General, for coming forward, stepping up, and acknowledging the services. Just a sort of a passing thought. ISWAN has done yeoman's service in the realms of relief, rescue, and rehabilitation of seafarers world over. I think the pivot of the service architecture of ISWAN is in around 23 helplines which it operates for the benefit of seafarers. And I think it's around the clock, multilingual, manned typically with 2 persons in terms of this. And I think it renders significant service. With all of that, I would like to pause here, and I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to the Director General of Shipping on a very, very historic year, 75 years, and my best wishes and for the next 25 years and even beyond. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, sir. All right, so let me also, grab your attention towards that. We have arrived to another significant partnership which we look forward in the presence of each one of you. So, ladies and gentlemen, to let you know more about it, can we please have a round of applause and welcome on stage Captain Harinder Singh, Nautical Surveyor, Directorate General of Shipping.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We have now come to the release of the annual Marine Safety Investigation Report, which was issued by the Directorate General of Shipping. This report provides a detailed and comprehensive review of marine casualties and other casualties which were reported in the year 2024. And the report highlights key safety trends, identifies root cause, and recommends systematic improvement to strengthen maritime safety and prevents future incidents. The report also highlights the trends between the year 2023 and 24. And now may I invite Captain B.K. Tyagi, sir, Chairman and Managing Director of the Shipping Corporation of India Limited, to please release this important publication.
Once again, a big thank you to our dignitaries for doing the honor. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the keynote address by a leader whose vision and guidance have been the key in shaping India's maritime policies and the global standing. I'm sure we all are looking forward to have him with us right here on the dais and address each one of us. Can we please have a thunderous round of applause as we welcome Shri Shyam Jagannathan, IAS, Director General of Shipping. He has been at the forefront of initiatives to enhance maritime safety, sustainability, and industry collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, his leadership continues to inspire progress across the sector. So I would request you to please address each one of us. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a big round of applause for him.
Namaskar. Today's respected chief guest, Mr. Nick Shaw, guest of honor, Shri Deepak Shetty sir, former secretary, to the Government of India and also the former Director General of Shipping, a very eminent colleague, Captain B.K. Tyagi, sir, the Chairman and Managing Director of Shipping Corporation of India, Nautical Advisor, Captain Azad, sir, and Captain Salvage Mehtaji. Eminent speakers, dignitaries, participants, in today's commemorative seminar of Jalasya Rakṣā, Janasya Surakṣā. I had attended one of the occasions where I heard the Honorable Union Cabinet Minister speak. And in today's context of Jalasya Rakṣā, Janasya Surakṣā, it is pertinent. I quote him verbatim. He said, "Water is life." And for India's maritime domain, it is from water the nation will go to wealth, and through water we will discover wisdom. Humanity historically has witnessed and recorded certain unspoken universal laws. One of these, briefly quoted, is peace is the mother of progress, implying where you have Rakṣā, Surakṣā, you have peace, and only then progress. The second universal law is change is continuous. One would want to quote Sir Tennyson, stating that the old order changeth, giving place to the new. Or look at it from a more abstract scientific concept of entropy, which says all reactions progress towards disorder or chaos. This is the inception event for 75 years of the Directorate General of Shipping, a statutory authority emanating from Section 7 of the Merchant Shipping Act, 1958. Today's context, the key contextual flags for maritime security and for maritime safety specifically is the continuously changing geopolitics. Multiple theaters. We've heard about the Red Sea. We've heard about off the west coast of Africa. The conflict that is there, Ukraine and Russia, concerns of shadow fleets. Incidentally, when tensions were heightened with one of our neighbors, it is for the first time since the inception of the Merchant Shipping Act, Section 411 was invoked to prevent merchant vessels of a certain flag, prohibiting and proscribing them from crawling on Indian ports. Two other pillars define this change in the maritime domain. One is the continuous fight to find sustainable solutions to address the immense climate challenge. We all have witnessed what havoc was wreaked very recently in Uttarakhand. The third paradigm of continuous change is technology. It will be an enabler. It will also be a disabler. India today envisions a maritime domain that will address not just its interests economically or by trade, but also as a global leader. The Maritime India Vision 2030, the Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047, they position India as a global leader. We'll be the global first in ship recycling. Very recently, the Hong Kong Convention was imposed for compliances. We're aiming to go from the 16th to the 5th nation in terms of shipbuilding. And as we speak, the change is witnessed also in the legislative framework. You have a change in the 1958 Act of Merchant Shipping, changing to a new Merchant Shipping 2025 Act. The coastal shipping is being segregated into a dedicated legislation. The carriage of goods by sea has undergone a tweak and a reworking. The bill of lading has been changed to allow it to be electronically accepted. The Indian Ports Act has been revised and updated. And while we talk about this continuous change, the Directorate General of Shipping is transitioning to the Directorate General of Maritime Administration. As of now, the key focus had been mercantile marine, shipping per se. Now, it's the vessel-land interface, the ports, the shipyards, the ship recycling centers, offshore operations, inland navigation, and safety. While this change is also continuous, one edifical truth is also continuous. The human element is paramount. Human welfare, human safety, and human security. On board, at sea, and also on shore. And it is towards this, the pertinence of Jalasya Rakṣā and Janasya Surakṣā. Maritime security has multiple challenges: piracy, armed robbery, illegal trafficking, both human trafficking, drugs, narcotropic substances, weapons. You have maritime terrorism. You have cybersecurity, which is a major concern. And all this while you face natural disasters. You are having incidents, as said by Captain Azad, of 183 maritime incidents, of which 78 were maritime casualties leading to loss of life, and the ongoing geopolitical tensions. It has indeed been a red letter day. We have signed memorandums of agreement with the IGI Club today, with ISWAN. ISWAN, as its heart and core, has been doing yeoman service to the cause of seafarers' welfare. Indian Maritime is looking at Sagar Mein Yog as the 10 components of wellness for seafarers. Some of the very progressive shipping companies have incorporated this in your curriculum. We need to bring it into the STCW Plus curriculum that Indian Maritime adopts. While we're looking at the STCW comprehensive revision, 22 of the areas of active engagement include these aspects, which bring to the fore the criticality of seafarers' wellness. It's again another edifical truth. A happy sailor is a safe and a secure asset on board. The IGI Club provides liability cover, hedges mercantile risk to 90% of the global tonnage. They have immense learnings, and this club has 6 strategic engagements, which also includes reducing risk, addressing liability coverages, and providing regimes which address the cost needed post facto the occurrence of an incident. Today's MOU will allow us hand-holding and a partnership to allow their global wisdom and their benchmarked best practices to be adopted by Indian Maritime, to give us keen insights, perhaps on aspects such as a kidnap and ransom coverage, our extended coverage for an oil spill. We are members of the IUPC fund. However, we are also looking at other paces of building an internal fund, just as we're looking at insurance coverage with an Indian insurance agency, which would be globally acceptable. These are works in the process. I will be failing in my duties in not addressing what commendable work the International Maritime Organization has done in terms of a comprehensive regulatory framework with more than 50 IMO treaties and instruments. The Safety Convention, SOLAS, the Maritime Environmental Convention, MARPOL, these are 50 years in the making. IMO also has treaded with great responsibility the 75 years. Shri Deepak Shetty sir, when he spoke, raised a very pertinent issue of 9/11 and the use of vessels by non-state actors are backed surreptitiously by state actors to use it as a weapon to inflict terror or any manner of act which could be an act of war. Under SOLAS, after 9/11, the ISPS provides the reactive framework. And in India, while we work towards these spaces, the Bureau of Port Security on the land side will address aspects relating to vessel-port interface. There is so much to say out here, and all of you being very closely allied with the maritime domain, it would be perhaps a travesty on my part if I comment on the phenomenal work done by the GMDSS. The access to maritime casualty investigation learnings on the GISIS module, and so much yet remaining to be done. Fishing happens to be one of the major areas of concern. The Torremolinos Convention, India yet remains to be a signatory. The REC Convention, we have acceded, still it will find only its way in the domestic legislation now. Handling of hazardous and noxious substances, that convention needs to be acceded to. The Bunker Convention, ready coverage and provision for blue card entities needs to be addressed. There are multiple signposts that we need to work progressively towards, even for our environmental concerns like the London Protocol and London Convention. We have been very active in maritime leadership, being a founder member and pressing our own re-election in the Category B states. But on this significant day, while commemorating 75 years of DG Shipping, I would like to be given this opportunity to extend a sincere salute of respect and honor To the Indian Navy officers here present, we salute you for your leadership, your courage, stepping outside your own comfort zone, risking life and limb, and providing that protection. More than 100 days of continuous deployment in the Red Seas to ensure critical oil supplies, multiple acts by the men in white over rescue, giving us a lifeline not once, several times over, getting commendations and bravery recommendations is one aspect to it, but I would all request everyone in the house a very loud round of applause and respect for the Indian Navy. Secondly, I would also want to honor and respect the phenomenal work that the Coast Guard is doing, protecting India's coast against all manner of illicit trafficking, narco substances, providing us that security at the coast, and closely coordinating and leading in the maritime rescue and the coordination thereof. The SUA Convention, the embedded SAR Convention with the GMDSS, the coastal radio infra, all these are signposts and milestones that we need to achieve. And I feel confident that together we will ensure maritime safety and security for India as it powers its own maritime growth story. In this 75 years, we have a chain of events to commemorate the significance of these 75 years. And I request and appeal to all of you to be equal partners as we come together and bring what is needed as a progressive change and engagement in Indian maritime. I am grateful for this opportunity, and I am thankful to all my colleagues for today's event, specifically Captain Azad, Captain Anish Joseph, Captain Harinder. They have remarkably put their best foot forward, and also to the entire DGS team for having come together. I'm grateful for this opportunity, and thanks for the kind attention. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much once again, sir. It's always an honor to hear from you. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the sessions of the day, of course, it's time to acknowledge and thank those who have, contributed in making the inaugural segment such a hit. To do the honor, I'll request Captain Anish Joseph to please join us on the stage.
To guard our seas is to guard our nation, for within the calm of the secure water rests the safety of our people, the wealth of our prosperity, and the promise of our future. With this belief as a guiding star, it's my honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the Directorate General of Shipping for this inaugural session on occasion of 75 years of DG Shipping. I begin by expressing my heartfelt thanks to our chief guest, Mr. Nick Shaw. Nick, your global perspective on maritime safety and risk management has already broadened our horizons. Today's inaugural was more than ceremonial. It was culmination of a journey which we started way back in 2023 when we first met for the Global Maritime India Summit 2023. Incidentally, we are having the India Maritime Week end October, which will also feature the Global Maritime Summit, and I'm looking forward for you to be a part of that event also. And also, it was a big pleasure on formally signing the MOU between DG Shipping and IG P&I. May I request that we present a memento. Can I have the memento on the stage, please? This memento has been specially designed for the celebration of 75 years, and it consists of two essential elements, which is our guiding elements. I would like to specially thank Mr. Jayesh from Resource 24/7 for bringing forward this memento, which is a full brass memento. Consists of a sextant which gives us the position, and the bottom part is a magnetic compass which gives the direction. May I request Shri Shyam Jagannathan, Director General of Shipping, sir, to kindly give the honors and present the memento to Mr. Nick. I must make special mention of Captain Salvage Mehta, Chief Commercial Officer, North Standard P&I. His efforts was also instrumental in pushing this signing of MOU. Sir, we look forward to your participation also in the morning session, the first session on maritime safety, risk, liability, and industry alignment. We request a memento to be presented by our Director General as a token of our love and appreciation. We are equally honored by the presence of Captain B.K. Tyagi, Chairman and Managing Director, Shipping Corporation of India, under whose steady leadership the Shipping Corporation of India continues to guide and inspire India's maritime journey. My request a moment to be present. Our gratitude also extends to Shri Deepak Shetty, former Secretary to the Government of India and former Director General of Shipping. Sir, you have been a guiding compass for India's maritime administration. It's been an honor for me to have worked under you, sir, and very happy to you be a part of this event. Sir, like you mentioned, when you were the Additional Director General of Shipping, you were very pivotal in bringing a lot of reforms, including the payment of seafarers when they were in captivity, ex gratia release of payments to the seafarers' family. A lot of efforts had come in, and a lot of efforts you had personally gone to Delhi, and so we really appreciate you for that. Sir, may I kindly ask Director General to do kindly invite Chirag Bahari on the stage. Chirag, who's a part of ISWAN, incidentally is a seafarer himself. He has been a leader who leads by example. He has been a seafarer who was in Somalian captivity, not only professionally, personally, we share a very close relationship in ensuring seafarers' welfare from the perspective of me handling the Maritime Security Branch. May I ask DG sir to kindly do the honors? Let me also express our deepest appreciation to Shri Shyam Jagannathan, Director General of Shipping. Sir, your vision has been phenomenal. You have been a guiding lighthouse for us. Your foresight carries us forward. Under your guidance, this gathering has become more than a conference. It's become a harbor of purpose where dialogue anchors into action and aspiration. We are trying to emulate your footsteps, sir. I will do the honors of presenting you the mementos. And last but not the least, my leader, Captain Abul Kalam Azad sir, under your leadership, your integrity, your hard work, we have been led by you and we try to emulate you by example, sir. Again, I will be presenting a memento. Thank you, sir, for being a part. I would also like to acknowledge our sponsors and industry partners whose support has made this conference possible. Our media and communications teams, including Resource 24/7 for ensuring the spirit and substance of this event, that it ensures to reach beyond the walls. And our logistics, hospitality, technical support teams, and especially the management of this hotel, Fairmount. My thanks also goes to all the speakers for today's session. Your expertise and willingness to be a part and to share your knowledge will ensure that the discussions ahead are rich, relevant, and action-oriented. We will ensure that we take it forward in the Directorate General of Shipping. To every dignitary, speaker, delegate, thank you for all being part of our 75 years of journey. We would like to specially give a loud round of applause to all those who are present here. Thank you for being a part of this journey, and we look forward to be a part of all the events which have been lined up. You can see the list of events which is there in a banner which is right in front of you. As we now move to the main session of the day, let every discussion be compass, every idea a sail, every commitment an anchor, steering us towards secure seas, thriving trade, and a maritime legacy worth of world's respect. Thank you.
All right, so once again, we would like to thank all our dignitaries for doing the honor. Thank you so much for your presence today. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin with the session 1 of the day, which is all about the Indian maritime safety priorities. Let me tell you that this session will focus on key developments, challenges, and strategies shaping the safety of our maritime sector. Moderating this session is Captain Savraj Mehta, Chief Commercial Officer, North Standard P&I. Ladies and gentlemen, he is a master mariner with 12 years at the sea. Well, Captain Mehta has been with the North Standard since 1995, while playing a vital role in shaping its global business and underwriting strategy. Well recognized internationally for his contribution, well, he was honored with the Eminent Overseas Maritime Personality Award in 2019. I'm sure everybody who has, previously attended his presentation are well aware, and we all look forward to the anecdote stories which he adds on, and I'm sure we are looking forward for the same for this session as well. So can I please request Captain Salvage Mehta to please join us on the stage, and the stage is all yours, sir.
It's almost 1 week since we had the interesting cricket series at the Oval, which we won. I beg your pardon, which we drew. This is for benefit of Nick Shaw. With Wimbledon and cricket series over, it's always a pleasure to be back here in Mumbai. Mumbai that retains its charm in spite of its more modern enthusiasms. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, a pleasure to see so many friends from the industry, so many people whom we have known. I saw Shiv Halbe walk in, Deepak, and some people we are meeting after a very long time. I see basically a lot of experience in this room, and that reminds me of what George Bernard Shaw said. We learn from experience that men learn anything from experience. Let's see if we can change this today. I've been told to script my talk in such a way that we are able to conclude the session in time, which we are running behind in any case. So for the benefit of that, so what I have basically done is I will not take too much of time in talking about P&I because Nick will also do the presentation. So I'll do a whistle-stop tour on a very broad subject which we have to cover this morning. Well, this is the family we live in. This is the industry we are. 90% of the world trade, 50,000 merchant ships, and 380 billion of freight rates in the global trading. This family and everyone who's present here basically enables the ship owner the ultimate goal to trade with confidence. The global trade has shown no sign of abatement whatsoever. It's at staggering 12.7 billion tons in 2025, and it was less than 10 billion in the early or the late 1990s, 2000. The world tonnage, and we hope and sincerely put in our best efforts that India reaches the heights in line with where Greece, China, and Japan is in not too distant future. International group clubs, 12 in number, that's what we form. And basically, Nick will go more into detail how the reinsurance programs work, how we have the first 10 million retained by the clubs, followed by the pooling agreement, which is up to 100 million, and then the collective reinsurance contract, which is placed in cost-effective manner. We also have Sanchit Datta from North Standard here. So please make use of the time during the breaks, or if you have any questions which are not covered in the future sessions. But basically, on the screen, you can see the various casualties which have been handled by the international group and how the same functions. So that is the basic about, but what actually we do. So we provide cover for people, collisions, damage to fixed and floating objects, pollution, cargo claims. We also look, the certified liabilities are covered like wreck removals, MLC convention. So that is basically our forte or area which we cover. In addition to that, we have the loss prevention initiatives, which are extremely important. We keep progressing with the various, whether it's artificial intelligence or whether it's training. But what is most important is that these stakeholders, which are on the screen, form the basic backbone of a ship owner to trade with confidence, as I mentioned earlier. Having said that, there is another very important constituent or a very important factor, and that is crew. The teamwork with the crew is extremely important, and that is what makes the industry go forward. And it's a pleasure today to see DG Shipping signing the MOU with ISWAN, where we have to basically look after, there is no choice available to us without the crew. So the clubs work a lot with the crew. And we are all working as a team. We require a star team and not team of stars, with the crew being the most important constituent. And as Ray Dalio says, an American investor and a hedge fund manager, that 1 + 1 is equal to 3. So with that note, when we talk in practical terms with ship owners and take their views, what do they think? Are we an insurance company? Are we a legal entity? What are we? So talking to one of the ship owners when he was he's no more, of course, John Angelicousis, and he was talking to the club, and his daughter was in the process of learning the ropes. He said, these people who are from the club are not basically are not insurers. They add value. They are our partners. They are our business partners. That was one view. You talk to Bharat Said from Great Eastern, you talk to Daniel Offer from Zodiac, you talk to Nicholas Martinez from Tenamaris. All these family and these people always talk about not as a commodity. P&I is not a commodity. They are the business partners, and they help us to trade with confidence and keep or help them to have a sleepless, avoid the sleepless nights. And then we had a view from another gentleman who's present here, Captain Tyagi. He put it very mildly, and he says, P&I clubs are like our medical advisors or a family doctor. We go to them not only when we have a difficulty or a problem, we also approach them when we need guidance on our health loss prevention. So all these constituents make a P&I club. It's a banquet you go to. You can choose what you want. You can have the soup, and if you would like the full course, it depends on a ship owner. Some people use as extension of their offices. Some big ship owners only use as and when it is required. So it's a mixed, with the 90% of the fleet being insured by P&I clubs. I set the scene for the next session, or for this, which is going to be with Nick and with Lina ji, who's there, with whom I've shared the stage for many years on different topics, who will be taking you through. Well, that's all I have to say, ladies and gentlemen, in my presentation. Do I have the permission to go forward with the session, or is there any other formality that needs to be done? Okay, I've been given thumbs up. So the task of moderating a session is never easy. I will be looking at the clock or the watch very carefully. We have been allocated 9 minutes. Okay, 10 minutes to round it off. And we set the scene. So we start with Captain Harinder Singh, the Nautical Surveyor, Director General of India. Harinder, I've known for a long time. Whenever there is a problem around the Indian coast, Harinder and Anish are always there, as Captain Tyagi mentioned, whether it's middle of the night or during the daytime. So we start this session, and may I request Captain Harinder Singh to come up and do his presentation. So what we'll do is we'll have the presentation from this group, and then we will have a short question-answer session. Is that right? Is that what I'm supposed to do? Okay. And let me not forget what the lady requested, so that gives me time to look at some stories to come up with when I conclude the session. An anecdote. Thank you very much.
Good morning, distinguished dignitaries, esteemed speakers, delegates, and colleagues. It's an absolute privilege and an honor to address you today on this important topic of Indian maritime safety priorities. India's maritime safety is a cornerstone of our economic security, environmental responsibility, and global reputation. By combining operational readiness, strict regulatory compliance, and lessons drawn from the real-world incidents, we are building a resilient and future-ready maritime framework. In this session, I will share key priorities which are driving our maritime safety agenda at the Directorate, highlighting emerging challenges, and outline the strategic measures being undertaken to safeguard our seas, ensure safe navigation, and protect both our environment and our seafarers. India's maritime safety is a national imperative grounded in safety first, always. Under DGS, we combine operational readiness, strict regulatory compliance, and evidence which is collected from the investigation to prevent incidents before they occur. The aim of this exercise is to have a resilient, future-ready framework and ecosystem which will eventually protect our seafarers, keeps our trade secure, and will also safeguard our seas. And our eventual aim is to proceed and progress towards a zero incident culture. Our first line of response happens at the DGCOM Center, and our DGCOM Center, which is manned 24/7 by competent radio officers and master mariners, is first point of contact in case of any marine emergencies. It receives alerts, ship security alerts from the ships. It coordinates very effectively with the Indian Coast Guard, MRCCs, the ship owners, the salvors, and centralizes communication so that action, whenever any incident happens, the action begins immediately. And it's a very well orchestrated response. And the DGCOM Center is known for turning alerts into actionable outcomes with clarity and speed. I will play a small video clip regarding the roles of the DGCOM Center. Can we have the volume, please? वीडियो का वॉल्यूम नहीं आ रही है करिए Are we having issues with the volume?
When chaos strikes at sea and minutes matter, a single beacon lights the path, coordinating, responding, leading. This is India's DGCOM Center.
This center functions as a nerve center between the ships, between the various agencies.
And this center responds to emergencies in case the emergency is happening in around Indian coast or it is occurring on ships in which Indian seafarers are involved.
From critical data exchange to crisis response, this is where India's maritime action begins.
It continuously interacts with all the agencies so that the communication flow is smooth and the communication should be transmitted swiftly.
Established in the wake of global maritime threats, the Directorate General of Shipping operates this 24/7 command center.
For all emergencies, the DGCOM Center is the first reporting point. From this center, all the activities are initiated.
From natural disasters like cyclones to marine casualties, including oil spills and accidents, and security threats like piracy or hijacking, the DGCOM Center coordinates swiftly with maritime rescue coordination centers, ensuring no call for help goes unheard.
Each and every minute counts in case of emergency.
In 2024 alone, responded to more than 190 incidents.
When an incident is reported, the DGCOM Center activates instantly. Information flows seamlessly to designated authorities. Alerts are dispatched to the Indian Coast Guard's Maritime Rescue Coordination Centers, port authorities, ship owners, and other stakeholders. Collaboration is at the core, linking the Navy, Coast Guard, ports, and global partners to ensure unified maritime action. During cyclones, the DGCOM Center tracks weather systems, warns ships in danger zones, shares alerts with ports and rescue agencies,
The center collates information from all the ports where the cyclone is likely to hit or likely to have an impact. We inform the ship, inform the company to ensure that our seafarers in our waters remain safe at all times.
in the event of an oil spill, the DGCOM Center alerts authorities, protecting the environment and reinforcing our commitment to safety. Central to maritime security is the Ship Security Alert System. Concealed aboard vehicles, this system allows crew members to discreetly transmit distress signals during threats like piracy or hijacking. Once activated, the system sends continuous alerts to designated authorities without alerting the attackers. These alerts reach the DGCOM Center instantly and allow swift, coordinated action, safeguarding lives and cargo.
The center is known for its efficiency in communicating, in delivering immediate response to any emergency.
Also housed alongside the DGCOM Center, the National LRIT Data Center, a vital tool enhancing maritime safety through real-time vessel tracking.
We started in a tiny room where it was the small computer and few personnel receiving only a security alerts. Now we have integrated this DGCOM center with the multiple information such as national AS data, we have a satellite AS data, we have a weather data from Indian Meteorological Department and other agencies, and we have information from the Indian National Center for Ocean Information System.
Equipped with latest in advanced monitoring systems and satellite communication tools, the center maintains a vigilant watch over India's vast maritime domain.
So this DGCOM center is built and created by India, by Indians, but providing services to the entire world. The core of this DGCOM center is our people here.
We are here to stay strong and more prepared than ever. But simply put, India is at the forefront of maritime operations.
Our resolve is growing stronger, and DGCOM Center is committed to ensure that our shipping lines are safe and our seafarers are safe.
Guiding with purpose and keeping every lifeline alive when it matters most. This is India's DGCOM Center.
Moving forward, this is our Marine Safety Investigation Report 2024, which was unveiled earlier in the day today. So this report captures data for the year 2024, and also it analyzes the data and compares the data between the year 2023 and 24. And we have given the QR code, which can be scanned for downloading the complete report. And the key highlights in the report regarding the casualty investigation. In the year 2024, we were reported 186 incidents. This is an upward jump from the number of incidents which were reported in the year 2023, but we can very conveniently assume that this is as a result of better stakeholder participation and better reporting. In the year 2024, 186 incidents were reported, out of which only 78 were marine casualties. That is which is actually happening in direct relation to the shipboard operation. And unfortunately, the number of other incidents which are related to crew illness, sickness and death far outnumber the marine casualties. The number reported were 108. This has seen a significant spike year on year. And this trend also tallies with the international trend, the report which was released by DNV. Of course, the DNV report collates this data from 2014 to 2024, but the percentage increase is similar to what we have captured in our report. And the key highlights in the marine casualty, which have been highlighted, the number of collisions have increased. In fact, the number of collisions have doubled in the year 2024, indicating a need to reinforce navigational risk management and traffic discipline. And the number of fire and explosion incidents have decreased year on year. And regarding the other casualties which we mentioned, non-operational incidents, The number of these incidents also grew remarkably, almost at 36.7%. The number of incidents reported in the year 2023 was 78 or 79, and in the year 2024, the number of incidents have increased to 108. And the number of seafarers dying as a result of these reported incidents have also increased substantially. The emphasis now we have focused is on reporting, onboard health, readiness, and welfare measures that translate into fewer such outcomes. And apart from the casualty report, the DGS also has come out with safety advisories and circulars. So these are the 4. In fact, we have issued a couple of more. We have highlighted these 4, which were issued in the year 2024. In the circulars, we have encompassed issues like collision, fire on board, explosions on board, pilot ladder safety, and enclosed space, which all unfortunately resulted in death of Indian seafarers. And regarding our mechanism for emergency response, the DG Shipping has very well-established SOPs for marine casualties, for marine cyclones, for preliminary investigation. So whenever any incident is reported to the DGCOM or to the DG Shipping, we immediately bring these SOPs into action. Some of the SOPs were formulated in the year 2021. Some have been further redrafted in 2023-24. And finally, we have a robust SOPs in place, and it encompasses each and every type of incident that happens in the maritime domain. And regarding our emergency towing, as part of our emergency response mechanism, we have emergency towing vessels which are deployed on West Coast and East Coast. And these emergency towing vessels are very, very essential to, in case of any incident responses mandated around Indian coast. The issue now we are facing is the limited number of emergency towing vessels. We are in regular contact with the stakeholders. We have in fact come out with a draft circular which was issued for stakeholders' comment to increase the number of emergency towing vessels around the Indian coast. Presently we have 2. We are envisaging the number to be at least 5, which has been recommended by the Coast Guard and the Navy. But we are also coming out with another mechanism where we have an alpha tug kind of a program. So that we have more response assets in place around the Indian coast. And I would also highlight on our role in response to the recent incident which happened in last 3-4 months. This was the first one, MSC Elsa. This was reported to the DGCOM center that the vessel has developed a severe list of about 30 degrees. Immediately, we activated our LRIT's surface picture request, and we immediately came to know of the position of the vessels which were there in the immediate vicinity. Immediately, MRCC was informed, and immediately the corrective action was initiated. Unfortunately, this resulted in the sinking of the vessel. Fortunately, no lives were lost. And as we speak, the diving support vessel has commenced operations today morning for removing the oil which remains on board. The containers, altogether 66 containers washed ashore, and the nurdles, which not many people in India were aware, almost 640 tons of nurdles have been recovered as we speak. And the shoreline response, onshore, offshore response were very well coordinated by the DG Shipping, Coast Guard, and other state agencies. The second incident is the explosion on Vanhai 503. And all these incidents coincidentally happened off the coast of Kerala. And this information was conveyed to the DGCOM center that there was an underdeck explosion. Immediately, Coast Guard was informed, and the response action initiated. Unfortunately, in this incident, 4 seafarers lost their lives, and while they were abandoning ships, we were given to understand that the 2 seafarers are critically ill. They were initially picked up by the Indian Coast Guard and later transferred to the New Mangalore Hospital by the Indian Navy. And those 2 seafarers fortunately survived and are united with the remaining seafarers. There was another small incident which we have not covered, that is inter-Asia tenacity. And this is in fact the 4th one. We have said incident number 3. This is the 4th one. There was a massive explosion on oil tanker Fulda. This ship was carrying cargo of methanol. While on her return journey from Kandla, a nearby vessel reported that a massive explosion has happened on the ship. Initially, the vessel had about 26 degrees of starboard list. The ship staff tried correcting the list, and the ship toppled over to the other side. She had a similar list on the port side. Immediately, DG Shipping swung into action. We informed Coast Guard. The port tugs were sent for the rescue operation, and the salvage services were pressed into action. And as a result of this, the ship could be salvaged, and the navigation channel remained clear. And the way forward, we are at the forefront of developing global maritime safety platform. In fact, I have been told that we are running short of time. I'll quickly run through the remaining 2-3 slides. And this global maritime safety platform will be a repository for all our circulars, safety videos, and the whole idea of this global maritime safety platform is to achieve our objective of zero incident culture. And for the benefit of seafarers, this platform will be hosting multilingual videos, which will be of immense value to the seafarer. This is what explains the global maritime safety platform. And the key maritime safety initiatives or the salvage initiatives of the recent incident which happened in last 4 months. Of course, there were incidents which happened earlier too. We have come to realize that we need to have an institutionalized salvage response mechanism in place, on which we are very actively working. And very soon, within a period of say 1 year, we will have our salvage rules, a salvage response mechanism, and empaneled salvers, so that whenever any incident happens, we know the manner in which we have to proceed. And also we'll be developing the advisories for the coastal state to respond to any marine incident which happens around the Indian coast. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Captain Harinder. That was very interesting. Sometimes you wonder as if life had stood still for many years, because when I look at when I first went to DG Shipping and what life is now, my God, compliments, I think, to DG Shipping, and what the DG said very articulated in a very nice way was change is the only thing which is constant in life. So we will come back to the question answer session and go more into detail. That brings the next speaker, Jeroen Moij. He's the tallest man in the room, so you can see with his height, that's what he told me to say. I've always wondered, when you help a neighbor at home and help him to put the fire, it's what is the social requirement. But same law does not apply at sea. It becomes salvage and award, and then there's average, and then there's general average. After being in shipping for so many years, I'm still struggling for answers. We may get some answers today. Come from Singapore, Jeroen, I won't take much of your time, but he works for the leading salvage organization in the world. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and we'll come back to the question that you asked just now, because of course that is something that we're always thinking of. For time purposes, we'll get get going with the presentation that I prepared for you today. And of course, I'd like to thank the organizing committee for the honor to allow me to speak here today. As a non-Indian, I had to ask a colleague for the translation of the conference motto. And he told me that the translation is water protection, people's complete protection. And in the context of this conference, and as a seafarer, I take that by protecting people, by protecting the sea, we protect both the people at sea and in the coastal areas. And like I said, as a seafarer, my first association is the protection of people at sea. And when it comes to protecting life at sea, well, the Indian Navy has been leading the way. To give a well-known example that was very visible for us as Salvage was seeing the brave men and women of the Navy in the Gulf of Aden saving lives on the Mile in Luanda and then successfully extinguishing the fire. And thank you. And then seafarers can, of course, only hope that other countries follow the inspiring example of the Indian leadership. Now, the theme of this current session is strengthening India's maritime safety through risk awareness, compliance, lessons from casualties. And for this short presentation, I would like to touch upon the lessons from casualties from a commercial responder's perspective. And for that, I will use a recent case that we were involved in. But let me start by spending a few words on our role as Smith Salvage. We are a commercial provider of global salvage services, and we get hired by ship owners and their interests, not to save life, but to save property and to avoid pollution. And since we are a commercial entity, our involvement is not a given, and we have to actually get a contract first. Now, in an emergency, when every moment counts, a prospective client would ask to responders what they bring to the table, what solutions they have, what personnel they have at the ready, equipment, vessels, and of course the time frame associated with mobilization thereof. And therefore, to increase our success, we need to be prepared, not just to be prepared for managing an emergency at sea, but also country-specific preparations. And for India, we ensure that our team members have valid visa to enter the country in order not to lose time with visa application processes. And to minimize the time required for the mobilization of equipment, we have partnered up a long time and many successful projects ago with Marine Emergency Response Center, MERC, in Gujarat. MERC maintains readiness with personnel and equipment which can be mobilized at any time from within the country, thus minimizing mobilization time and avoiding clearance processes. To have the right vessel for a project, we rely on our knowledge of the domestic shipping market, but also the overseas market for availability. And of course, we're always looking at our extensive Boskalis fleet to make sure that we find the right balance between availability and operational suitability. Now, this presentation is about lessons that we took from the Maersk Frankfurt incident, and not so much about the incident itself, but a brief introduction will be helpful. So, the Maersk Frankfurt, a brand new container vessel, southbound along the West Indian coast, suffered an explosion in the deck stack. The vessel did remain under command, but because of the heavy smoke, the master had to pick a course to keep the smoke away from the accommodation and thus allowing the crew to stay on board. Master, of course, informed the MRCC and he informed his office, and it is through his office that we as Smith Salvage got informed of the situation. Now, a recurring situation is that the first report from a master is usually an understatement of the real situation. And I'm not suggesting that masters do that with malintent. Masters count on his or her ability of the crew to overcome challenges, and rightfully so. But the first report is usually, yes, we have a problem, yes, we have it under control. And as Salvage, we do not listen to the yes, we have it under control part, because too often we've received a follow-up call with an entirely different message. And for this case, for the Maersk Frankfurt, we started mobilizing our team, a salvage master and a small inspection team, even before we had a contract in place with the owners. Our local partner, Maersk, they start investigating the situation, contacting DG Shipping. But of course, as we are not yet part of the incident, we can't make too proactive inquiries because, well, we don't have a seat at the table just yet. This one we will skip to save a bit of time. And these are the things that we took from the response that we did on the Maersk Frankfurt. And it all comes down to good communication. And the takeaways all come off the back of the good communication. Coordination meetings that are organized by the authorities are an essential part of the alignment, and Smith, along with Maersk, will ensure that we're always represented in those meetings, in person and remote from different locations. Like I said, this good communication had a number of positive effects. We had an increased response efficiency. To get our response on the way and keep it going, we have received assistance in the various fields. Think of visa for personnel. The first wave has visa, but the next ones need visa. Helicopter support to transfer our team, equipment clearances, and by maintaining short lines of communication, we've had our requests and applications on the desks of the decision makers, and this greatly increased the efficiency of the response. We had improved safety. Our work at sea has a high risk profile, and for our emergency response preparedness, we are dependent on medical evacuation capability. It is fully appreciated that from some officers, people would like a vessel in trouble to be further out at sea. And we understand that, but for us, as responders, we are grateful for any possibility to shorten the distance to hospitals and access to shore support. And by having the conversation, we could make our case and create understanding. We also created learning opportunities. Being part of the coordination meeting allows us to ask questions. For instance, on this case, a helicopter dropped bags with powder in the affected area. And our team did not understand the approach, and having the opportunity to make inquiries helps creating the opportunity to learn from each other. For situations like this, there is no handbook, so it's important that we learn from each other. And we enhance mutual understanding. Commanding officers on vessels from the Coast Guard and the Navy do not take instructions from anybody except their superior officers on shore. That's a universal given, and that's a good thing. But in turn, our salvage master also has a responsibility for the safety of his part of the operation. And when he feels that safety is jeopardized, he will contest the CO of the attending vessel. That is a perfectly normal situation, but for the benefit of the corporation, it needs to be resolved as soon as possible to make sure that we're all working together harmoniously towards the common goal. And although the work happens out at sea, the boundaries of that cooperation are set ashore. And those are the things that we took as salvos from the Maersk Frankfurt. And with that, I would like to conclude by saying that we look forward to making future contributions to the protection of waters and, as a consequence, the people.
Absolutely spot on with the timing. So, Anish, it's +1 now here. You know, he gave me a hard time, called me there. That brings the next speaker, DIG Mukund Gujar. May I request you to please come and do your presentation. It's very comforting, I'm sure, for the ship owners and for all of us when we have the representation of the Indian Navy and the Coast Guard not only protecting our coast and giving us all the help which we have read about in the last over a decade, how they have performed their duties. So thank you very much, and a big hand of applause, please.
Thank you, Captain Salvage, for the kind words. And respected dignitaries and esteemed panelists, it is an honor for me to present a very relevant and intriguing topic, that is maritime safety, with lessons from recent casualties before this August gathering. The Indian Ocean, as we all know, is a host to nearly half of the world's seaborne trade and 1/5 of the world's energy supplies, transiting through some of the most strategic choke points. It has been also estimated that around 40% of the world's offshore and 65% of the world's oil and 35% of the gas reserves are found in these littoral states of this ocean. And asymmetry of interest therefore compounds the challenge for India, as India's location is not only strategic but also vulnerable. With increasing use of oceans for economical purposes, there is a considerable rise of ports and shipbreaking yards in the region and a considerable growth in maritime traffic passing closer to the coast. The sheer increase in the number of size and the vessel, as you can see on the screen, giving a comparison of what older Titanic had, plying nowadays through our waters, presents us multiple challenges for providing safety, salvage, and security to such vessels. As per EMSA statistics, cargo ships accounted for more than 50% of the casualties for the period from 2014 to 2023, almost 14,000 cargo ships. Given the international nature of shipping, incidents in maritime domain proliferate quickly to various legal, shipping, and humanitarian issues, including security issues. If you look at the records from the cargo incident notification systems, on an average, one container fire was reported every 9 days in the years 23 as well as in 2024, which are almost doubled since 2020. And as per insurance, they were the most expensive as well. The fire incidents reported during the year 2024 were up by almost 20% year on year, which is also in the sync with the DG shipping report presented here. Also the highest for the decade. So my presentation mostly will converge about the response and also slightly take away from the container fire incidents in the recent times. Indian waters are no more immune. The deaths and the damage to the marine environment due to these recent incidents indicate that India's primary vulnerability is not only its own fleet, but also the international shipping that transits its EEZ and calls at Indian ports. I'll be presenting a brief case study on WAN-I 503, followed by a summarized risk analysis on regulatory compliance issues and few takeaways for maritime safety. WAN-I 503, a container vessel, Singapore flagged, built in 2005 with around 2,000 metric tons of fuel and 140 plus DG cargo, was on passage from Malaysia to Nhava Sheva and about 0950 hours on 9 July reported fire distress to MRCC Mumbai when she was around 130 nautical miles from Kochi and 45 nautical miles from the coast. The response teams from Coast Guard swung into action immediately. Coast Guard ships Sachet and Annavesh were diverted from surveillance patrol and air assets were mobilized. Vessel's crew, losing hope, abandoned the vessel and were evacuated promptly. ICJ Samudra Prairie, the ship I am commanding presently, was sailed within 30 minutes. She was there for the ELSA 3 pollution response operations, and ICJ ships commenced firefighting operation the same day, that is on 9th. You can see the explosions in the video. Amidst the sporadic explosions, the ICJ ships rose to the occasion and valiantly fought the fire day and night. The fire was localized and reduced in the initial 3 days, which were very instrumental for saving the ship. As the vessel drifted precariously towards the Kerala coast, the operation saw massive mobilization of assets, not only from the Indian Coast Guard, but also from the DG Shipping in the form of emergency towing vessel Water Lily. Indian Coast Guard regional headquarters at Mumbai and district headquarters Kerala liaised with all the stakeholders to integrate efforts. An action plan was drawn tenets of NOS DCP, that is National Oil Spill Disaster Contingency Plan, and SOPs as brought out by DG Shipping were invoked. Owners were impressed to hire salvor and arrange appropriate tugs for firefighting and later to tow the vessel. The most challenging part was evacuation of the salvors. The salvage team was embarked by launching Hello amidst extremely challenging sea conditions and rains. As tug Water Lily approached to connect the tow rope got entangled because of the heavy seas, rendering Water Lily temporarily unusable. ICJ Samudra Prairie's brave team then led the effort and connected the tow. The vessel was held under tow, thereby preventing dangerous drift towards Kochi single buoy mooring and the Kochi closed. Coordinated efforts also witnessed Air Force Me-17 dropping DCP bags, restricting spread of fire. As contracted, tug Offshore Warrior finally arrived at the scene. The tow was handed over to tug, and later the vessel was held under tow. The operation presented various challenges as slashed molten containers were dropping in the water, threatening to foul propellers of the Coast Guard ships. There were limited access to seat of fire. There was no power supply on board the merchant vessels, and there were nil firefighting efforts from the onboard. The toxic environment and heavy roll presented challenges to the Coast Guard ships as well as the tugs. It is pertinent to bring forth that there were inordinate delays by the owners in arranging appropriate tugs on scene, which threatened our ecology for some time. While the operation demonstrated immense operational risk, prompt and daring efforts of the Coast Guard, it also demonstrated integration of efforts, issuance of advisory, regular updates, and astute media management, which prevented panic and ensured upholding of public trust by the government agencies. The coordination meetings led by the nautical advisor were very instrumental in converging all the efforts, and I thank the nautical advisor here for the same. The recent cluster of incidents in the Indian waters was not a statistical anomaly, but a manifestation of deep-seated systemic risk, including rampant cargo misdeclaration, inadequate firefighting capabilities, and a framework that is lagging behind the pace of the industrial change. Hence, I'll present a summarized risk analysis. Misdeclaration of dangerous good attribute to around 25% of all serious incidents on container ships. A study by the National Cargo Bureau states that about 55% of the containers are non-compliant, 45% with failures in securing, and another study suggests that there might be more than 150,000 volatile containers in the chain annually. The motivation for misdeclaration may be varied, ranging from simple incompetence to outright fraud, to circumvention of cost for handling, insurance, packaging, and dispatching. A shipper might deliberately label a container of hazardous chemicals as benign commodity or fail to declare it as DG altogether. In other cases, it may be stemmed from lack of knowledge or training on the part of shipper. The overwhelming evidence of the fires caused by the undeclared or misdeclared cargo demonstrate that the trust declared in the bill of lading is frequently and dangerously misplaced, and we recommend that it may be replaced by verification-based paradigm. Since statistics also reveal that calcium hypochlorite and charcoal rank the list for sources of ignition with 16%, followed by lithium-ion batteries and other reactive chemicals. Calcium hypochlorite and lithium-ion batteries are at risk of thermal runaway or decomposition, which can lead to violent explosions. The IMDG Special Provision 188 requires that packages are to be labeled with a lithium battery mark. However, it does not require the container where such packages are stored to be marked as such, thereby rendering the vessel's crew unaware of the hazards within. Also, the proviso limits the gross mass of each package to be 30 kgs. However, it neither limited the total quantity nor the weight when shipping. As revealed in the investigation of Express Godavari incident, the container was carrying more than 7,000 kg of lithium-ion batteries in packages of around 10 kg each. Similarly was the case with charcoal. Since data recorded that at least 68 fire incidents attributed to charcoal were recorded between 2015 and December 2022. The IMDG Special Proviso SP 925, which could not be tested on board, was later removed by IMO this year, that is January 2025, following the uproar from the charcoal-related incidents. Coming to reactive chemicals, some of the variants of SDID, sodium dichloroisocyanates, cyanide dioxide owing to special provision 135 is classed as 9 and not under class 5.1, hence disregarding the risk from its thermal instability. Here the picture shows Maersk Honam incident, which lasted the longest, where the HDID was stored along with other cargo and which underwent decomposition and later fire. Similar issues may be linked with the fire on board Maersk Frankfurt or MV Vanhai 503, which hopefully the investigation will bring forth. So I'll just take 2 minutes. Sorry, I'm short of time because time was reduced, but I'll try to cover a few things which have been researched very quickly. The average duration of the fires are about 8.3 days, and considering them, it is recommended that at least 12 spares of fire cylinders, Kava cylinders, should be available to respond to fires, which also brought out during the Vanhai 503 and Frankfurt incident. More than 50% of the fires generally occur in cargo holds, and it also brings to the notice that effectiveness of CO2% was almost 90% time non-effective. The limited efficiency of fixed CO2 system needs to be addressed. Also, when the fires are in the holds, the CO2 system cannot reach because of the gaps in the hatch covers and bearing pads, which allows the oxygen to enter and continue the fresh supply of oxygen. Another regulatory issues related to this incident is significant gap between the regulatory intent and the practical reality. For instance, in response to the growing number of fires, SOLAS Chapter 2, Regulation 10 was amended to require ships built on 1st January 2016 to be equipped with more advanced firefighting tools, including mobile water monitors and at least one water means lens capable of penetrating the container oil. However, this leaves the vast majority of existing world fleets, almost more than 5,000 vessels, such as ELSA 3, Express Pearl, and Vanhai 503, without such enhancements, even though those are minimum. And IMDG special provisions exempt certain dangerous goods, and these are being utilized by ignorance and shippers to circumvent the regulations. The IMO rules are only expected to enter into force by January 2028, and this multi-year lag means regulations are constantly trailing behind the rapid evolution of cargo risks, such as exponential growth in the battery transport. To address the multifaceted threats as brought out earlier, some of the salient recommendations are being presented here. I'll not go into the details, I'll just flash them for the audience view. Because there have been deaths and there have been damage to property as well as to environment, these recommendations are pertinent. Having a comprehensive strategy, including all stakeholders, port-state control with risk-based focus, especially with age, reports from MOUs, carriers not part of WSC cargo or SINS safety program, mandating evidence on utilization of advanced cargo screening, revision of merchant shipping rules of 1995, and proposing amendments to SOLAS at the IMO panel, and a provision for port of refuge with a specific statutory responsibilities and focus on taking everybody on board. Voluntary upgrade of firefighting capabilities of the entire fleet, not just vessels built after 2016. Owners should proactively seek enhanced operational fire safety notations from their classification society. Shipping companies must invest in supplemental high-fidelity training beyond STCW mandate, such as simulator-based crew training. It should be a standard business practice regarding submission of all relevant incident data to SINS or WSC cargo safety program to actively screen the cargo. Safety begins at the source of the cargo. The responsibility for preventing fires extend deep into the logistics chain. Trade association should lead campaigns to educate their members on severe consequences of misdeclaration, including criminal liability, massive financial penalties, and the loss of life at sea. Mandated certified training program for cargo handlers in IMDG and CTU codes, and shippers and forwarders should fully cooperate with the carrier-led cargo screening. Before I conclude my presentation, the fact sheet is flashed regarding ICG efforts, which are in line with our motto of the Coast Guard, we protect, which is also in the sync with today's theme of Jalasya Rakṣā, Surakṣā, Janasya Surakṣā. And we assure you, sir, with full commitment and cooperation, the Coast Guard will meet the aspiration of Maritime Amrit Kal Mission of 2047, and also will commit fully to get those figures of 153 to 0 in all maritime incidents. Thank you. Jai Hind, Vayam Rakṣā. And before I leave, I'll just put the words of Prime Minister Modi for the audience. Our ability to reap economic benefits from the ocean rests on our capacity to respond to the challenges in the maritime domain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and my sincere apologies to rush you through. There was a lot of information and a lot of interesting information. I'm sure during the break, the audience will be able to interact with you. But very, very informative, and sincere thanks for doing all the good work and protecting our coast and the seafarers. With that, we move on to Captain Prashant Vij, who's head of ESG, Public and Regulatory Affairs, Southeast Asia, AP Mola Musk. Captain Prashant, a master mariner, and also been to Copenhagen School of Business, and we look forward to your presentation, please. The floor is yours.
It's the top of the hour, so good afternoon, industry colleagues. We've heard very pertinent inputs with Smith, with Captain Harinder Singh, as well as with the great work done by the Indian Coast Guard. Let me then now give you a ship owner's perspective. And why does this matter? Global incidents are rising. Cargo complexity is increasing. That's not a very optimistic note to start with. But what is optimistic is the fact that India's role in global trade is expanding. And so is India's voice at the IMO and beyond. And this is due to the proactive approach and the extensive multi-stakeholder agenda that the Honorable Ministry of Port Shipping, Waterways and the DG Shipping Office undertakes. Let me begin with one of the most pressing threats. Does the slide, can we go to the next slide, or is that something which, is that with me? Okay, sorry, thanks. Okay, perfect. Yes, all right. Let me begin with one of the most pressing threats. We've spoken and heard about container ship fires as well as container losses at sea. The biggest causes are well known: misdeclared dangerous goods, manifest and documentation gaps, improper stowage, coupled with cargo prone to spontaneous ignition. As for container losses at sea, once again, poor stowage, lashing practices, misdeclared weights. Combine this with parametric rolling, severe weather that results into structural fatigue. Our call to action is to enforce accurate cargo declarations, invest in advanced detection and firefighting systems, and strengthen coordination across all stakeholders. Well, easier said than done. I will talk a little bit more about what do we do at Maersk. We go beyond compliance. We lead with care and with proactive risk management. The interventions on container ship fires that we deploy include segregation of cargo based on its profile using risk-based stowage zones, enhancing the approach with piloting IoT-based early fire detection in cargo holds, strict verification checks, zero tolerance for poor declarations, immediate firefighting capabilities with having introduced across our fleet hydropen and rapid response attack bags. We've also set very high standards for high-risk cargoes, and enough has been spoken about lithium-ion batteries and charcoal, so I won't go further into that. When it comes to container losses at sea, to ensure before vessel enters into rough seas, we have a dedicated team that's deployed with using polar charts on board and SPOS seakeeping modules. On deck, we have stronger physical infrastructure that has been built, and we have a fleet-wide enhancement program to strengthen the sockets and the lashing gears. But all of this is the hardware of it. What's really important here is the software, and for personally as a seafarer, to ensure that we can take care of the lives of seafarers. In which regard we invest heavily on periodic trainings, but also audits to ensure that the human factors are well encompassed. These practices are developed in close collaboration across the ecosystem. As I mentioned, we are a part of the cargo safety program with the World Shipping Council, which is the member companies operating more than 90% of the global container shipping capacity. While this is voluntary, we were amongst the first ones initiating such a screening, and today we have major players following it. As the program takes strong roots, I reach out also to welcome non-World Shipping Council members to participate. You would agree that maritime safety exceeds operational excellence, and this is where our role into the regulatory framework comes into the equation. What's very encouraging is the fact that IMO is driving progress. Also what Honorable Director General of Shipping, Sir, mentioned. We are helping shape the IMO's Ship Systems and Equipment Subcommittee, focusing on the early fire detection. As part of the Danish delegation at the IMO, we are actively presenting heat-based detection technologies to detect fires at an early stage. This goal-based, technology-driven direction aligns fully with the IMO's vision. The regulatory momentum around container losses, I'll speak a little bit more about the top-tier project when I speak about the interventions of the insurers, but just an extremely important initiative that's coming in from the P&I clubs. We do know of the upcoming regulation where container losses reporting will become mandatory from 1st of Jan, something that we've been doing for a very long time, but a great step in the right direction. Today, as I said before, India is strong, solutions-oriented, and a very constructive voice at the IMO. We once again commend the Office of the DG Shipping for their timely and targeted actions. From tightening the rules around the DG storage and declarations, introducing penalties for misdeclaration, the manifest integrity to be validated, focus on specific risk related to lithium-ion batteries, plastic nurdles, which was discussed earlier. There is a lot of action on the ground at the moment, and we are fully supportive of that. Maritime safety thrives on a shared regulatory ecosystem, and as Maersk, we are committed to contributing actively and welcoming India's strengthening leadership. To wrap it up, moving on a roadmap for India's maritime safety demands the future-focused, ownership-driven leadership. The regulators are required to have clear and harmonized SOPs, to embrace digital tracking, real-time manifest validations. Driving global alignment is key. For shipping lines like ourselves, as well as operators, we need to leverage the technology. We need to enhance and embrace predictive analysis, tech-based screenings. We need to develop voluntary standards and then incorporate that into the legislation. The crew readiness aspect and investing in training and audits is a key backbone of this agenda that we drive. For the industry bodies, it's key to have industry-developed safety programs. And for shippers, safety starts at the origin. They need to improve on declaration accuracy, while the chain is only as strong as the weakest link. And the terminals are the gateway to this. As for insurers, as I said before, there's some great work happening there with the cargo incident notification system. The P&I clubs are sharing global incident learnings. The top-tier project with Marin models, parametric rolling risk, and delivers on board roll risk estimators. Insurers and the role that has also transformed from claim payers today are proactive safety partners, which we very much welcome. Closing, it's important to manage today's risk while working on safer, smarter, and sustainable maritime future. Carriers are not solely responsible. No one stakeholder can be. To conclude, to turn the roadmap into action, we must move from compliance to collective responsibility, harness technology, data, and standards, and make collaboration a strategic imperative. Maritime safety will only move forward if we move forward together. At Maersk, we are committed to collaborate with India across the ecosystem in the long term, including the governments and the Office of the DG Shipping, as a knowledge partner and as a trusted advisor. We want to be the sustainable partner for India across trade, across technology, across talent, and seafarers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prashant. And it's, yeah, we'll just get the chairs lined up and we'll have a very quick question-answer session. May I request the speakers to be on the stage dais. Whilst we are preparing the seats, why not have a small story, which the lady requested. I think the data itself does not give full details, and what better way to explain than tennis. There used to be a very famous tennis player called Boris Becker, and Boris Becker and Agassi were head-on with each other on many occasions. And whilst they were head-on, Boris Becker's serves were supposed to be so solid that they used to call him Boom Boom Boris. So Boris would serve, and Agassi lost his first three most important games. Agassi did some research, looked at the videos. What is it that, Boris, I can find the weakness in the data? And then after looking at all the videos of Grand Slam and whatever was available, he realized that when Boris used to serve, he used to have his tongue out. So if the tongue was in the center, the serve would come right in the center, if on the right and left. But what did Agassi do? He used this data, but very selectively, because if he knew, if he would do it on every shot, Boris would figure it out. So the point I'm trying to make is the story behind the data itself is also very important. And the observation strategy is underscored here. The small details can provide a big advantage. And when Boris used to serve and when Agassi picked up that, he used this information very judiciously, very selectively, when it was a match point, game point, or a set point. In the end, 10 years history, Agassi 11 times won the game, Boris 4 times. So Boris started wondering, what is it? And when they met after many years after retirement, he said, I thought you were getting into my head. Well, so go into data, but make sure you use the data appropriately. As we are running short of time and coming back to shipping and back to what the questions are for today. So we've had a view from Captain Harinder Singh on what DG Shipping is doing and making headway. Then we had John giving us, but I still don't know what the answer is. Why do we have salvage? Probably Raja will clarify that in the next session because marine law is totally different. We had the Coast Guard presentation, which was very, very powerful, very informative, and how they protect the coast. And then Prashant giving a ship owner's point of view. So a very quick question. If we were to articulate in less than a minute, what are Maersk's initiatives or how successful these initiatives in practical terms. So story is very good, everything is fine, but how do we see that these initiatives have given us some positive impact? Prashant, if you would like to start, please.
Thanks for that, Savraj. I think I did touch upon that in my presentation, but to just go a level deeper into that, our approach, as I mentioned, right, is going beyond compliance, and it's focusing on proactive risk management. And that's where, when it comes to cargo screening, stowage discipline, we have some very clear, comprehensive shipper declaration guidelines, AI-driven screening, centralized stowage teams that are focusing to ensure that high-risk cargoes like charcoal are treated as dangerous goods. So it's really about going beyond what the IMO stipulates at the moment. Next, in terms of the Swiss cheese model, we have enhanced firefighting, capability regulations, hydropen, fast attack bags, thermal imaging cameras for fires like the methanol, which is difficult to detect with a naked eye. And all of this backed with very strong seafarer training, drill matrix, and so on. And then we bring in technology into this equation with data-driven safety and an innovation pipeline, like playing a big role together with the World Shipping Council in conceiving the cargo safety program, and similarly with the top-tier project. Yeah. I think it's really about the way we are doing this is to have the multi-layered defense from prevention to rapid response, and really reducing both the frequency and the impact of the incidents, and thereby uplifting the industry benchmarks.
Yeah, thank you. The challenge what we have is that the 30%, almost 30% of the world fleet is in containers, and we have no choice unless we improve on. John, do you see that practically when you are going into salvage? If you were to historically take the data from the last, say, 10 years, do you see there is change, there is a progress in this field?
Yeah, I think. Okay. Yes, I think there is. I think traditionally salvage and protection was very much a reactive industry, but I think over the past decade or even maybe a little longer, we've gone to more preparedness. I think Maersk has an agreement with Smith so that they can pick up the phone. We see Coast Guards having ETVs which are at the ready. So yes, I do think great progress has been made there.
But perhaps the progress has to continue in a much more multifold way, or progression has to be much more. DIG Gujar, I think your presentation and where you were coming from, what do you see? What were your challenges in the recent casualties, or do you see a progression in this field? Would you like to add anything to what has been said?
Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity. And again, I already covered in my presentation. It was a fantastic multi-coordination task which was undertaken to prevent ecology. But during the operation, maybe it was Maersk Frankfurt or Van Hy, I was involved thoroughly. We found that if the contracted tug or whatever salvers contract, if that can be little more earlier, and the tugs could come on scene at least as fast as possible, because what happened in Van Hy, as Captain Arindal is aware, that the vessel was 45 miles and it drifted almost 18 to 20 miles near to Kerala coast. So it gives a lot of jitters, especially with SPM, very close by to the Kochi coast. And by the time the salvage tug comes, it gets engaged with the proper towing arrangement. It is difficult because Coast Guard ships are not actually meant for towing, but we had to tow the vessel this time. With those seas and towing ropes getting parted, it was middle of the night and sea stays were more than 4 to 5 thick rains. So if this facet, through this forum, I would like to request all the shippers, owners, managers, if that thing can be at least, preemptively positioned Maybe the contractual part can happen later on, but at least the suitable tugs with a good firefighting equipment and a towing capacity can be positioned as early possible. That is one thing I would like to thank you.
Thank you very much. You made a very interesting statement when we spoke the other day, that it's teamwork. It's the team of various experts who make these things happen. And that's such a powerful statement. Captain Harinder, would you like to add anything on this, or are we going in the right direction? Are you happy with the 24,000 TEU ships coming and the risks they carry, or anything you would like to say as a regulatory body?
Yes, sir. To add on to what DIG Gujjar sir said, we are actually going ahead in the right direction in institutionalizing our salvage response framework. Presently, we do not have an institutional framework where we have a set of empaneled salvers. We are dependent on the owner's response. So that is a challenge. Fortunately, in ELSA and Vanhai, the owners were responsible. The salvers were appointed almost immediately, I would say. And in both the cases, the salvers were appointed within 24 hours of the incident being reported. Now, we are going to come out with an institutional salvage response plan, whereby we will be empaneling salvers, and any ship which will be calling any Indian port will have to have an agreement with these salvers. In case of any incident, they have to appoint the salvers. And the salvers will have to pre-position equipment and the personnel to respond to such an emergency. So that is one aspect we are looking at. The other one we have not spoken so far is the place of refuge.
Yes.
We still do not have any clear-cut guidelines on identification of place of refuge. So we are working on that aspect as well. And also how the individual coastal states would react to any incident. Because every state has an individual response mechanism. To have a unified response mechanism. And we are also looking at developing a SOP that will be done at a national level. We'll be coordinating, we'll be leading that coordination effort. So these are the three aspects that we are working on, and hopefully within a year or so, we'll have something very concrete on the ground.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think I'm being warned that as we are running out of time, we have to wrap up the session. Thank you all very much for participating in this session, and we shall continue our discussions during lunchtime and the tea breaks. There's one small thing which I would like to conclude, and I read Great Britain's performance in the early 2000s, especially in the cycling, was not very, very great. So they appointed David Brailsford as director of cycling, and he's a 1% maximum ban. And he thought about improvement and not perfection. So it's good to meet up and have these discussions and have a roadmap. But I firmly believe, and in a humble way, I suggest that if we follow that increment of 1% max improvement, we can make a lot of headway. What he did was, he changed the seats of the cycles, he changed the jerseys so that people don't sweat, he changed the pillows so that, small incremental changes, hands were washed. And that gave the result from 1 or 2 gold medals to 8 gold medals. And what we are looking for, all 10 medals in a very short span of time. And then James Clear, in his Atomic Habits, says 1% incremental changes in ourselves can change us and make us a 37% better person. With that note, may I call this session or conclude this session and thank all of you for being so patient, and Captain Harinder, Yon, the tallest man, DIG Jugar, and DIG Gujjar, I beg your pardon, and Prashant for participating and making this preparation. Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, indeed, it was such an interactive sessions. I'll request our moderator and speakers to please stay back on the stage. I'll request DG sir to please join us on the stage so that we can present a token of appreciation for such a wonderful session right here. Everybody, first of all, a round of applause for our wonderful moderator. Thank you so much, Captain Savraj Mehta, for conducting this session so well. I request DG Sir to please felicitate Captain Salvage Mehta for being the moderator of this session. Once again, thank you so much, sir, for such an engaging session. It's time to felicitate all our speakers of this session. I'll request Captain Harinder Singh to please join us in the center. A round of applause for him, please. Let's give it up for Mr. Jeroen Moij. Thank you so much for joining us today for this session. Can we have a round of applause for Tyagi Mukund Gujjar? Thank you so much, sir, for being with us today. Let's give it up for Captain Prashant, everybody. Once again, a big thank you to all of you for such a wonderful session. I'm sure we all look forward to learn more from each one of you. So during the lunch break, the floor is all open, of course. If anybody from the audience has any question, feel free to go up to them and have a word. All right, thank you so much, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you that due to time constraint, we'll be proceeding with the session 2 directly. But of course, the tea tables are open. Feel free to, bring up your teas and join us here. Tea, coffee, join us here on the table for the next session, because we look forward to see a full house right here for our second session as well of the day. So talking about the next session, let me tell you, it's going to be an interesting one. We now move to the session 2, which is all about maritime safety risk, liability and industry alignment. A session that brings together leaders with deep expertise to discuss the challenges and collaborative strategies that define maritime safety and liability in today's dynamic shipping environment. And it's our pleasure to have the moderator right here. Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you insight about him, and then I'm sure everybody will know the moderator of this session. Well, he has sailed on merchant vessels. He has an experience of nearly 3 decades. And let me tell you, he has also served the government of India for 9 years, representing the nation on global maritime platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, the moderator of this session is none other than Captain Anish Joseph, Deputy Nautical Advisor and Senior DDG Tech. I would request you to please join us and take over this session.
Good morning. Now we are moving into session number 2. Unfortunately, because of the time delays, we are trying to rush through and skip the tea break. And I have another challenge on hand because I am standing in between the lunch. But what I want to promise you, we have a very excellent array of experts. We will be working towards them and trying to bring in the perspective with respect to this particular session. To bring the session into context, let me just briefly discuss on what is our important takeaways. Why is this session very important? Can I have the front showing my presentation, please? So we have a rising regulatory environmental pressure, a pressure cooker kind of a situation which is happening right now. This session opens dialogue on the safety ecosystem with a focus on insurance laws, the regulations which are there, the actors in place, and the compliance requirements. So to put it into a quote, safety is not an insurance product, but an outcome of dignified accountability. This is an adventure for all of us. All of us are equally invested to ensure that we come out successful. I would like to bring into perspective by talking about two case reflections which happened very recently. However, as the matter is sub judice, we won't be discussing on this case during the panel discussion. The first one is the Elsa, the vessel which sank. It brought into perspective challenges with respect to the plastic pellets which landed ashore, the liability challenges, the salvage, the external variabilities which affected, which was very soon followed by the Vanai incident. The fire incident exposed challenges with respect to the carriage of IMDG. What were the key points with respect to the insurance claims and liability management, which was brought into focus. So we have the speakers bringing in multiple dimensions. The first
We also have found more and more that we're spending, two or three of my colleagues spend a lot of time dealing with sanctions and providing the top guidance to ship owners as the sanction regime comes out. This is a never-ending process at the moment, and it's still for the ship owners themselves to make decisions on what trades they carry out, but it's important that they have the background knowledge which we help to provide them with to help them to make those decisions. Safety for seafarers, but also for vessels, also underpins a lot of the work that the group clubs do together. And we are, I think there was mention, one of the speakers earlier, of our work with SINS, but there's a whole, and Marin, and there's a whole series of projects which we engage with to help to improve safety for seafarers and also for vessels. Casualty response remains hugely important, and the MOU program, which I'll talk about in a minute, is very much part of that. And also our educational outreach to ensure that people actually understand what P&I is, and also our role within the wider shipping community. And finally, we can't ignore decarbonisation. This is a really important theme, and shipping, which represents 2.8% of GHG emissions, has its role to play in global decarbonisation. So in terms of the outreach initiative and the MOU, which we have signed today and are proud to sign with India, this is really important and reflects our work in gathering together information in relation to the large casualties that the international group clubs have faced over the last 20 years or so. So we've examined over 40 major casualties. We've looked at what the issues were, what the lessons are that have been learnt, and then trying to share those amongst the group clubs, but also with the maritime authorities that we're engaging with. As one of the other speakers mentioned earlier, communication is absolutely key in terms of dealing with maritime casualties efficiently and effectively. And that requires good cooperation between all stakeholders. Collaboration is absolutely paramount here. Speed of response, understanding what each other's roles is, has become very, very important. And the more and more involvement from government organisations has also been one of the noticeable factors that we've seen again and again. So that has led to us wanting to have more and more engagement, and we've looked at physical factors, we've looked at risk allocation, and we've also looked at some of the container ship incidents that have happened, and trying to build up best practice and with our effective communication. And how does that then translate? So first of all, we have signed a number of MOUs. We're now up to about 15 countries. Last year with Canada, the UAE. Earlier this year, I traveled around South America, and we did workshops in Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, and Brazil. And what we're trying to do is establish who are the key contacts within the administrations, then building up relationships with the maritime authorities, then providing workshops, and then moving forward after that. So this is hugely important for us, and we have found really, really good engagement from the maritime authorities that we have worked with. We also get involved in spill responses, and our pollution committee is very, very active and has conducted workshops around the world, over 70 countries since 2015. One of the features of the IG website, and I'm just going to point this out, we saw the diagram from the Indian authorities earlier with their roadmap of all the ships that are trading in Indian waters. If you ever want to find out whether one of those vessels has IG Club coverage, you go to the IG website, you click on the vessel, and that will take you directly into the individual club website, and you will be able to see the certificates of insurance that that vessel has. Most maritime authorities find that incredibly useful. And on education, our P&IQ has become more and more popular. We had over 1,000 people doing our exams last year. and we are also very active in terms of engaging with maritime universities. So this year, for the first time, we did part of the course for Gujarat Maritime University, and we're looking to expand our reach and making sure that university students understand what P&I is as part of their maritime courses around the world. Our key challenges going forward, we talked about our strategy, but the group's approach to the parallel fleet, this operates outside of the IG system, and we're seeing countries more and more taking a proactive view towards the parallel or shadow or dark fleet, as it's called. Our collective voice and how best to use that, and then the emerging issues in the industry, alternative fuels, marine autonomous surface ships, nuclear, some of the commercial operators who are looking to present nuclear commercial engines going forward, and of course the geopolitical issues that the industry is facing. We are a global industry, as I said before. We need global rules, but there are some real challenges with some of this stuff going forward. In terms of our engagement with India, I wanted to do a shout out for Captain Anish for his help in terms of India and allowing IG covered vessels entry into the ports of India earlier this year. We're also very concerned about places of refuge and making sure that countries follow the IMO guidelines as much as they possibly can. We recognize this is a really difficult issue for countries, but following those guidelines and encouraging countries to take in vessels in distress is really important and may often prevent a much bigger loss in the future. Ratification of the liability conventions. We've got the HNS convention coming up in 27-28. We're encouraging countries to ratify that. And also India's very important role within the IOPC funds, which is not to be underestimated. So those are just some of the things. I'm sure there's many more and we could talk for hours, but I know we're short of time. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick. There is a lot to hear from the IG P&I. However, we have a lot of other speakers for us. It's very interesting to know. And like Nick said, the assurance which IG P&I gives is relevant from the fact that the port entry rules gives a kind of a blanket allowance for any vessel registered in the IG P&I, and that makes our life also easier because 90% of the vessels are all under the IG P&I. Then you have the balance 10% which we ensure that they come through the non-IG insurers which are also approved by us. It is important we have the third person liability perspective, but to also give an understanding of what happens with respect to assets and the insurance, I would like to invite the next speaker. The next speaker for us today is Srimati Leena Modi, proprietor Leena Modi and Associates, a reputed maritime legal expert specializing in insurance, liability and dispute resolution. It's very nice to see you again. Welcome. Please raise your hands for a loud round of applause.
Thank you, Captain, for such kind words of praise, and I hope I rise up to your expectation. Thank you, DG, for inviting, and I'm really honored and humbled to share the dais with SCI CMD Captain Tyagi. DG, thank you very much for this, remembering us for this 75 years occasion. Commemorating 75 years is no mean achievement, and that too with such major presence in every shipping facet. Thank you very much. I would like to, many things have been said. How do I go about this? The green one? Okay. Many things have been said about losses and critical learning opportunity. All maritime accidents are regrettable, but they provide a critical learning opportunity. And we have seen from 1967 Torrey Canyon till today, so many new safety conventions, rules, regulations, SOLAS, IMDG, everything coming, and there were many speakers to speak on this. With the time limit reduced, I would like to go to the case study, which probably is the forte of our work of allocation of costs. So the title of the presentation, I'll skip this. This is about the collaboration necessary in handling a casualty. So many stakeholders are there. These are only few of them. Navigating pollution control costs in maritime incident. I've taken a very simple case due to the time limitation, but it's not how many actions were taken or various types of actions were taken for pollution control is what I'm trying to tell here. It's just the general principles which are applicable to apportion the costs between hull underwriters and P&I. So we'll go through the incident. A tanker not under charter and in ballast grounded upon arrival at a load port. And after having grounded, there was lube oil noticed from a damaged shuttle, as well as diesel oil was spilling from the cargo tanks, which were damaged in the bottom. Okay, due to extensive damage, she couldn't be taken to any other port, but had to remain there and look for the repair opportunities available in that port. And that port only had a floating dry dock. So she had to be taken to a floating dry dock. Local authorities promptly imposed, thank you so much, promptly imposed various anti-pollution measures right from the time that she grounded until she was out from floating dry dock. So let's see what are these measures. Stage 1, while she was at berth, that's pre-dry docking stage, about 180 meters of floating booms were immediately deployed by the anti-pollution services of the port authorities. To contain the spill and for cleaning up operations, chemical spray was used. Now, stage 2, as the vessel prepared for immediate transfer to a floating dry dock, an additional 440 meters of floating booms were deployed to prevent oily water from leaking during the dry docking process. These booms were sourced from a patrolling tug of the Coast Guard. Now, the initial stages were critical for containing the immediate environmental damage to the sea and ensuring that further operations such as dry docking, repairs, etc. would proceed without any further risk, pollution risk, or minimal pollution risk. The swift deployment of containment measure was in response to the directives of the authorities. Third stage was skimming and barge containment cost incurred. I've kept it, again I repeat, I've just kept floating booms for ease of understanding and in the limited time to get well versed with the principle of apportionment of cost. Prior to dry docking the tanker for repairs, oily water was pumped out from cargo tanks into a slop collection barge. The Coast Guard mandated 80 meters of floating boom to be put around the barge so that there is no further spill when the discharging operation is being carried out. Now, stage 4, post-entry dry dock deployment. Once the tanker entered the dry dock, an additional 80 meters of floating booms was used to complete the ring which was laid earlier. So, 80 meters earlier and 440 meters later, so total length was 520 meters. In all, 520 meters boom was used only in the dry dock. Now, these are all just the examples to understand. Now, as the dry dock commenced lifting the vessel, a second slop barge was used to collect the oily water. Now, this oily water was discharged when the barge got lifted from the floating dock into the slop barge. We'll see the apportionment of cost and the treatment of this cost. We'll see when we do the cost analysis. Stage 6, to prevent diesel oil residues from flowing into dry dock sites and sticking to the other moored vessels, from time to time, on the directives of the authorities, another 200 meters of floating booms was used. The final stages highlights the proactive and continuous efforts of the authorities, the port authorities, the Coast Guard, to contain oil spillage in the port limits. Now we see the apportionment of the cost. Before seeing the apportionment of the cost, we need to know what each policy covers. The P&I policy covers loss, liability, costs, and expenses arising from pollution. So it is a very wide cover, and most of the pollution costs go under the P&I policy. Then what does the hull cover? The hull covers loss or damage to the vessel arising from the incident and due to the governmental authorities directives of doing the repairs under certain way. So it has to come from the damage initially, and it should be associated with repairs. Now this is the cost analysis. The first condition has been repeated here. Floating booms 180 meters procured from local anti-pollution services were deployed around the vessel. Now how is this apportioned? The basic allocation of this cost goes to the P&I coverage, and then why? Because P&I is liable for the pollution arising from the incident, and all pollution control measures taken after the initial incident are on P&I. So this interpretation aligns with the principle that measures taken purely to prevent environmental damage without directly facilitating the repair of the physical damage to the vessel falls under the scope of pollution liability covered by P&I clubs. We'll go to the second stage. The second stage was when vessel was taken to the dry dock and 440 meters of boom was put in the dry dock in the anticipation of the vessel entering the dry dock for repairs. Now, if that 440 meters had to be deployed, was it for repairs or was it for pollution prevention from initial incident? Okay, so we'll go to that stage. This is stage 3. So Coast Guard ordered 80 meters and this whilst alongside. So let's, because of shortage of time, we have seen the principle. So we've seen the incident. Let's go to the principle directly. I have been told by Captain Anish that I have to finish fast. We'll go to the principles. So post-accident measures. Following an accident involving a leakage or threatened leakage, all cost goes on P&I. If the pollution control measures have been taken because of the initial incident, it is on P&I. Even the continuous leakage in the dry dock is on P&I. Only the cost which has been incurred because of it being in dry dock and associated with repairs, they go to hull underwriters. Now the most important part is, when it goes to hull underwriters, it should not be from a new accident, which is called novus actus intravenous. So it is a legal maxim where if the escape of oil is from new incident or a new cause, then it cannot be paid by the hull underwriters. So new accident means it's a new cause, and P&I again comes into picture. So the example here given is that when the same vessel goes into the dry dock and collides or contacts with a dock gate, and there is further pollution due to damaged to the ship side cargo tank and diesel oil is out, then this pollution is another incident even for P&I deductible purpose and even for the hull deductible purpose. If the repairs are payable under the hull policy, again another deductible shall apply. Now extra cost. This hull underwriters will only bear the extra cost of pollution measures. They would not bear the initial costs. So we will hypothetically say that, had the vessel not been to the dry dock for damage repairs, an X amount would have been spent on pollution control measures or for P&I account. If it is X plus 1 and that 1 is only related to the damage repairs, that 1 portion is payable by the hull underwriters. This is just an hypothetical example, but in real life scenario or in a real accident scenario, we do come across cases where the overlapping and misallocation of pollution control cost often poses a grave problem for a claim handler to apportion it between the two underwriters. Reasonableness of dry docking, of course, reasonableness of all expenses is looked into, and fines and penalties are not recoverable under the H&M policy. I'm so sorry, I couldn't do full justice. Everybody has to speak, but thank you very much for your patient listening, and thanks. Thank you, DC. Thank you.
Ma'am, can you please take a seat? We will be starting with the panel discussion. I know I have rushed you, but a very classic example what Srimati Leena Modi gave, and it also brings into perspective the challenges we have as an administrator in an incident where you have both the hull and machinery and P&I coming in, and who will bell the cat first, and then we have to come very harsh down on both of them and ensure that the action is taken, the cost can be seen afterwards. So going on to the legislative part of it, we have with us an eminent speaker, Mr. Amitav Majumdar, whom we fondly call as Raja. May I invite Raja on the stage. Raja is the managing partner of Bose and Mitra and Company, a top maritime lawyer with decades of expertise in shipping litigation, arbitration, and advisory. May I ask you to take a seat and you can give a brief perspective on the legal element. Can I ask and can I request you to please shift the chairs into the center? Okay, Raja, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, first of all. Thank you for inviting me, Anish. Thank you, DG Shipping, for having me. And thank you for the eminent speakers. So I'm talking about the legislative intent over here. And I think it's great news because as we know that the MS Act has gone through the Lok Sabha, and hopefully it is only a matter of time before it comes through the Rajya Sabha, which will then make most of the conventions which Nick was talking about part of the Indian regime. I think the only real convention which we are still not party to is the HN Convention, but then that is about to come out. And from a public international law perspective, all these conventions which have come out through the IMO are very important for the administration, whether it be India or anywhere else, because it is through these conventions that liabilities and the extent of liabilities are properly demarcated with a ship owner and the administrator. An incident takes place and it depends on who is liable for those issues. Now, to cover those situations, and especially for this administration, these conventions cover those aspects of the cost balancing which are for the administration to bear if but for the convention. So, for example, we have the wreck removal convention which assists the administration to have what they call a direct right of action against the insurers for removal of the wreck if it falls within the parameters of the wreck convention, subject to limitation. Similarly, for CLC for tankers and the bunker convention for non-tankers. And these conventions then come into play together to ensure that the administration has a proper hold to ensure that when an incident takes place, they are able to protect not so much what the private individual requires, not the contractual elements of it, which is left to the private international law, but they are able to, if necessary, spend and recover or ask the correct person to come and assist in getting the ports, the territorial waters, the EZs, as it may to be properly looked after without the administration being put into a position where they go out of pocket. So, it is very important to understand why these conventions are in place and why we as an administration need to implement them, understand them, and that's the other thing which is very important, is understanding them, and therefore moving forward. Because with any of these incidents that take place, and when the incident takes place, it is only a joint effort of administration with the owners and insurers that a quick task can take place where the event can be averted or the event can be, the consequences of the event can be minimized. The cost, of course, comes thereafter. But if right from the beginning people talk only about the costs, only about the efforts, who's going to be liable, then really nothing moves forward. And I think these conventions give both the administrators and the insurance companies and the owners an element of who's bearing what risks. And therefore, there is a critical importance as to these conventions not only being made part of Indian law, but also people understanding how it takes effect. It's very different to having a charter party dispute or a bill of lading dispute. It's a completely different forum. So I think that is, now with the MS Act coming out, I think that is going to be a game changer.
Thank you, Raja. So Raja has been part of multiple exercises with respect to legislative drafting, the previous MS bill, and hopefully moving forward the current MS bill once it's now it's tabled it's passed through the Lok Sabha and then it will be going to the Rajya Sabha. But as you said, education and educating, and the challenge lies in the fact that we have one incident which creates havoc, and that's when the state, which is a party to that incident, and the coastal community and the government in that particular region, they start understanding the gravity and the way to move forward. So when I speak about an adventure, now we have all the classical elements. We have the legal perspective, we have the insurance perspective, but one of the most important stakeholders of the adventure is the ship owner, ship owning company, the Shipping Corporation of India. The chief CMD is here with us. He also is a seafarer himself, and he is driving this the Shipping Corporation of India's initiative. Sir, can I invite you over to the stage and seek your perspective on this? Welcome, sir. A huge round of applause for Captain Tyagi, sir. Yes, sir. So the question to you was on the owner's perspective. As this is an adventure, everybody is focused on trying to mitigate the loss as well as mitigate the incident. So I want your feedback, sir, on this.
Thank you, Captain Anish. Good afternoon once again. See, we as a ship owner, I feel assured, I feel safe. When I got the legal expert with me, I got the insurance, and we got the adjuster with us. Previous session was an excellent session where we discussed two major incidents on the container vessel of Indian coast. And the Indian Coast Guard gave a wonderful presentation where a lot of actual on-scene learning. When there is a situation like this, as a ship owner, I only can submit. Person who's on scene, who is in command, say Indian Coast Guard, Indian Navy or DG Shipping. When you are in command of the situation, don't give control to any ship owners. Keep all elements under your direct control. Nothing will go wrong. We were mentioning about that this tug has not arrived, 18 miles vessel has drifted. I think this is highly undesirable. And there is a quick learning. Already Captain Harinder was mentioning that they are going to charter the vessel. So keep this control as a central agency, either DG or the Coast Guard, direct under your control. Don't give any opportunity to the ship owner. As a ship owner, we will get into the commercial angle of this, and then there is a valuable loss of time, and that can take away all your controls from your hands. So this is one suggestion from the ship owner side. I'll take this subject little different. We are talking about the risk, safety. Today, we as a ship owner, and I think not only the maritime industry, entire world, we are living in the world of volatile, uncertain, complex, and I don't know which all words I can use. Morning, there is announcement of 25%. By evening, it gets converted to 50% tariff on India. And we as a shipping company, we as any commercial organization, cargo is loaded from, say, east to going to west. Vessel is already underway, somewhere in middle of oceans, and then this announcement comes. This will be implemented with immediate effect. Now, this seller who is going to export, who is exporting the cargo, this cargo is no more commercially viable to receive at the other end. And then there is a basically panic in the entire system. So we have the Nick with us, and how you can help us as a stakeholder in this maritime industry, how to cover this kind of risk. This is one very, very relevant. And this is not only for the maritime industry, this is for all of us. We may be directly, indirectly impacted. Further, there is one more specific, I'll take this opportunity as a ship owner to take the advice from the Mr. Nick. Lot of crude oil is coming to Indian shores. And sometimes what is the origin of this crude oil? This is questionable. We don't know from where to where it is going in daughter vessels, going to mother vessels, then going to some other vessels and coming to Indian coast. And in today's situation where there is we do not know what will be the announcement today evening or tomorrow morning, how we as a ship owner, we can protect ourselves, we can exercise some extra due diligence. So I'll request you to, if you can guide us so that we all as a ship owners and the maritime stakeholders can get some advice from you, that will really help. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you have formulated my next question itself. So it's a very sensitive area, which is with respect to the tariff war which is happening, and also the sanctions which are in place, which brings into perspective a new kind of dimension. Parallelly, when you have these geopolitical conflicts and the attacks on shipping, it brings a third dimension. And a fourth dimension, what Captain Harinder also spoken, is with respect to a lot of seafarer-related incidents, which can be medical incidents or injuries, or we have incidents of man-missing cases also, which is now coming into prominence. So, Nick, I think the floor is yours, your perspective, and how our MOU is going to help forward in this exercise.
Thank you for those difficult questions. I think sort of maybe starting off with tariffs, those are imposed at a very high level of government. You're talking the top of the American administration in particular at the moment. And your guess is as good as mine sometimes as to what is coming next and what are the real purposes behind tariffs. What we have seen regularly is the US pulling back from imposing tariffs at the last minute and pushing things back in order to try and get a deal. So I think it's applying political pressure through your ship owner organization with the highest levels of government that you can to try to secure trade deals is what I would recommend as an Indian ship owner. So maybe using INSA just to raise it with government here. This is outside of our remit, which is really with IMO and other industry organizations and is at a much higher level. So all we can do with governments is to point out potential unintended consequences, whether it be through tariffs or through sanctions that might be imposed, and that's what we try to do regularly. But ultimately it's down to the UK, the EU and the US in particular, and they have departments looking at these as to which companies and how they are going to sanction. All we can do is interpret the regulations that come out and then provide guidance to the ship owner members of the clubs, which is what we do on a daily basis, frankly. It is complicated, and I do not envy ship owners in having to make some of these decisions as to what to do. So I think that hopefully covers our limited role that an influence that we can have in terms of tariffs and sanctions. I think, does that answer your question?
The first part of it. And the second part was on seafarers. We are having more and more incidents with respect to seafarers, and that is also bringing in a lot of challenges. There are instances where the seafarers, they are repatriated, and then they are diagnosed with with a kind of a treatment which requires substantial, outflow, and then they are challenged because the P&I is not coming forward and there are hurdles. So your take on this aspect?
I mean, obviously, whenever there is an incident, it's often the case that the claimants and the Maritime Administration will look for how do we secure the vessel, and then they will also say, can we grab the seafarers and use them as the first port of call in terms of getting to the owner and the insurers behind them. That is an unfortunate consequence at the moment. Wherever that happens, we do try to use our correspondent network and in the country where the incident is taking place to help provide support to the seafarers. We're also great supporters of MLC, the Maritime Labour Convention, and providing cover to repatriate where there's been cases of abandonment around the world, and also providing cover for the crew's wages as well. And doing the repatriation is the most important thing, frankly. But it is difficult, and we've seen with the Dali where the key people are still held in the US. There are many incidents around the world where the master and the chief officer, the chief engineer, are often taken and kept for many years away from their families, and that is really, really hard.
Thank you, Nick. What's very important also is this MOU allows us to engage with your correspondents, which is a very strong network which we have worldwide. I'll just cite another example where we have had very successful engagement with the IG clubs. Was this one incident of Pavit, which was a vessel which landed off the shore of Mumbai on Rakṣā beach. And what was interesting was the vessel was abandoned off the Gulf of Aden, and it ended up coming unmanned and landing up on shore, and it raised a new set of challenges. We managed to tow the vessel, take it to the scrapyard, but the insurance club was an IG group, and they came forward in terms of the taking care of the costs which were involved in this particular exercise. So that goes forward in trying to bring a kind of reassurance of how IG Club works. Now to Srimati Modi. Madam, we we have been challenged multiple occasions in terms of you can very clearly see in your case study itself what you had presented, how there is a demarcation between the costs which will be borne by P&I demarcation, how what H&M will cover. And I will give an example. We had a recent incident, I'm not going to name. The insurance agencies which were involved, both the Hull and Machinery and P&I, as soon as we reached out to them, they agreed that they will shore one single front and the cost will be taken care in the background, which allowed us a lot of liberty in terms of very quick response, and the operation was quite successful, even though it's currently ongoing. So we would like to have your expert advice, and this is not going to end with this session. And this is something, this engagement we would need to take forward with our Indian H&M and the non-IG P&I clubs especially, which have been approved to us. So your inputs on the same.
Whenever there is a pollution, of course P&I club comes into play the first. For most of the major accidents, it's whether it's pollution arising out of collision or otherwise. Now, when pollution occurs, P&I mobilizes the salver, mobilizes the lawyers. All the agencies which are required are generally mobilized by the P&I club. And as per practice, a guarantee is taken for all, whether it's salvage security or whether it's a collision security. In a collision guarantee is given, and in a salvage security is given. And nothing is delivered, nor the ship, nor the cargo, until the salvage security is placed, or collision guarantee letter is given. But if it's a non-IG group of P&I club, the collision guarantee letter, whether it would come through is a question mark, and if so, to what extent? Because under the standard policy, 3/4 of the collision liability is hull underwriters' liability, and 1/4 is the P&I liability. But since everything is fronted by the P&I club will ask a counter guarantee from the, this is a standard practice. It can deviate case-to-case basis, but this is a standard practice. So the P&I club will ask for a counter guarantee from the hull underwriters. It's generally given easily through a London broker, and it's not a problem at all if it's an IG group of, one of the 13 IG group clubs. But where it is a non-IG group, there are problems, and we also in our practice have seen many such problems in practically handling this matter of salvage security and collision security. And also GA security, but GA security, since GA adjusters are involved, it becomes a little more easy, and it's not for an quantum, it's just an undertaking. So GA securities are far more simpler than the collision securities where non-IG groups are concerned. So in such a case, what is the recourse for the person who has already spent? At times it's a ship owner who finances the expenses. At times it's Coast Guard or authorities who have spent money on it. And how to recover that expense will always be a very, very problematic thing unless the guarantee comes through. So as first responders, I have seen very often in my last 3 decades of career that in this career I have seen that Coast Guard has assisted so many times. So many times they have gone as first responders, and there's no salvage put up. There's no salvage cost put up. And if put up, whether it would be payable or not is always a question. And more so when the credibility or the creditworthiness of both the insurers is a question mark. I hope that answers your question, Captain.
Thank you. And I think we will have to work together, especially with the non-IG group, how to try and take the guarantee or have a quick mechanism to have it in place.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Leena Madam. Now, I think I'll pose the final question. And before we have any questions, if any, from the audience, to Raja. Raja, like Leena Madam said, the different cases, different kind of nuances are there. And especially, there is no one solution fits all. Even if you take it in terms of the liability regime, and we have been challenged by multiple cases, whether it is with respect to the ratification to a convention or its applicability. We are moving ahead in the right direction because our MS bill, which has been approved by the Lok Sabha, now moves on to the Rajya Sabha. We are very hopeful that in the winter session it gets passed. And that will give us the comfort that we are party to these conventions, which not only give us additional covers, but they give assurance in terms of the payment. So, like you mentioned, the training is a very integral part and educating the stakeholders. So, I want your thoughts and takeaways, how we can take this forward.
See, I think first of all, people have to, and I'm sure ship owners understand it very well. The hull and machinery insurance is a very different insurance to a P&I insurance. I think that's the first part of it. There are a lot of casualties which may not be P&I at all. P&I only comes in if there is a pollution threat, if the crew are involved, or if there's a third-party liability which comes into it. Now, I'm just giving an imaginary situation that there is a casualty which happens to a ship, an engine breakdown or engine fire which takes place, but which makes the ship idle, but is not a total loss or a constructive total loss or wreck. Now, normally, unless there is a fear that there's been a breach of the bunker tank or something, the P&I that's a hull and machinery job. And the P&I will not come into that. There is nothing. People will first thing that people say as soon as the incident takes place is, let's get for P&I. But it's not the P&I, that's the hull. If there was a fear that there's a bunker tank rupture, or it's a tanker where the oil is going to come out, or there's containers which have fallen off and therefore need to be picked up, or those will become third-party liabilities where the P&I will come in. But otherwise, until such time as the vessel becomes a state where the hull declares it as a total loss, or it becomes a wreck, that the P&I will come in to take over the whole issue. So I think the risk allocation and understanding the two types of insurance right at the beginning is very important. And similarly with collision, where we have collision matters, again, it is both parties. If it is a collision between two ships, I mean, collision is much easier. But if there's a collision between two ships, there is insurance of both sides which have to secure each other. Now, as you correctly said, if it's an IG P&I Club or a non-IG P&I Club, again, for the damage done to the ship, it's the hull who wants the security, because it is they who are going to repair it. But the security they want is from the other side's P&I. Now, if that P&I has a good reputation and a good relationship with the hull of that country, because like each hull it's not all comes from London. For example, in India, under the Indian law, you can only take hull and machinery from the Indian insurance company. You cannot take it from a foreign insurance company. If you have a good relationship, then the P&I fronts the security, having taken a security, counter security from hull. But if the P&I is not happy with the hull or is not able to feel comfortable, then there is an issue, because then the first person who has to put up the security is the ship owner. So P&I is a pay-to-be-paid principle. It's not a direct action other than where the convention makes it a direct action. And a hull, anyways, is never a direct action. So it is the ship owner who comes in, the credibility of the ship owner, which will matter. And that is where you need to, and the rules that you've got for vessels which come into Indian waters, the port entry rules, to a certain extent by having P&I clubs who you have vetted to know that, okay, these are reputable P&I clubs, to a certain extent sieves out those ships which shouldn't be coming to our waters and thereby causing any problem.
Yes, rightly said. In terms of us having a challenge, and again, not only the hull and machinery and P&I have to work together, specifically the Indian H&M, but as an administration also, when we are looking in terms of having specific salvage rules, which are also a part of the MS bill, which has been tabled in the parliament, we have to work on certain mechanisms which are there in place. We have a very good mechanism of having the port entry rules, which has got specific directions in terms of onboarding of non-IG group, which gives us a kind of a comfort factor. So even as an administration, it's easy for us to move and work with the P&I insurers. But hull and machinery always brings a challenge. I think these are takeaways which we can.
And with hull and machinery, anyways, you never have a direct action. With hull and machinery, you have to go through the ship owner. So therefore, your only recourse is arresting the ship, and if the ship owner is not worth the paper that is written on, selling it and liquidizing it, so that then the money at least is there for priorities, and which is why we have the Admiralty Act, we have the priorities where the salvos are number 2, the crew are number 1, and so that whole mechanism is in place.
I think, yes.
As far as hull and machinery insurance is concerned,
it's on. We'll have to keep it closer.
Yeah. As far as hull and machinery insurance is concerned, it's quite complex. It covers damage to the ship, that's fine. But it's quite complex in its interpretation where every clause is concerned. And the training necessary, since we are on this forum, the training necessary is almost nil in this market. For hull insurance only I'm speaking. So it's a need of the hour that hull and machinery insurance be taken to young generation who can qualify in this and also understand the nuances of its application. Hull by itself is an ocean-going asset, which a ship owner hands it over to XYZ, that is managers, operators, crew, and he has no control on it. And this is the only insurance in my all insurance understanding, this is the only insurance which covers negligence. And when negligence comes before as a cause of damage, the first question is asked is whether crew will accept it, whether crew will be charged for it, but it is not that way. It also has a proviso of owner's want of due diligence. Now this understanding of engineering losses in a ship arising out of negligence and the implication of ISM and SMC on it, and the bridge movement logbook, bridge maintenance logbook, so many things come into picture, the movement logbook. Now, all that has to be studied, and if an hull underwriter claims department has this expertise, we would never have had any problem in settling a hull claim, because it's a very wide cover.
Thank you, ma'am. So actually, we need to appreciate the International Maritime Organization conventions, and these conventions come into force for extreme events. Unlike situations where H&M will apply, for example, there's a fire on board and it has not resulted in any spill or the vessel landing ashore as a wreck, and then you are caught in between. So that way, we get a better perspective of how the pay to be paid and how the blue card being there gives a kind of a comfort factor. I think in closing, we have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions, and then we'll close the session. Anyone from the audience want to ask any question? Can we have the mic in the audience, please? I can see Captain Achudan sir there. He is saying that he has sent me a message. Let me just see. So, sir has asked 2 questions. Tariff is to be paid by the receiver. He may or will pass it on to the seller. P&I can cover risks, not uncertainty. Can he clarify these 2 statements? I think probably it's for Nick. And can we have some mic in the audience, please? Nick. So the question is, tariff is to be paid by receiver. You can have a look at the question. Captain Ajay Achudan sir is an educator, and he always gives bouncers as questions. He's actually asked two different complicated. I don't know whether there is an interlinkage between tariff and P&I, but still, it is kind of a statement, sir. If you can be very specific, any question you want to ask, can you just pass on? Because he says that tariff is to be paid by the receiver. P&I can cover risk, not uncertainty.
So let's say President Trump, the noble Trump, puts a 25 or 50% tariff. Actually, the tariff is paid by the receiver of the goods in USA. And then they may pass it on to the seller. So going to Captain Tyagi's question, suppose the shipping moment had already taken place and somewhere midway the tariff has been announced. The risk is on to the receiver of the goods is what my understanding is. It is for the subsequent goods which are going to be sold or bought by the buyer in USA where he may pass it on to the seller of the goods. That's the number one question. The second is in response to what you already asked about the risk. P&I Club and IG clubs can cover risk, which is calculable. You can calculate it, but not for uncertainty. So I'd like Nick to respond to that.
Thank you. I think in terms of tariffs, that's very much a question between the seller and the receiver. And the trade that goes on between the two of them, that wouldn't have anything to do with P&I cover. I hope that answers your question. That's not the sort of risk that a club would cover. That's a trading risk. And I didn't quite catch the second question. That was risk of uncertainty, unfortunately. Again, that's something which is, as I try to answer, we are not in control of tariffs and we do not cover that. We're covering normal shipping risks, not political risks and what is happening there. So unfortunately, you'll have to go elsewhere.
Any other questions? Can you please give your name and from which organization you are, and then you can pose your question, and please tell whom you want the question to be answered by.
Shri Basu, Principal.
Can you speak a little louder, please? Can you keep the mic a little more closer?
Dr. Shri Basu from OERC Academy, Principal. So my question is very simple and it's to you, sir. That today you have signed an agreement with the IG P&I. And till date, as you know,
the MC to take it forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our session 2 of our conference. Of course, heartfelt thank you to all the dignitaries on the stage here for such an interactive session for all of us. All right, DG sir, I'll request you once again to please join us so that we can felicitate each one of them. It's time to express our gratitude to the moderator of this session. I'll request DG sir to please felicitate Captain Anish Joseph for being a wonderful moderator of this session. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for him, please. And finally, a token of gratitude for all our speakers of this session. I'll request Mr. Nick Shaw to please join us in the center. A round of applause for him, everybody. Then we have a round of applause for Mr. Amitava Majumdar. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. Can we have a round of applause for Srimati Leena Modi? Thank you so much, ma'am. It was wonderful to have you with us on the stage. Everybody, last but not the least, a round of applause for Captain B.K. Tyagi. It was an honor to hear from you. Thank you so much, Captain B.K. Tyagi. Once again, a big thank you to all our dignitaries. Thank you so much, all of you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, finally, it's time that we take a break for lunch. I'm sure we are looking forward to get the energy back for the next session we have lined up. Please make sure that you grab up this opportunity to network with all the fellow dignitaries we have in the house today. Also, let me remind you that we have a photo booth at the back. You can definitely head over there and click some pictures and make it memorable. Last but not the least, we look forward to start off the session 3 at 2:30 p.m. We look forward to have you all here on time. Thank you so much, everybody. Looking forward to see you all back soon.
When chaos strikes at sea and minutes matter, a single beacon lights the path, coordinating, responding, leading. This is India's DGCOM Center. When chaos strikes at sea and minutes matter, a single beacon lights the path, coordinating, responding, leading. This is India's DGCOM Center.
This center functions as a nerve center between the ships, between the various agencies.
And this center responds to emergencies in case the emergency is happening in around Indian coast or it is occurring on ships in which Indian seafarers are involved.
From critical data exchange to crisis response, this is where India's maritime action begins.
It continuously interacts with all the agencies so that the communication flow is smooth and the communication should be transmitted swiftly.
Established in the wake of global maritime threats, the Directorate General of Shipping operates this 24/7 command center.
For all emergencies, the DGCOM Center is the first reporting point. From this center, all the activities are initiated.
From natural disasters like cyclones to marine casualties, including oil spills and accidents, and security threats like piracy or hijacking, the DGCOM Center coordinates swiftly with maritime rescue coordination centers, ensuring no call for help goes unheard.
Each and every minute counts in case of emergency.
In 2024 alone, responded to more than 190 incidents.
When an incident is reported, the DGCOM Center activates instantly. Information flows seamlessly to designated authorities. Alerts are dispatched to the Indian Coast Guard's Maritime Rescue Coordination Centers, port authorities, ship owners, and other stakeholders. Collaboration is at the core, linking the Navy, Coast Guard, ports, and global partners to ensure unified maritime action. During cyclones, the DGCOM Center tracks weather systems, warns ships in danger zones, shares alerts with ports and rescue agencies.
The center collates information from all the ports where the cyclone is likely to hit or likely to have an impact. We inform the ship, inform the company to ensure that our seafarers in our waters remain safe at all times.
In the event of an oil spill, the DGCOM Center alerts authorities, protecting the environment and reinforcing our commitment to safety. Central to maritime security is the Ship Security Alert System. Concealed aboard vehicles, this system allows crew members to discreetly transmit distress signals during threats like piracy or hijacking. Once activated, the system sends continuous alerts to designated authorities without alerting the attackers. These alerts reach the DGCOM Center instantly and allow swift, coordinated action, safeguarding lives and cargo.
The center is known for its efficiency in communicating, in delivering immediate response to any emergency.
Also housed alongside the DGCOM Center, the National LRIT Data Center, a vital tool enhancing maritime safety through real-time vessel tracking.
We started in a tiny room where it was the small computer and few personnel receiving only a security alerts. Now we have integrated this DGCOM Center with the multiple information such as national AIS data, we have a satellite AIS data, we have a weather data from Indian Meteorological Department and other agencies, and we have information from the Indian National Center for Ocean Information System.
Equipped with latest and advanced monitoring systems and satellite communication tools, the center maintains a vigilant watch over India's vast maritime domain.
So this DGCOM Center is built and created by India, by Indians, but providing services to the entire world. The core of this DGCOM Center is our people here.
We are here to stay strong and more prepared than ever. Simply put, India is at the forefront of maritime operations.
Our resolve is growing stronger, and DGCOM Center is committed to ensure that our shipping lines are safe and our seafarers are safe.
Guiding with purpose and keeping every lifeline alive when it matters most. This is India's DGCOM Center.
India's rich maritime heritage dates back to the Indus Valley civilization, where early evidence of organized shipping and trade can be found. The port city of Lothal was one of the world's earliest known dockyards, showcasing the advanced engineering skills of the Harappans.
In the event of an oil spill, the DGCOM Center alerts authorities, protecting the environment and reinforcing our commitment to safety. Central to maritime security is the Ship Security Alert System. Concealed aboard vehicles, this system allows crew members to discreetly transmit distress signals during threats like piracy or hijacking. Once activated, the system sends continuous alerts to designated authorities without alerting the attackers. These alerts reach the DGCOM Center instantly and allow swift, coordinated action, safeguarding lives and cargo.
The center is known for its efficiency in communicating and delivering immediate response to any emergency.
Also housed alongside the DGCOM Center, the National LRIT Data Center, a vital tool enhancing maritime safety through real-time vessel tracking.
We started in a tiny room where it was the small computer and few personnel receiving only a security alerts. Now we have integrated this DGCOM Center with the multiple information such as national AS data, we have a satellite AS data, we have a weather data from Indian Meteorological Department and other agencies, and we have information from the Indian National Center for Ocean Information System.
Equipped with latest in advanced monitoring systems and satellite communication tools, the center maintains a vigilant watch over India's vast maritime domain.
So this DGCOM Center is built and created by India, by Indians, but providing services to the entire world. The core of this DGCOM Center is our people here.
We are here to stay strong and more prepared than ever. Simply put, India is at the forefront of maritime operations.
Our resolve is growing stronger, and DGCOM Center is committed to ensure that our shipping lines are safe and our seafarers are safe.
Guiding with purpose and keeping every lifeline alive when it matters most. This is India's DGCOM Center.
India's rich maritime heritage dates back to the Indus Valley civilization, where early evidence of organized shipping and trade can be found. The port city of Lothal was one of the world's earliest known dockyards, showcasing the advanced engineering skills of the Harappans. Archaeological discoveries, including well-structured docks, warehouses, and maritime artifacts, indicate the early maritime prowess that laid the foundation for India's long-standing role as a key player in global trade, influencing maritime activities for centuries to come. India's maritime sector is on a transformational journey towards sustainability, safety, and innovation. At the heart of this transformation is the Directorate General of Shipping, the apex regulatory body overseeing the Indian shipping industry. As we celebrate 75 years of excellence, we reflect on our achievements and set sail towards a smarter, greener, and more secure maritime future. Since its establishment in 1949, DGS has been the backbone of India's maritime governance. From ensuring the safety and security of vessels to regulating the training and welfare of seafarers, it plays a crucial role in shaping the industry by implementing international conventions such as SOLAS, MARPOL, STCW, and MLC. DGS aligns India's shipping sector with global standards. Today, it is leading the way in promoting green shipping, digital transformation, and smart maritime solutions, ensuring efficiency and sustainability in operations. As India moves towards becoming a global maritime powerhouse, DGS remains steadfast in its mission to drive innovation and compliance. The transition from the Directorate General of Shipping to Directorate General of Maritime Administration marks a new era of maritime administration, bringing together multiple sectors under one unified authority. As India's maritime sector expands beyond shipping to encompass ports, shipbuilding, ship recycling, offshore operations, and inland waterways, an integrated governance approach will be implemented under the revised authority granted to the Directorate by the new Merchant Shipping Bill 2024. As maritime trade continues to grow, ensuring safety, security, and environmental protection is more important than ever. India ensures timely risk identification and mitigation in maritime security operations by leveraging training along with advanced monitoring and response mechanisms. Also, the Directorate collaborates with the Indian Navy, the Coast Guard, other intergovernmental, international, regional, and non-governmental organizations to mitigate threats and other emergencies. For 75 years, the Directorate has played a pivotal role in shaping and regulating India's maritime sector. As we celebrate this historic milestone, we take a moment to reflect on our journey, engage with our stakeholders, and chart a course for the future. The 75th anniversary of DGS is not just a commemoration, it is a reaffirmation of our commitment to a greener, smarter, and safer maritime industry. As we celebrate 75 years of excellence, we look ahead to the future. DGS is committed to digital transformation, green shipping, and global leadership in maritime governance. Our roadmap for Maritime India Vision 2030 and Amrit Kaal Vision 2047 aligns with India's ambition to become a maritime superpower. Join us as we shape the future of Indian.
When chaos strikes at sea and minutes matter, a single beacon lights the path, coordinating, responding, leading. This is India's DGCOM Center.
This center functions as a nerve center between the ships, between the various agencies.
And this center responds to emergencies in case the emergency is happening in around Indian coast or it is occurring on ships in which Indian seafarers are involved.
From critical data exchange to crisis response, this is where India's maritime action begins.
It continuously interacts with all the agencies so that the communication flow is smooth and the communication should be transmitted swiftly.
Established in the wake of global maritime threats, the Directorate General of Shipping operates this 24/7 command center.
For all emergencies, the DGCOM center is the first reporting point. From this center, all the activities are initiated.
From natural disasters like cyclones to marine casualties, including oil spills and accidents, and security threats like piracy or hijacking, the DGCOM Center coordinates swiftly with maritime rescue coordination centers, ensuring no call for help goes unheard.
And every minute counts in case of emergency.
In 2024 alone, responded to more than 190 incidents.
When an incident is reported, the DGCOM Center activates instantly. Information flows seamlessly to designated authorities. Alerts are dispatched to the Indian Coast Guard's Maritime Rescue Coordination Centers, port authorities, ship owners, and other stakeholders. Collaboration is at the core, linking the Navy, Coast Guard, ports, and global partners to ensure unified maritime action. During cyclones, the DGCOM Center tracks weather systems, warns ships in danger zones, shares alerts with ports and rescue agencies.
The center collates information from all the ports where the cyclone is likely to hit or likely to have an impact. We inform the ship, inform the company to ensure that our seafarers in our waters remain safe at all times.
In the event of an oil spill, the DGCOM Center alerts authorities, protecting the environment and reinforcing our commitment to safety. Central to maritime security is the Ship Security Alert System. Concealed aboard vehicles, this system allows crew members to discreetly transmit distress signals during threats like piracy or hijacking. Once activated, the system sends continuous alerts to designated authorities without alerting the attackers. These alerts reach the DGCOM Center instantly and allow swift, coordinated action, safeguarding lives and cargo.
The center is known for its efficiency in communicating, in delivering immediate response to any emergency.
Also housed alongside the DGCOM Center, the National LRIT Data Center, a vital tool enhancing maritime safety through real-time vessel tracking.
We started in a tiny room where it was a small computer and few personnel receiving only a security alerts. Now we have integrated this DGCOM center with multiple information such as national AIS data, we have a satellite AIS data, we have a weather data from Indian Meteorological Department and other agencies, and we have information from the Indian National Center for Ocean Information System.
Equipped with latest in advanced monitoring systems and satellite communication tools, the center maintains a vigilant watch over India's vast maritime domain.
So this DGCOM center is built and created by India, by Indians, but providing services to the entire world. The core of this DGCOM center is our people here.
We are here to stay strong and more prepared than ever. But simply put, India is at the forefront of maritime operations.
Our resolve is growing stronger, and DGCOM Center is committed to ensure that our shipping lines are safe and our seafarers are safe.
Guiding with purpose and keeping every lifeline alive when it matters most. This is India's DGCOM Center.
India's rich maritime heritage dates back to the Indus Valley civilization, where early evidence of organized shipping and trade can be found. The port city of Lothal was one of the world's earliest known dockyards, showcasing the advanced engineering skills of the Harappans. Archaeological discoveries, including well-structured docks, warehouses, and maritime artifacts, indicate the early maritime prowess that laid the foundation for India's long-standing role as a key player in global trade, influencing maritime activities for centuries to come. India's maritime sector is on a transformational journey towards sustainability, safety, and innovation. At the heart of this transformation is the Directorate General of Shipping, the apex regulatory body overseeing the Indian shipping industry. As we celebrate 75 years of excellence, we reflect on our achievements and set sail towards a smarter, greener, and more secure maritime future. Since its establishment in 1949, DGS has been the backbone of India's maritime governance. From ensuring the safety and security of vessels to regulating the training and welfare of seafarers, it plays a crucial role in shaping the industry by implementing international conventions such as SOLAS, MARPOL, STCW, and MLC. DGS aligns India's shipping sector with global standards. Today, it is leading the way in promoting green shipping, digital transformation, and smart maritime solutions, ensuring efficiency and sustainability in operations. As India moves towards becoming a global maritime powerhouse, DGS remains steadfast in its mission to drive innovation and compliance. The transition from the Directorate General of Shipping to Directorate General of Maritime Administration marks a new era of maritime administration, bringing together multiple sectors under
When chaos strikes at sea and minutes matter, a single beacon lights the path, coordinating, responding, leading. This is India's DGCOM Center.
This center functions as a nerve center between the ships, between the various agencies.
And this center responds to emergencies in case the emergency is happening around Indian coast or it is occurring on ships in which Indian seafarers are involved.
From critical data exchange to crisis response, this is where India's maritime action begins.
It continuously interacts with all the agencies so that the communication flow is smooth and the communication should be transmitted swiftly.
Established in the wake of global maritime threats, the Directorate General of Shipping operates this 24/7 command center.
For all emergencies, the DGCOM Center is the first reporting point. From this center, all the activities are initiated.
From natural disasters like cyclones to marine casualties, including oil spills and accidents, and security threats like piracy or hijacking, the DGCOM Center coordinates swiftly with maritime rescue coordination centers, ensuring no call for help goes unheard.
Each and every minute counts in case of emergency.
In 2024 alone, responded to more than 190 incidents.
When an incident is reported, the DGCOM Center activates instantly. Information flows seamlessly to designated authorities. Alerts are dispatched to the Indian Coast Guard's Maritime Rescue Coordination Centers, port authorities, ship owners, and other stakeholders. Collaboration is at the core, linking the Navy, Coast Guard, ports, and global partners to ensure unified maritime action. During cyclones, the DGCOM Center tracks weather systems, warns ships in danger zones, shares alerts with ports and rescue agencies.
The center collates information from all the ports where the cyclone is likely to hit or likely to have an impact. We inform the ship, inform the company to ensure that our seafarers in our waters remain safe at all times.
In the event of an oil spill, the DGCOM Center alerts authorities, protecting the environment and reinforcing our commitment to safety. Central to maritime security is the Ship Security Alert System. Concealed aboard vehicles, this system allows crew members to discreetly transmit distress signals during threats like piracy or hijacking. Once activated, the system sends continuous alerts to designated authorities without alerting the attackers. These alerts reach the DGCOM center instantly and allow swift coordinated action, safeguarding lives and cargo.
The center is known for its efficiency in communicating, in delivering immediate response to any emergency.
Also housed alongside the DGCOM center, the National LRIT Data Center, a vital tool enhancing maritime safety through real-time vessel tracking.
We started in a tiny room where it was the small computer and few personnel receiving only a security alerts. Now we have integrated this DGCOM center with the multiple information such as national AS data, we have a satellite AS data, we have a weather data from Indian Meteorological Department and other agencies, and we have information from the Indian National Center for Ocean Information System.
Equipped with latest and advanced monitoring systems and satellite communication tools, the center maintains a vigilant watch over India's vast maritime domain.
So this DGCOM center is built and created by India, by Indians, but providing services to the entire world. The core of this DGCOM center is our people here.
We are here to stay strong and more prepared than ever. Simply put, India is at the forefront of maritime operations.
Our resolve is growing stronger, and DGCOM center is committed to ensure that our shipping lines are safe and our seafarers are safe.
Guiding with purpose and keeping every lifeline alive when it matters most. This is India's DGCOM Center.
To the celebratory conference.
As the fast
To the celebratory conference on the occasion of Mr. Chirag Pari,
Involved in a collaborative approach and
very cussed in trying to truncate that. But may I urge you that if you can please limit it to no more than 10 minutes at the end of the day. And also we were planning to have an internal Q&A, but I'm not too sure whether we'll be able to still accommodate that. We'll see how it goes. But I wanted to keep it fairly interactive and throw the floor open to all of you, the participants who are around here, so that we will field questions from all of you in the audience, because that's the way to stay engaged rather than deliver a monologue. That said, let me just share just a few perspectives of the way I see maritime security unfolding here. Generally the conception of maritime security is, you have a kinetic action from the militaristic perspective, often the soft power approach, which Professor Joseph Nye of the Harvard University advocates. It's often lost sight of, although that's a complementary element to, eventually fostering maritime security too. The one strand that sticks out to me is, you look at transnational organized crime. Any guesses what could be the monetary quantum of the proceeds of crime? It's a staggering close to $3 trillion on an annual basis is what is generated as proceeds of, it's obviously illicit. And if you have a global economy which is $109.7 trillion of GDP, you can pretty much do your math, 3 to 5 trillion of illicit proceeds to 110 global GDP number. So that's astounding. Then you look at it's obvious that there are the very traditional modus operandi, the manifestations of crime, from piracy, armed robbery, then you have drug trafficking, illicit arms getting pushed, illegal migration, human trafficking, and then of course there is money laundering and terrorist financing. These are two nuances which not much light is shed on, but needless to say, all of these other transnational organized crimes, they eventually culminate in laundering those proceeds. And so that's an attribute we need to be extremely cognizant of. And the intrinsic linkages to terrorist financing arising out of all of these illegal activities is now very well established empirically. Let's quickly look at some of the international legal instruments that are at play in the realms of maritime security. You have the UNCLOS, one clear deficiency, Article 110, correct me if I'm wrong, those of you from the Navy and the Coast Guard, it does not empower you, for instance, to board a vessel, much less interdict it, even if you have reason to believe in the case of drug trafficking. So that's a clear lacuna, which of course is a void that is not easy to fill. Then you have the UN Security Council resolutions. There are 19 of them, and all of them administer sanctions. Most of these sanctions have a maritime nuance or a maritime dimension. For example, just to name one, the UNSCR of 1991, which is the oldest regime of sanctions imposed by the international body. It's specific to Somalia, which proscribes the shipment of charcoal from out of Somalia and also trafficking in arms and small firearms. Then you have the United Nations Convention on Transnational Organized Crime, the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. Then you have the 40+9 recommendations of the FAT, of the Financial Action Task Force, dedicated to money laundering and combating terror financing. Then you have the Cybercrime Convention, which as in the morning I had alluded to, is an emerging threat, a very, very distinct threat. And just wanted to second guess, $330 billion is what is illicitly generated through cyber crimes world over at a very conservative estimate on an annualized basis. Then which are some of the agencies that grapple with all of these maritime security threats? Of course, you have the traditional navies, the coast guards, the marine police, and the paramilitary forces which are there in the maritime domain. And then, of course, you have the United Nations Security Council, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, International Criminal Police Organization in the form of the Interpol, the International Maritime Organization. Of the UNODC, just wanted to mention there's a global maritime crime prevention program, which has very relevant toolkits. TTX, for example, is the abbreviation. It's what is called as a tabletop exercise. Then you have the ship in box. It's a simulated environment where you try and figure out that if you have a scenario on board a vessel, how do you then deal with it? So that's a visualization process. And then you have VBSS, verify, board, search, and seize. And then, of course, you have an integrated approach towards cooperation. So there are these armory of tools that are available in the realms of maritime security. But more than that, I think it's best that we hear from the panelists, an extremely eclectic panel drawn from in an interdisciplinary basis that bring in a wealth of experience and expertise. So I would now yield and cede the ground for them to please come forward. And I would request again, very, very sincerely urge, if they can please cap their presentations to no more than 10 minutes. The idea is that we wind up by about 4, then we throw the floor open for the next 10 minutes. Because at the end of the day, we have to ensure that this is a dialogue. It's a participative process where the audience here stays engaged with us rather than deliver a monologue. With this now, it's over to DIG Mr. Mukund Gujjar from the Coast Guard. Thank you.
Once again, good afternoon. And sir, I'll try to be as fast as possible. Thank you for that. Do let me remind, in case I'm extending. I'll be presenting very brief the maritime security challenges. And as sir has already mentioned, that no one entity or one country can cater for the entire gamut and the extent of the challenges we are faced with, and hence the importance on regional cooperation. India and Indian Ocean region. India and Indians are central to the story of Indian Ocean. And it is not accidental that this ocean is named for India. And to understand the Indians' importance in the maritime perspective, I am putting the map in the slightly different way. As you see, India's location is not only strategic, economically benefitable, but also vulnerable. India has earned its Golden Bird label centuries ago due to its riches, and more than 24% of the world's GDP, stimulating a global race to trade with India. And we know the earliest maritime trade routes dated back 2500 BC. So with this importance in the background, we have multifarious threats and challenges due to integration and conflicts and the preceding changing world order. And there has been considerable growth in the aeronautical and maritime traffic, resulting in incidents, transnational maritime crimes, piracy and armed robbery, narcotics, human trafficking, and illegal migration. Apart from that, new age terrorism has taken shape, and there has been unregulated and cross-border fishing, and also the impacts of climate change are much more pronounced now. Hence, the role which Coast Guard was enacted in the early 70s has increased manifold, and the role of the service in addressing these challenges is much more pronounced now. Being an armed force protecting global commons, Indian Coast Guard Charter originates from the international obligations and national laws, mainly based on 4 pillars, that is maritime search and rescue, environment protection, law enforcement, and maintaining good order at sea. This multifarious charter we aim to fulfill through a variety of platforms, around more than 150 shore-based platforms, including air-cushioned vessels and over 75 aircrafts, which all are made in India and reflect our pride. And our lean man force just stands around 2,000 officers and 13,000 plus personnel. The Coast Guard is a nodal maritime agency for coordination of search and rescue in the Indian search and rescue region, and we coordinate through 3 Maritime Rescue Coordination Center and 36 Maritime Rescue Sub-Centers round the clock to coordinate any search and rescue operation or any maritime security operation. ICG is also the nodal agency for SAR coordination in the Indo-Pacific region, and due to the conjoined efforts of our partners, we have managed to save approximately 1 precious human life every second day. And that is the kind of business we have in our daily life. The growing maritime activity has also necessitated requisite focus on maritime environment protection, which is the extended arm of which can have implications on maritime security. And the Coast Guard is the central coordinating agency for oil and HNS spill response. We have established 4 pollution response centers at Mumbai, Vadinar, Chennai, and Shri Vijayapuram, formulated NOS DCP plan. And we also conduct national training for all the stakeholders, including ports and friendly foreign countries. And we have so far responded to 98 oil spills, including those in our AOR of friendly foreign countries. Coming to anti-poaching, poaching is a menace, especially in the island, and we apprehend them under the MZI Act of 1981. Because of the regular surveillance, and you can see on the graph that is almost reduced to very minimal. And we have caught around 1,600 boats and more than 13,000 poachers. And I'm delighted to share that at least this menace is no more a threat in Indian waters. Going to anti-piracy and armed robbery, India is a contracting party to RECAP, that is a regional cooperation agreement for combating piracy and armed robbery against ships in Asia. And Coast Guard created history with the first successful apprehension of pirated vessel MV Elenra Rainbow in the year 1999. And consequent to this apprehension, we have played a key role along with Indian Navy in evolving piracy combating initiatives. Operation Island Watch, which probably happened during your tenure, sir, which you mentioned, along with Navy, the Coast Guard operation resulted in arrest of 120 pirates during the year 2011 to 2013, including revision of high-risk area. Coming to anti-smuggling, the presence of Golden Crescent and Golden Triangle in our neighborhood presents a formidable challenge for the law enforcement agencies. Drug traffickers continue to display ingenuity in their routes as well as their methods in concealment and operations. Recently, the Coast Guard apprehended largest drug haul on November 25th, 2024, with over 6,000 kg of prohibited drug methamphetamine amounting to over $4 billion US, making our total apprehensions to over 54,000 crores. And due to incessant operations by the Indian Coast Guard and the Indian Navy, the drug traffickers have eluded the Indian EEZ, which can be seen in the map on the right corner. This is a document from the UNODC, and you can see the red lines, how these drug traffickers are trying to evade the continuous presence of the Indian Navy and Indian Coast Guard, especially from the EEZ. Over the years, the coastal security has been strengthened in a multi-stakeholder construct with the Coast Guard as a nodal coordinating authority. We have formulated standard operating procedures. Over 590 operations and 287 coastal security exercises have been conducted. Besides, a coastal security network in the form of chain of static sensors or radar has been set up by the Coast Guard and is functional. In order to integrate coastal community into the construct, over 15,000 community interaction programs have been conducted so far. The community interaction programs are a means to integrate the coastal community into our coastal security construct. We have been initiating proactive preventive measures towards cyclone preparedness with deployments of our assets. Around 14,000 personnel have been evacuated since 2015, including those in the overseas HADR missions. We pursue international cooperation efforts towards maritime security and maintaining rule-based order at sea, upholding the international conventions, treaties, and regulations as a nation we are committed to. In multilateral engagement, we are the founding members of heads of the Asian Coast Guard agency meetings and function as the chair of working groups. Coast Guard is also the founding member of the RECAP, and ICG intends to play a major role in emerging Coast Guard Global Summit. Under the South Asian Cooperative Program, Coast Guard coordinates with members on oil and chemical spill response. Our bilateral engagements are generally undertaken under the institutionalized frameworks of Memorandum of Understanding, which we have signed with 10 countries. As the moderator brought out that, how do we reach out to key challenges? So this bilateral cooperation measures, which have been adopted by many of the countries, are also adopted by us, which helps us to exchange information and at times also provide us many cues and sharing of information critically important during the operations. Based on the provision of this agreement, we undertake professional interactions, sharing of best practices, capacity building of neighboring Coast Guard, enhancement of confidence building measures, and ship visits for showcasing our capacity of our shipyards under the Make in India. As a part of capacity building for regional maritime security, Coast Guard has played a key role in setting up of the counterpart agencies in Bangladesh, Malaysia, Maldives, Mauritius, Seychelles, and Sri Lanka. We have also sent our afloat support teams to Seychelles and Mozambique, and we are conducting on-job training on board our ships for many of the friendly foreign countries. It can be realized that most of the maritime security challenges are transnational in nature. The vastness of Indian Ocean and complex geopolitical dynamics provides ample space and opportunities for the multi-spectrum challenges to evolve, sustain, proliferate, and also adversely impact our interest. Hence, the way ahead for the response and mitigation has to be regional and can be best achieved through collaboration, cooperation, and coordination. The expected areas of collaboration in the region at large may include information sharing, technological cooperation, joint training, coordinated surveillance and patrols, which may provide means to tide over the challenge of resource limitation, especially for some of the smaller countries, which are our neighboring countries. Development of appropriate legal and policy framework through regional cooperation and multilateral agreements, because as sir brought out that, especially with narcotic apprehensions, there are very limited laws where you can apprehend. And at that point of time, these regional cooperation frameworks, bilateral agreements, they come very handy. Capacity building in terms of infrastructure and resources through bilateral and multilateral initiatives. We also exchange mutual legal assistance for criminal investigation and extradition to facilitate legal procedures for overcoming challenges of overlapping jurisdiction. The Coast Guards are increasingly becoming preferred tools of maritime diplomacy and cooperation globally due to their benign character, greater acceptance, peacetime rather than belligerent roles. And Indian Coast Guard, through its multifarious charter across the maritime spectrum, is addressing the challenges of maritime security collaborative approach underlined by the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of security and growth for all in the region, acronyming as SAGA. Thank you for the patient hearing. Jai Hind, Vayam Rakṣā.
This is analyzed by a combined team to identify trends and anomalies, resulting insights shared through regular updates help align perspectives, foster informed collaboration, and support a common understanding of the regional maritime environment. Center actively hosts and participate in interactions, visits, and multinational exercises, creating valuable opportunities to share perspectives, brainstorm ideas, and exchange best practices. These engagements deepen the collective understanding of contemporary maritime challenges and, more importantly, strengthen collaboration by building trust and long-term professional linkages across the region. Beyond its core mandate, Center supports capability enhancement and knowledge sharing through workshops and seminars. The flagship Maritime Information Sharing Workshop, held in September 2023, hosted 41 delegates from 26 countries. The next edition of MISW, with participation from IORA, BIMSTEC, and DCOC countries, is scheduled in November this year. The geopolitical situation in the Western Indian Ocean region, amidst the ongoing conflict, spiraled into the maritime domain with the hijacking of MV Galaxy Leader on 19 November 2023. The volatile situation also triggered an upsurge in incidents of drone and missile attacks on the motor vessels passing through Red Sea and Gulf of Aden. The attacks on merchant traffic in West Asia led to a shift in security focus, leaving other areas vulnerable to piracy. This resurgence of Somali piracy highlights the dynamic and evolving nature of maritime threats. Moreover, the rerouting of merchant vessels to avoid the troubled waters of West Asia exposed them to harsher weather conditions in the South African region. The subsequent shipwrecks and cargo losses of vessels like MV Ultra Galaxy, CMA CGM Benjamin Franklin, Belém, and MSC Antonio demonstrate the fragility of global supply chain and the potential for localized events to disrupt maritime trade on a global scale. Further, the regional conflict in West Asia has directly impacted maritime operations in the Red Sea. Vessels such as MV Tutor, MV Verbena, MV Sounion, and the more recent victims, MV Magic Seas and Eternity, have faced devastating attacks by rebels, resulting in casualties, property damage, and disruption of trade routes. At this stage, I would like to highlight one such incident whose response was coordinated by IFC-IOR purely based on assistance from its ILOs. In the hijacking incident of Sri Lankan fishing vessel Lorenzo Puta 4, the Seychelles Defense Forces, in collaboration with Sri Lankan Navy and Indian Navy, successfully intercepted and rescued the hijacked vessel. In the incident, operational coordination and information sharing between the Sri Lanka and Seychelles ILOs at IFC-IOR played a key role. In the famed anti-piracy operations on board MV Rion, coordination and collaboration played a decisive role in its success. When the Malta-flagged bulk carrier was hijacked by Somali pirates on 14 December 2023, IFC-IOR promptly relayed key information to the Indian Navy, enabling the swift deployment of naval assets. Simultaneously, the center worked at the back end, maintaining constant coordination with the ship's CSO and the flag state, securing operational consent and the vessel's blueprint, which proved critical for the special operations team's planning and further execution. While operational actions are the visible manifestation of responses, I would like to highlight that it is a seamless interaction with the shipping company and CSOs in the background that plays a pivotal role in the success of such operations. By facilitating the sharing of information, a solid foundation is established for effective response strategies, ensuring that all stakeholders are well informed and prepared to act swiftly and decisively. Owing to its valuable contribution, Director General Shipping of India, by Circular 27 of 2023, recommended vessels to submit their transit details to IFC-IOR through an online ship reporting form available at IFCR website. Since then, we have received more than 35,000 reports online. Very recently, on 24th May this year, the center received first-hand information on call from MSC Cyprus office regarding an emergency on board MSC Elsa 3, which was approximately 30 nautical miles of the state of Kerala. The vessel by then had listed by 26 degrees and was struggling to correct list because of inclement weather conditions. CSO informed that the crew were in a state of panic and requested for urgent assistance. The center promptly initiated operational response and informed the Indian Navy and the Indian Coast Guard. Accordingly, an MR aircraft was immediately diverted towards the vessel, which also deployed 2 life rafts. Subsequently, Coast Guard and Indian Navy vessels reached the scene of action and recovered the crew from life rafts. In case of VAN I-503, upon receipt of distress information from Office of DG Shipping, the Indian Navy was promptly informed for initiating response actions. Indian Navy and ICG helicoptered on an aircraft equipped with life rafts to carry out aerial surveillance and assess the situation. An Indian Navy ship arrived on the scene and successfully rescued 18 survivors, of whom 5 had sustained injuries, including 2 with severe burn injuries. In another incident which occurred recently, the center was informed about assistance required by a Malaysian-flagged sailing yacht, BIT, manned by Chinese crew, which was transiting from Sri Lanka to Thailand. The center established contact with the shipping agent to source its positional updates and also its intentions. The information was conveyed to Indian Navy, which promptly diverted an aircraft to localize the yacht and a warship to provide necessary assistance. On 13th June, the center received an input about a medical emergency on board Singapore flag tanker Eagle Veracruz involving a crew member passing blood with increasing severity, dizziness, and weakness. The center immediately got in touch with the shipping company and master, advising them to close Kochi for the possibility of medevac. Meanwhile, Indian Navy was alerted and a naval ship was diverted towards the merchant vessel. Medical officer on board Indian naval warship was always in two-way with the master to ascertain the vitals of the crew. Medevac was undertaken and the patient was disembarked to Kochi. The center's role did not end here, and the ship's agent details were also conveyed to the Navy for further medical arrangement at Kochi. The relieved master and the CSO expressed their gratitude to the center and the Indian Navy through multiple channels. The preceding part of my presentation is intended to highlight the pivotal role that collaboration and information sharing play in enhancing maritime domain awareness. While technology provides a robust framework through sensors, surveillance platforms, and data analytics, the real strength lies in bringing together every stakeholder. When these elements operate in unison, they exponentially enhance our understanding of the maritime domain, enabling us not only to counter illicit maritime activities more effectively, but also to respond swiftly and decisively through coordinated action and trusted information flow. With this, I have come to the end of my presentation, and I sincerely thank you all for your patience hearing. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Captain Sachin Kumar Singh, for a very compact and cogent presentation. I think what really stood out and jumped out was the fact that technology is both an enabler and a differentiator. I think the criticality of this cannot be underemphasized. And I think that's, kudos to all of you for leveraging it to the optimal level. Thank you. May I now invite Mr. Elfian Harun from Intertanko, Singapore, to please make his presentation.
Good afternoon. First, I would like to thank DGS for inviting Intertanko to be part of this conference. My name is Elfian Harun. I'm the Regional Manager for Southeast Asia and India, as well as the Environment Manager for Intertanko, and I'm based in Singapore. I'll provide the shipping industry's perspective on maritime security-related concerns and the role the industry could play to supplement the work of the law enforcement agencies and the militaries, which you have heard earlier. Allow me to share Intertanko's background, especially for those who are not familiar with the work that we do. We are a trade association, and we represent independent tanker owners. We have one in India, Sanma Shipping, who is our only Indian-based full members. We do have state-owned and all major linked entities that could only join us as associate members. And the Shipping Corporation of India is one of the associate members in India. And we do have 3 service providers based in India who are providing services who are also our associate members. We do have quite a number of operational officers from our global membership operating in India, such as Anglo-Eastern, DSM, TK, V-Ship, Scorpio, K-Line, and Ishima D'Amico Group, among others. Right, so we are, So we have observer status at the IMO, the International Hydrographic Organization, UNCTAD, as well as some of the other UN agencies. And we are driven by these four strategies in the work that we do. So one is to develop and promote best practices. Just give me a minute. My tablet is not working with me. Right, all right. So we develop and promote best practices in all sectors of the tanker industry, creating an industry standard. We undertake efforts to be a positive and proactive influence, harmonizing a united industry voice as we engage policy and decision makers. We profile and promote the tanker industry. And lastly, we provide services to our members in the form of customized advice, assistance, and access to information, and enable communication between members and other stakeholders. We are a member-based organization that is run by members. Other than our council, where each full member has a seat, there are 14 technical committees comprising of volunteers from our membership that help to tackle issues impacting the tanker industry. And these span from safety, technical, environment, commercial, as well as the human element aspect, which forms the core of each decision-making made by the association. And these are supplemented by 5 regional panels covering Asia, North and Latin America, Europe, and Hellenic Mediterranean that meets twice a year to discuss issues of importance. As I mentioned, we do have strategic relations with a number of industry partners, and we do have regular conversations with OKIM, representing the oil majors, IX, the Class Society, SICTO, and CDI, that looks into the chemical tankers, in addition to our links to the UN-related bodies that I mentioned earlier. We are also a member of the Roundtable of International Shipping Associations that meets regularly to coordinate the shipping industry responses to key issues affecting the industry, as well as engage the relevant stakeholders. Some of you may be familiar with BIMCO, looking at the commercial, ICS representing the National Ship Owners Association, Intercargo representing the bulk carriers, and Intertanko, which is us, representing the tankers side of the business. As you can see from the chart on the screen, shipping is key to the global economy. I think the earlier presenters have also made this known. So it is important to note that at the core of the business is to ship goods from point A to point B, and these are purely commercial in nature. However, as the ships have to navigate in various jurisdictions, adherence to international laws and practices, as well as regional and national laws and instruction are very important. It is also important to note that the shipping industry, accidents and incidents are very expensive affairs. We are talking about human life that impact families on shore, other than the financial losses. As an international business, trust and integrity are important. Hence, regulations are important to the shipping community. Chasing profits are not over everything. However, as the Red Sea situation have demonstrated, shipping is resilient and risk aversion is part of the business. Risk aversion isn't a weakness, it is a core component of the business model. Ship owners and operators are constantly assessing and adapting to threats, whether from geopolitical conflicts or other hazards. They are not just reacting, they are making calculated decisions to manage risks. This includes rerouting vessels, adjusting insurance, and implementing enhanced security protocols. This proactive approach ensures global trade can continue even under the most challenging circumstances. For Intertanko, we believe information is key, and I think the earlier presenter did mention about information sharing. Whenever an incident occurs or if we receive news of possible issues that may affect our members' interests, we will try to verify the information from the primary source. We want to ensure that only credible information are relayed to our members and the wider industry so that they can consider adapting or adopting preemptive measures where necessary or review the vessel's passage plan where appropriate. Following an incident, we are interested to know more about the modus operandi and learning points that could be highlighted to our members. It is also important to review the information flow from the masters, voyage planners, and shoreside personnel to the military and enforcement agencies. We recognize that the master of a ship in need of assistance will appreciate immediate assistance on the ground. Similarly, to protect sensitive information, the military or enforcement agencies would prefer to share information with trusted stakeholders. Hence, the main bulk of our work in the maritime security sphere is to develop relationships with law enforcement agencies and militaries. We need to recognize that these agencies may not be familiar with commercial shipping considerations. Hence, it is important to educate them the commercial world perspective. This will allow them to take into consideration as they develop their own operational plans. For example, through our engagement with various agencies as reflected on the screen, we encourage members to capture evidence such as pictures, CCTV footages, descriptions that could facilitate follow-up investigations and actions by the authorities. As mentioned in my previous slides, information flow is critical, and we work with the various agencies to establish two-way communication channels between our members and the authorities to facilitate quick response on the ground if a vessel needs assistance, as well as helping to assess the credibility of ground information that could be relayed to the enforcement agencies. This slide reflects the engagement by Intertanko with a number of agencies involved in maritime security-related work. Our Marine Director, Dr. Philip Belcher, the one right on your right, has developed close relationships with a number of military agencies overseeing the issues in the Red Sea and Africa. I have been focusing on the Straits of Malacca and Singapore, hence my interaction with RECAP IFC, the Information Fusion Center in Singapore, as well as the International Maritime Bureau located in Kuala Lumpur. So one of the learning points that we'd like to share in terms of how industry could work together with the enforcement agencies is learning from what had been done in Straits of Malacca and Singapore. It provides a good avenue for us to learn on how collaborative work between the industry and the environment could help to address the issue. As you can see, the Straits of Malacca and Singapore is very, very crowded for those of you who are very familiar. And studies have shown about 6 choke points, potential choke points for these particular issues. And this is a key channel for our members who are carrying product cargo, oil and petroleum. So the year 2000 was significant for Straits of Malacca and Singapore. It recorded the highest number of attacks in the Malacca Strait. And of course, back then there were no Gulf of Aden, Gulf of Guinea, Red Sea issue. As the littoral states were assessed to be less attentive for maritime security, user states such as China, Japan, India, and United States indicated interest to participate in enhancing security in the area. And in 2005, Lloyd's Joint War Risk Committee listed the Straits of Malacca and Singapore as high-risk war zones, which exponentially increased the premium for ships navigating through the Straits of Malacca and Singapore. This led to a series of actions that helped to improve the situation as it is right now. Back in 2004, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore, and subsequently Thailand, collaborated under what is now known as the Malacca Strait Patrol to patrol the Malacca Straits and share information with each other. These include air surveillance subsequently. In 2006, RECAP Information Sharing Center was established. I think the earlier presenter has mentioned about this. And in 2009, the Information Fusion Center was established and hosted by the Singapore Navy. These coordinated efforts led to the situation being under control, and most of the incidents at this point of time are in fact just sea robbery and rarely cause grave harm to the seafarers, unlike the situation in other regions. I won't go into detail in RECAP because it has been mentioned, but what I would like to say is the industry engagement component which we have. I've been participating in shipping dialogues with them, both closed door and as well as sea robbery conferences, sharing of warnings and alerts as well as nautical forum. And this has worked because it provides that two-way communication, and we could also relay through RECAP any information that we would like to highlight to the coastal states that are party to RECAP. And thanks, for Intertanko, we do have MOU with Recap IIC that allow us to participate regularly and provide inputs to their work. For the IFC that's based in Singapore, hosted by the Navy, I think as mentioned, similar to IFC IOR, they do have international liaison officers, and I think we have the former head of shipping engagement, Lieutenant Colonel Daniel, in the room, so you can find him out to find out more. But having said that, our members feel that for the IFC, it helps, other than administering the voluntary community reporting system, it provides security updates and advisories to the industry and delivers actionable information to regional and international navies, coast guards, and other maritime agencies. And the focus on shipping industry's needs are much more welcome by our members. And other than forums and discussions, we appreciate that they do make ship visits, visit shipping companies, as well as participate in company security drills, as well as provide capacity building activities that benefit our members and the shipping industry. As we tackle the increasing piracy and sea robbery incidents in Straits of Malacca and Singapore through Recap IIC and IFC, Intertanko decided to take on parallel engagement with the Maritime Enforcement Agency's administration of the littoral states, namely Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. Information are shared to ensure that our activities complement those embarked by both Recap IIC and IFC. These are important, as both Indonesia and Malaysia are not parties to Recap IIC. However, we have noted Recap IIC has developed close operational links with both maritime agencies in Malaysia and Indonesia. And this is our interaction with the head of the Indonesian Coast Guard equivalent, Bakamla, their Director General for Sea Transportation, representative of the National Security Council, as well as the National Ship Owners Association. And we also try to engage the regional forces, especially near Batam, Bintan, where there's quite a number of incidents where we engage the Navy, the Coast Guard, and the Marine Police overseeing that particular area to relay our concern and to also offer assistance from industry perspective. Similarly, for Malaysia, where the main issue includes illegal anchoring and illegal STS, we engage the Director General for the Malaysian Marine Department as well as the Malaysian Maritime Enforcement Agency to relay our concerns and wish lists. We work closely with the Ship Owners Association to coordinate the messaging to the administration and enforcement agencies. And lastly, we engage the Maritime Port Authority of Singapore as well as the Singapore Navy, and these are all ongoing efforts. It's not once off. While relationship building takes time, it is definitely effective, especially in educating the enforcement agencies on issues that commercial shipping will need to consider as they plan their voyage. Similarly, the type and nature of information that the agencies would need to effectively investigate and arrest the perpetrators are important for industry to know. So these are some of the recent arrests. So in September and August 2024, following industry's feedback to the Indonesian authorities, the Indonesian Marine Police arrested syndicates that led to subsequent decline in incidents. Most recently this year, there was a spike, especially at Phillip Channel, of incidents, and a CCTV image provided by a shipping company led to the arrest of a syndicate that immediately caused the number of reported incidents to decline drastically. Interestingly, for the latest incident, the information we hear from the enforcement agency is the perpetrators will get high on drugs first before they board. So the advice for crew not to engage the perpetrators are quite apt. So to sum up, relationship building and sharing of information are key for positive collaboration between the shipping industry and enforcement agencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alfian Harun. I think there are two derivatives which I would like to take away from this. One is the criticality of timely and quality information sharing, which I think also came home driven duly from your presentations preceding. And the other one is how invaluable networking and engagement and on a collaborative basis with other stakeholder bodies is so very important. Thank you for that. May I now call upon Captain Himatri Das from the National Security Council Secretariat to please proceed with his presentation.
Good afternoon. At the outset, thanks to the DG Shipping for having me here today. It's indeed a matter of privilege for me to be here. Special thanks to Captain Anish, with whom I've interacted several times in different capacities. A word of regards to our moderator, with whom I've had the privilege of working and learning quite a bit in my earlier days when I was in the Navy. What I'll do is, it's a commemorative conference, so I'll do a bit of reflections on past events in India and elsewhere, reflections on our regional cooperation, because that's the theme of our topic today. And in the last section, I'll just cover a few facets of our maritime security architecture based on the terms of reference which were given to me. So reflecting on the past, I think one major event was the MV Alondra Rainbow incident of hijacking, a joint operation with the Navy and Coast Guard in the Arabian Sea led to its interception. And that actually underscored the need for international cooperation to respond to piracy at sea. And subsequently, under the stewardship of Japan, it led to the creation of RECAP. The second incident that I'd like to talk about is the 1999 Kargil War. It was a war on land, but what really happened was that there was a group of ministers which submitted a report on reforming national security, and one of the sections dealt with maritime borders and island securities. And the recommendation there also recommended Naval and Coast Guard officers in port committees as well as in state maritime boards. And as recent as last year, the MS rules for shipping and port security have included Naval and Coast Guard officers in port security committees. So that's a legislative requirement right now. 2008, as we are all aware, piracy had moved eastward and reached the Lakshadweeps in our EEZ. MV Stolt Whaler was hijacked in September 2008. And in October 2008, the Indian Navy deployed its first ship to the Gulf of Aden. And since then, there's been a ship deployed in the region continuously without a break. But what importantly it taught us was the need for regional cooperation. We've actively engaged with the contact group on piracy of the coast of Somalia. We were members of the shared awareness and deconfliction meeting where navies collaborated with each other. And it also taught us the need for a whole-of-government approach to things. Our moderator spoke of the revision of the piracy HRA, the high-risk area, and that was brought about with significant whole-of-government approach. 2008 attack right here in Mumbai really transformed the way maritime and coastal security was managed in India. It was a paradigm shift, actually. What really led was that we realized there was a need for greater interagency cooperation. There was a need for greater surveillance. There was a need for greater information sharing, MDA, need for capacity building, et cetera, et cetera. And so a lot of the architecture that we have today comes from this attack. We heard about Operation Island Watch in this session itself, where the Navy and Coast Guard apprehended 120 pirates off the Lakshadweep Islands. They were then successfully prosecuted in India and repatriated to their countries on completion. And that reflects the commitment of India to provide a legal finish to maritime security incidents and crime. And subsequently, we also enacted the Anti-Piracy Act in 2022. Now I move on a few reflections on our approach to regional cooperation, and you already heard a lot about it from Director IFC IOR and DIG Gurjar, but I'll provide the bigger picture on what happened. So this is a snapshot of the IFC IOR report for 2024. We can all see the security threats listed there as piracy and illegal fishing, and some of them directly affect the shipping industry, some not so much. And over a period of time, we have seen how threats to shipping have transformed. In the late 1980s, it was terrorism, first decade of 2000, piracy, and now what we see is the spillover of a land conflict onto the seas, which is affecting shipping quite a bit, as well as regional security. Before we move on to the bigger picture, we are all aware in 1993 we liberalized our economy, and today we are the third largest economy, the fourth largest economy in the world. And in the same period, the Navy has grown significantly. And as you can see from the titles of our history books, official history books, we're talking more of partnership, we're talking more of blue water navies, we're talking of a transition to eminence and guardianship. And likewise, the Coast Guard also has grown significantly, particularly after the 26/11 incident, and is amongst the largest Coast Guards in the world today. So against this backdrop, what has happened is in 2015, our Prime Minister enunciated the vision of security and growth for all in the region, the Sagar vision. And a few years later, in 2019, he articulated the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative. Why they are particularly important is because they lay a lot of emphasis on maritime security in the Indian Ocean and in the wider Indo-Pacific. Since then, we have seen, we've been part of a large number of regional organizations even before 2015. But even after that, we've seen a fair amount of consolidation and increased activity. Eastward, in 2018, through the Delhi Declaration, there was a reaffirmation of collaboration between ASEAN and India on international and regional security, including maritime security. And since then, within ASEAN and all ASEAN-led forums, there's been an increasing focus on maritime security in which India has been an active player. In 2022, the BIMSTEC had its first expert committee meeting in New Delhi, the Expert Committee on Maritime Security, and we've had 3 meetings under that, and we're looking at strengthening maritime security in the Bay of Bengal. The Colombo Security Conclave has also gained traction, and in 2020, if we look westward, we joined the Djibouti Code of Conduct, which was also spoken about a little earlier. In addition to these regional organizations, if you look at the bottom half of the screen, we also have the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium. We have the heads of Asian Coast Guard meeting, and India as a coastal state is also a part of the Indian Ocean MOU, which is headquartered in Goa. So all in all, we have seen increased movement as far as regional cooperation is concerned. What I really showed you was a short snapshot of development since then. But what you see on screen right now is the depth of regional engagement that India has as far as security and maritime security is concerned. The credits are due to Admiral Chauhan, Director General of National Maritime Foundation, who has pieced these figures together. So that's the complexity and the depth to which we are engaged. In 2021, under the Indian presidency of the UN Security Council, the first high-level open debate on international cooperation for maritime security was held, in which our Prime Minister outlined 5 principles for international maritime security. And more recently, just earlier this year, he also enunciated the Mahasagar vision, which is mutual and holistic. What really happened was after 26/11 in 2014, the National Command, Control, Communication and Intelligence Network was established. What it really did was it integrated and aggregated each of these smaller components of MDA into one comprehensive system. And so that marked a paradigm shift in the way maritime domain awareness was managed in India, and it also led to networking between the Navy and the Coast Guard. And just last month, we've had the contract for the National Maritime Domain Awareness Project, which has been signed. That will penetrate further, that will proliferate information sharing even further. And you can see in the box there how the number of op centers have increased. We had the Joint Op Center in 2008, the Information Management and Analysis Center in 2014, the Maritime MMDAC in 2021, which we were enlightened about earlier in the day today, the IFC IOR, and soon we would also be having a National Maritime Domain Awareness Center. As far as information sharing is concerned, I would think the IFC, international information sharing is concerned, I would think IFC IOR, MRCC Mumbai as a recap nodal point, and the DGCOM Center or MMDC very much linked to almost anybody and everybody involved in security and safety in India. We're also privileged to have with us the director of MRCC, who's in the audience here today. As far as IFC IOR is concerned, it was set up in 2018, and just last week they've augmented their infrastructure, and as we heard from the director himself, they're doing a lot more in the coming years to come. As far as interoperability concerned, we heard about Sagar and Mahasagar and IPOI. So those happen at the political level, but that really translates on the ground to greater interoperability between navies and coast guards. And we heard DIG Gurjar mention the entire toolkit by which interagency is developed, interoperability is developed, whether it be agreements, whether it be exercises, tabletop exercises, training, capacity building, and so on and so forth. So the Navy, Indian Navy remains a first responder in crisis anywhere in the Indian Ocean region, whatever be the nature of crisis. So having covered all this, I think what has really happened has been a transformational paradigm. In the 25 years since Alondra Rainbow incident till MV Ruin, we've seen a massive shift in the way India does its things. First reason, I think, is the institutions and a whole of government approach, which have really changed the approach. It's no more segmental or within, we talk to each other all the time, and the fact that all of us know each other, and as well as many in the audience, and have worked together is just reflective of that. The strengthening of the legal framework, the Maritime Anti-Piracy Act, which I mentioned, capacity of both the Navy and the Coast Guard has been expanded significantly, and in our respective areas of operation, I think we have great reach, greater persistence, and greater abilities of surveillance. MDA and information sharing has really had an exponential growth in the 25 years, and of course, regional cooperation, which I spoke about. And while I really focused on security, but the fundamentals that I spoke about also apply to safety, and we've heard about these incidents which have happened off the Indian coast and the joint response. In fact, if you look at the pictures which are there, we see the Navy, we see the Coast Guard, and we see a tug which has been deployed to assist in that response. So response is always joint, and that's what we are actually focusing on. And so I leave it with three concluding remarks. First, I think there's been a paradigm shift in maritime security governance in India. We've really embraced the whole of government approach. We work together, we engage together, we share information together. The second is that India has taken an active stewardship of regional and international cooperation, whether it's in the UN Security Council or whether regionally through Sagar or the IPOI, or as we move ahead, looking at other regions through the Mahasagar. And I think as we reflect on our past, we should feel fairly satisfied at the progress that we have made. And we have already set course for the future of the shipping and, industry and the shipping sector through the Maritime Amrit Kal vision. It's just upon us to consolidate and take things to an even higher level than what we have achieved so far. So thank you very much for a patient hearing. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Captain Madhuri Das. I think that was a fairly neat summation from a tabletop perspective. I think what stood out to me, and if I were to underscore two things, one is the WOG, the WOG approach. Because for far too long, the Indian agencies have been plagued with protecting the turf, crab mentality, if I may put it. And I've seen it all. I've also been part of economic law enforcement part of the DRI for a good 7-8 years and all of that. So we've come in, this is truly transformational in that sense. And the other strand, if I was to pick up, was about the interoperability. And that, if it has to be truly impactful and is seamless, I think that you need to take it to the next level. Nonetheless, thank you so much. And the final panelist for the day in this session is Mr. Chirag Bari. He'll bring an entirely different perspective from a seafarer's welfare and well-being point of view. So over to you, Chirag.
Many thanks, sir. A very good afternoon to all of you. After hearing such an enlightful sessions from different co-panelists, I'm here to present on the well-being of seafarers. How important is that as a link to the maritime security? Seafarers play a very important role in the transport of world's trade. We all are aware of that. We are doing business. We are doing the work with the seafarers on a day-to-day basis. But let us look at the ways the seafarers have been looked after and what has been done in the past and what are the things that we still have the challenges going ahead with respect to various information been shared today about the challenges in the Indian Ocean region as well as in other parts of the world because of geopolitical tensions. So let us look at some of these aspects, how critical is the impact, the well-being of seafarers to the maritime security. So who are we basically? ISWAN is a seafarers welfare organization. It's based in UK. It's a membership organization. We have a lot of shipping companies, members of ISWAN, along with welfare organizations, including P&I clubs. Some of us are present also in this August room. It's a very small team, a very dedicated team, which looks after the seafarers and their families worldwide. Our objectives and our mission is to ensure that the seafarers and their families have the right support they need so that they can respond to the challenges of the life at sea. And that we have recently, in our strategy 2025-2028, we have incorporated that all our actions, all our work are going to be seafarer-centered. And when we say seafarers, their families are always included in that. And so we are launching a lot of number of projects which are aiming directly for the families of seafarers as well. Because we understand the seafarers are at sea because to support their families at home. We run the 24/7 bespoke, the general helpline, which is free of cost for the seafarers and their families worldwide, including the yacht crew helpline. These are the free of cost, multilingual languages, and available on different platforms across. It's very, very confidential. None of the information shared in the helpline is given out in the public domain. We maintain a highest level of confidentiality between our callers, and it's free for all the seafarers and their families. We provide a listening ear in the helpline, and it's available in different languages, as I just mentioned. So let us look at some of the maritime security perspective into it. A few years back, when I was in captivity in Somalia in the year 2010, and after I returned home, I just analyzed about, what were the pre-joining initiatives were taken, what happened during the course of when I was sailing on vessels and my vessel was about to transit the Red Sea, and then the post-sea, basically the post-crisis period after I returned home or after the crisis was over, what happened.
And this is not only just me, because during the time in after I returned in 2011, I was part of, in 2012, I was part of the group called Maritime Piracy Humanitarian Response Program, which was MPHRP. Again, an NGO which was looking after the seafarers and their families' welfare who were affected by incidents of piracy, armed robbery, and hostage taking. And in that process of the nearly 3 years, we met nearly 500 plus seafarers across the globe who were ever affected by piracy incidents. And these stories are going to be reflective of those experiences that we have learned from the seafarers who are directly affected by piracy incidents. If you look at the pre-joining, what we need is basically the seafarers are going to be briefed on their awareness about the preparations that they need to make sure that before joining a vessel, are they prepared enough? Do they have enough information on what kind of vessels they are going to be joining, whether the ship has equipped with the security guards or whether there is a citadel in place, what kind of procedures and rules are going to be followed, what kind of safety mechanisms are there in the company, and they need to feel confident, and be prepared before they join any ship. And it implies to any kind of rank, any kind of nationality who is joining a ship. It's not that only the seniors on board needs to be trained fully. I personally feel each and every member on the team should be trained about how to handle different kind of crisis that happens on board, and one of that, piracy is one form of that crisis. During sailing period, they also have to do a risk assessment, and they have to follow the BMP. The latest BMP for maritime security has been rolled out, and I think they need to be aware, where do they find BMPs? When we interact with cadets in different maritime colleges, we go and visit them on a regular basis. Many of them are still not fully aware of it. And I think there's a lot of gap out there to further ensure that we prepare our youngsters also well enough, because they can be very useful during the time of an attack or during the time when the pirates are attacking or any kind of threat is emerging out at sea. We have seen that the crew cohesion plays a very, very important role into the entire of this thing. People, many of times they do not interact with each other, and they have no idea on who is going to play what kind of responsibilities during the time of a crisis. And all of these things will come only when there are proper drills in place, making sure that they understand how to prepare a citadel, for example. We have seen examples of how people went into the citadel. Unfortunately, they do not have the means to communicate out at sea, or the citadel was not properly equipped with rations and food. And this is, I'm talking about a few months back story only. So we need to still work onto a lot of these stuff to ensure that the seafarers can be safely evacuated from the citadel, and they have the time and the resources over there to rely on. The reporting centers, are the seafarers still aware that what are all the reporting centers are there that they need to report to? All the seafarers, I'm saying, because in a crisis period, it's not that only the master should be aware of everything. On my vessel, when it happened, the master was not on the bridge itself. And because he was busy in some other work, and there were people panicking all around. And do you know who were handling the steering wheel? It was only a cook and the AB who maintained their resilience to make sure, because the pirates were, are firing from both the sides of the vessel, and everybody was at fear of it. So it could be that some other seafarers may have to take over the scene, and people need to be equipped and prepared to handle these kind of scenarios. In a post-crisis period, when the crisis is over, we bring the seafarers back home, and then we say the work is over. But frankly, the work actually starts over there, because a lot of these seafarers, even though they might have been attacked and they would have been rescued, and they might not have been in captivity, or they might have just been saved properly. They might not have spent a long time in captivity, but it doesn't mean that they do not need support. The nightmares, the fear that causes all that panic needs a lot of structured support and institutional support is also necessary into all of these things. And how it can be looked after is having proper debriefing of the seafarers when they return home, when they have been safely, they've been reassured that they will be looked after well, they will be prioritized for the next job at sea, and their families will play a very, very crucial role into all of this, because during this entire period of the crisis, the families would have evenly gone through a lot of turmoil at home as well, whether it's a 1 week or whether it's months altogether. I would like to recall just a case been mentioned here about the Galaxy leader, which was held in captivity. The seafarers were held in captivity by Houthis for months altogether. More than a year they were held in captivity. Yes, there were no Indians on that, but there were other nationalities. And we were hearing the stories of those seafarers and their families. They were hardly in touch with them throughout this period. They had no idea what kind of, how they're surviving altogether. I think this is a time that we need to make sure that in all our policies and procedures, the families, the looking after of the families during this entire time needs to be taken care of as well by our shipping companies and all the organizations that are involved in it. After homecoming, we also saw a lot of issues with regards to reintegration and rehabilitation. I would like to also applaud Deepak Shetty sir's, the way, the vision he showed when he was a joint DG and then later on as DG. And I had the honor of working under him to basically looking after the families, the seafarers and the families' welfare issues at that time. Every case was different. Every seafarer's family was facing a number of challenges during this entire time. And also after homecoming, they had problem of social interactions. They had problem of socializing themselves or maybe reintegrating into the societies, because now the families have been taking decisions on their own. Earlier, they were all dependent on the seafarer to take a decision. And the seafarer, when they have returned home, they will find it difficult to adapt themselves to the changes that have been happening at home. So a lot of work was done at that time. They had no idea how will I stand up on my own. Some of the families, they mentioned that I will go out at work and my husband will never go out at work. And this came from a family who were always used to have, sit in the villages, and they had never gone out even to purchase any new things on their own without their husband. And after 6 months, after a long of support that was provided together with the DG Shipping, enrolling them to different shipping companies who offered the services to help them to take back on ships. I think a lot of work was done in that time as well so that they can re-stand on their own. And later on, the confidence building measures happened, and that's why the seafarers were able to return home, return back on ship. That is what the aim is. Let us all work together to empower these seafarers. They have shown their highest resilience. They have been, the seafarers who have faced such kind of crisis, they have emerged tremendously well. They have been doing tremendously well. It's all about how do we look after them well enough so that they don't end up into going to the PTSD, the post-traumatic stress disorders, and the challenges that it comes into. So there was a study also been done by the Oceans Beyond Piracy and MPHRP earlier, when we find out about the challenges that have been faced by the seafarers and their families during this entire time. There's a lot of uncertainty. We had cases where the families used to call up us, the DG office, day and night 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock, there was hardly any time. For them, it's like they can call up anyone. In some of the cases, unfortunately, their ship owners have abandoned the seafarers while they were in captivity.
Was that as a claims handler, cyber attack exclusion clauses are there in most of the policies. So can you say GPS spoofing and the resultant damage is due to cyber attack?
I think, ma'am, I don't remember anything in Indian waters in the last 3-4 years. But yes, it is a violation of Radio Telecommunication Act. And just like AIS is not supposed to transmit something, false or misdeclare, or broadcasting is also prohibited. So that person who's after investigation can very well be held responsible upon the proper investigation.
If I may just supplement what was said here, at the end of the day, you as a claim handler, you are addressing risk mitigation and risk management. GPS spoofing is indeed an enormous risk to maritime security. To that extent, it's a very, very commonsensical approach that whether it's in a typical P&I Club scenario, from the range of cyber threats that are emerging in the landscape, GPS spoofing is indeed one. But how do the P&I clubs perceive this?
From the perspective that since their policy includes, both the policies generally include a cyber attack exclusion
Spoofing
clause.
would have to be included. That's what I'm saying. It's a matter of interpretation. Because you cannot have an...
It is a cyber attack exclusion.
Come again?
Right? It is a cyber attack.
It is a cyber
right?
attack at the end of the day.
Yeah, so it
It's
is
a
done always
vulnerability.
with a harmful intent.
It's a cyber vulnerability for sure.
Ma'am, if I may submit, spoofing is basically changing any of the parameters. It is intentional. It can be intentional or unintentional also. Like say somebody has changed his flag. Till the time flag is not registered with the shipping agencies, it will keep showing in the COP as a case of spoofing. Now it takes time, but that becomes a good start point for anybody who's keeping a watch on that to check whether it's legal or not, whether it's something right or not, or whether it's intentional or unintentional. We have had many cases of getting GPS spoofing, both positional spoofing and data spoofing. So that is happening, ma'am, in the recent Persian conflict also, Persian area, this thing also. There was huge GPS spoofing which was happening. Because of that, there was a collision also. And there were many, if you see our COP, at the time there were hundreds and hundreds of ships who were seen on the land. And the ships were not able to navigate because all the systems were getting spoofed. So yes, it is intentional. If it is intentional, it can be like what you're saying, some sort of attack. However, that's the one who is watchkeeper who's getting to see.
But little bit of what I know of it, don't you think it is most impossible
Can I
to
may
prove?
request
legal liability, probably we are not the guy to comment on
if
that.
If you could please take it on the margins,
Excuse me,
so that we get the benefit to the others.
Excuse me, sir. One of my examples can satisfy.
Sorry,
there were some,
one moment. There's another gentleman who raised your hand before that, if you don't mind. If you can please pass the mic at the back.
Thank you, sir. My name is Captain Deepak Shetty. I'm a company security officer at Fleet Management Hong Kong. So I work in the Hong Kong office. Fleet management, we have more than 600 ships. And at any one time, we have a big chunk of ships, plying in the Indian Ocean region. So I can, witness to commend basically the IFC, IOR, Indian Navy and all, because we are daily communicating with them. So before I move on to my question, my sincere thanks to Captain Anish, Captain Harinder, Captain Sachin Singh and DIG Gujar and other gentlemen for the work they have done, for the maritime safety and security in the Indian Ocean region. Now, coming to my question, and I don't expect an answer, but maybe the people can think about it, how we can proceed on it, is about the situation in the Red Sea. So with the two high-level incidents, what we saw on the 6th July and 7th July, with Magic Sea and Eternity Sea, where the two ships were, sunk, deliberately off the coast of Yemen in the Red Sea, southern Red Sea. So we all are aware the level of risk which currently exists in the southern Red Sea off the coast of Yemen. Now, giving a little background or history about the maritime security in the Indian Ocean region, which first actually evolved like the Somali threat, but last 2 years it developed into a very risky war risk area, especially coming from the Yemeni side. In the Indian Ocean side, in the Gulf of Aden, we have the IRTC, which was extended to the MSTC corridor up to the Hanish Island. And this area is protected mostly by the coalition navies, the CMF force, and they are, armed naval convoy actually helping the ships. Now, the point of deliberation here is the area after the Bab al-Mandab and up to Hanish Island and then up to the, 15 north, which is a very high-risk area of the coast of Yemen, and gives a very high risk to the safety and security of all seafarers, not only the Indian seafarers or the Indian flag ships. So what, as the good efforts what we are making in the Indian Ocean region, can that be extended in the southern Red Sea to deliberate into a, extend the corridor in the full Red Sea and provide the coalition navy support to our innocent seafarers, which are, every day plying in that area? Thank you.
I think your intent is extremely well taken. It's very bona fide. But if I may just put a dampener and a caveat here, it's an extremely volatile, complex geopolitical strategic crisis. It is mind-blowing as to what is at play in that region and what are the vested interests which are really abounding. Now, to anticipate that you will have a coalition of the kind which operated in the East African waters of the Horn of Africa, and to replicate that international experiment or that regime here, it's a tall ask, if you honestly, I don't know whether the Navy and the Coast Guard would want to venture out and say that. Even that, over a period of time, that started slowing down. The commitment levels, if you ask me, because I was closely involved at that process in time, that started decelerating and waning. And on the other side, on the West African waters, there was the other menace which started proliferating from 2013-14 onwards.
Correct.
But there was no such similar arrangement in place. How, and mind you, the CGPS is the contact group on piracy of the coast of Somalia, which was created out of a Security Council resolution of the UN back in February 2009. That authorized this entire naval coalition. There was no such instrument from the UN, either for the West African waters or for the Red Sea. And that takes me to the point which I mentioned in my address in the morning, that you find a very systematic weakening of the international governance order. Institutions, the UN and all its allies, and I don't want to mince my words, they've all weakened to a point where I think, should I say they're a butt of ridicule or contempt? Because nothing really gets done. There's no consensus in any of these bodies. To anticipate that is too much of an ask to me, if I want to be a realist. The only way is you can lean back on your own sovereign navies, which will come to your rescue. And then, of course, you need to have your own protective mechanisms that you need to bring it into play. That's just to instill a sense of realism. Because I don't think there is any thought process at an international level to really converge and bring about the kind of arrangement that you're visualizing.
Yes, sir, thank you. I do note your point about the international collaboration. But I thought maybe these conferences are the right venues maybe to raise these points so that the DG shipping at their level can escalate it to the IMO and the UN level to provide some kind of protection to our people.
Sure.
Because at the end of the day, we are protecting the innocent seafarers, which is very important.
Completely well taken.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, when I said navies, I also meant to subsume the maritime administration. I think, Captain Anish, you would like to say anything? You want to say? Okay, I believe the next session, so that's another way for you to... Okay, so there are speakers in the next session who are going to address some of these issues, so please stay back. That's incentive for you to hold on and come back with a cup of coffee.
Sir.
Yeah, sorry, one last question. I think we need to draw the shutters because, yes, please.
So I have two questions, one directed to you and another directed to the person.
Sorry, if you can be a little more audible, please.
So my name is Basu, and I have two questions, one directed to you and another directed to both the leaders of Coast Guard and Navy, sir.
Yeah, sure.
Point number one.
So the first, if you can pose the first one to these two gentlemen from the two forces here.
Yes, sir. As they said that the effectiveness of technological platform and maritime domain awareness depends on the cooperation, coordination, and interoperability between different forces. Realismly, India is geopolitically stationed between hostile actors, and with international pressures mounting, our even friendly actors are having regime change into hostile states or states of inoperation. Under such situations, expecting interoperability and coordination for state-backed malevolent attacks may be a weak point. That's one point, and how do we address that? That's first question, sir. And second question is that right from 2008, when there was a peak of piracy, till the time it has just now waned, and my belief as an analyst, security analyst, that it's just a time bomb willing to explode. Why? Because there are 30 maritime piracy colleges operating in Somalia. Yes, sir. There are 30 colleges. They train pirates in a very structured course how to do piracy. Now, once we have those things coming out, we'll see an explosion again. We have not done any veteran management like other maritime states on posting, let us say, our maritime police or maritime marshals on our Indian flag vessels to protect our maritime fleet. And PMSCs, private maritime security contractors, and floating armories have not been licensed. Can we have those things also in place to fill the gaps? Thank you, sir. That's all from me.
Sorry, would you like to answer, please, the first question?
Sir, I think we can address this question in the next session,
Okay.
because
So
we
there you
have
go.
a
There you
PMSC
go.
who's there,
I
and
know. So
many of the questions are actually overlapping.
So that lightens my burden. To answer your question, PMSCs and PCAS are regulated through a mechanism of ISO standards, which in 2012 were initiated by the IMO. I concede the point that there's no regulatory framework for the floating armories. They've been a menace. We tried submitting a white paper during when my tenure as DG. I don't know whether it's gained traction, but I'm sure this will be addressed in the next session as well. Now, as to the number of colleges which teach piracy, honestly, I don't know whether the Maritime Administration of Somalia, outside the ambit of the STCW teaches this. That's another matter altogether, but it's a very fragile state which is completely failed, so it's nothing that you can expect. The final point I wanted to make is to the question that you raised. Do the maritime administrations, the navies provide these kind of escorts? At the end of the day, I think these are commercial considerations. While sovereign responsibility cannot be shirked, cannot be abdicated for sure, but fundamentally, if you look back at the history of the counter-Somali piracy, armed guards were positioned, much to the chagrin and reluctance of the IMO to begin with. Very reluctantly, that was approved at some time later because of the virulence of piracy. But eventually, the call was taken by every commercial shipping line worth its salt to decide to position armed guards at their expense. So there is no substitute to that. It's a complementary effort. The states will have to play their part. The naval forces, Coast Guard will also have to come in, supplement. And at the end of the day, it's a tripod. You as the part of the fleet, the commercial fleet, you'll also have to take the onus to that extent. With that, I think we'll wrap up this session. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You've been a very patient and attentive audience. We have really overshot our time. It's almost about 1 hour, 45 minutes. Thank you for your indulgence. Thank you. Appreciate it.
That was definitely an insightful session. On behalf of everybody out there, we would like to extend our sincere gratitude to our moderator and to our speakers of this session. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a big round of applause for them. And of course, to present them with a token of appreciation from our side for this session, I would request once again Captain Anish Joseph to please join us on the stage. I would also request DIG Bhanu Gupta, Officer in Charge, MRCC Mumbai, to please join us here on the stage from the Indian Coast Guard. I'll request you to please felicitate our moderator for this session, Shri Deepak Shetty. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a big round of applause for him for conducting this session so interactively, and so I'm sure he addressed each and every point we all looking forward for in every presentation. Thank you so much for that. It's time to felicitate all our speakers. Please let's give it up for DIG Mukund Gujjar. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. It's time to felicitate Mr. Elfin Harun. Thank you so much, sir. It was an insightful session. Can we have a round of applause for Captain Sachin Singh? Let's have a round of applause for Captain Himadri Das, everybody. It's time to have a round of applause for Mr. Chirag Bhari. And last but not the least, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for DIG Bhanu Gupta. To all of you. Captain Anish, I'll request you to please stay back. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this we arrive at the final leg of today's conference. That is the session 4. Captain Das, can I please have the pleasure of you being with us on stage? Once again, thank you so much to all our dignitaries. I'll just request Captain Anish to please stay back for the last session of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, as the saying goes, that we have saved the best for the last, and this session promises to be engaging and definitely insightful. Captain Anish, the stage is all yours.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now we begin the session number 4, which is the Integrated Maritime Security Architecture. May I invite the delegates, the speakers for this session. First, I would like to invite Professor M. Gandhi, who is currently the Vice President of Indian Society of International Law, an accomplished teacher and practitioner of international law with decades of experiences representing India in key international forums, including the UN. He has been part of the government working in the Ministry of External Affairs as Joint Secretary. We welcome you, sir. Kindly please come forward. The role of privately contracted maritime security operators, and I think you can give a very definitive perspective, especially the recent incidents, how you stepped up and collaborated with the regional forces. And it's been a pleasure working with you, and I welcome you to India and Mumbai, and thank you for being a part of this conference.
Good evening, or good afternoon. You all deserve an award if you're still here, I think. You've done very well. Hopefully my presentation is available. As a background, I'm a former Royal Marine Commando, and then I've spent a number of years working for our government agencies in the UK. And for the last 15 years, I've been a ship owner, ship operator, chief security officer, and now spend my time helping Ambrey on global maritime response and intelligence. Whilst we've been focusing on the Indian Ocean region, I'd like to give a much broader view and insight on global threat and bring that back to some of the operations that Captain Anish and I have been involved in directly together. And I want to share some insights and some thoughts of what they look like, and there is a real view on global instability. Some of that is coming from geopolitical interests. More recently, the US financial focus and political pressure on parts of the world, specifically Asia, but then also the misuse of information and warfare that is being used to destabilize parts of Europe coming out of the Russia and Ukraine war. So what are we seeing in shipping? We're seeing a focus on targeting towards ships with a plausible, deniable attack on shipping. What does that mean? We're talking about the subsea mine attacks that we've started to see in the Mediterranean and an unfocused targeting. We're starting to see arrests on ships for alleged safety breaches operating in certain areas of the world. And then now, and more than ever before, we've started to see much broader regulations on sanctions and evasion tactics. And for you, the ship owner, the ship operator, the ship manager, that's really important to understand. Therefore, warfare and the effects on merchant shipping, both offshore and imports, is more important than ever before. Here's a photo of the MV Sunyan when we were doing aerial surveillance as part of the response operation following the attack of the Houthis in the Red Sea. So as this warfare is coming and becoming more severe, we're seeing direct targeting of shipping underway alongside, but also as part of collateral damage. We've seen that particularly within Yemen, where Israelis or other forces are attacking parts of the port. And then obviously, because vessels are there, because they're operating and trading freely, they're starting to be damaged because of that. And not only that, but because of the warfare, we're starting to see huge disruptions in and around ports in the Indian Ocean region, but also in parts of Middle East and Africa as well. Therefore, big disputes with chartering operations and chartering disputes coming into effect with P&I clubs and lawyers between managers and operators, potential crews' refusal to go into these particular areas. And then because of that, and I heard questions earlier, we've also seen electronic warfare systems being used that's leading to a risk of security and safety events, more recently in the Persian Gulf and the northern Red Sea. And then finally, because of war, the implications of shipping. So that's the impact of warfare. We're also seeing the impact of information warfare. On the right-hand side of the screen there, you've got the former Houthi Prime Minister with an application called Marine Traffic. It's an incredible tool. Within 30 seconds, you can have 250,000 ships with their information of manager, owner, and operator at your fingertips to understand who they are, what they are, and where they've been. And because of that, the Houthis have been able to assemble and escalate a program of threat never seen before in shipping. Therefore, within the information warfare, it's both good and bad. The affiliations of where a vessel has been, who owns a vessel, and where it's operated has now come down to where a vessel might go, who owns the vessel, and if a vessel may be targeted altogether. Misinformation has become more damaging than ever before. It's not the fact that the information is right, but the fact that the information is available. And because of that availability, we've seen this scaling attack, sometimes rightfully or wrongfully. Therefore, real-time information campaigning can manage these risks, but it will continue in a real age where information is needed more now than ever. This is one that maybe we'll discuss with our colleagues in the room, but concentrating specifically on the northern part of the Black Sea and the Red Sea. That we've seen these defensive US and EU-led operations to safeguard shippings predominantly in the Red Sea, but also more recently with the Magic Sea and the Eternity Sea, where we saw more fatalities, naval assets weren't available. Naval assets within the Red Sea have become extremely and highly effective, and we've seen some incredible presentations delivered today by our respected distinguished guests within the naval community, where piracy and threats of warfare have been denied. But with 60,300 gross ton vessels trading internationally every single day, maybe it's not scalable within the new threat. And therefore, the integration of private and military security could be effective. And I know that this is a large topic to be discussed. We've touched on the fringe of emergency of piracy and the importance of BMP from our colleagues at Intertanko and other experts within the room today. And the truth is that we're still seeing vessels not implementing best management practices. And we're also seeing this age of technology scale into what I believe will come at modern day piracy. First-person drones being used for information, for targeting, and also the spread and opportunity of piracy to come back. Therefore, the move between charterers and managers of who implements and manages that risk in real time. So it's something that we will have to look at. Whilst the world may be looking to the Middle East as a threat, we may be slightly ignoring Africa itself. That and West Africa we can touch on as I will share a map with you later on, but we have seen a reinsurgency as the threat has moved regionally. Finally, and I don't think it should be something that is ignored, we've looked at war, crime, we've looked at the reinsurgency of piracy, but migrants and the flow of course, but not of direction. We are seeing a massive crisis on western parts of Africa and northern parts of Africa heading into parts of the Mediterranean. And this is an impact to vessels that are transiting the Indian Ocean going through the Red Sea. They're still being challenging. Seafarers themselves have had to become not only seafarers, but humanitarian soldiers at the same time. Therefore, it's understanding that why this threat may be regionalized, it does have a global impact on global trade and where our vessels should be trading. And finally, the increase of environmental activism, industrial action. Whilst some of this may be regionalized within a port, actually there's an international coordination required in terms of how we understand where this will take place and how to deter it from happening. And therefore the misinformation that's being used can cause damage and disruption, and therefore the industrial action can become a greater impact than traditional security threats today. I thought I'd share a image with you which really helps display the dynamic elevated threat areas in the world today. And from some of our distinguished guests and colleagues and speakers already today, we've seen this impact.
Can we please go to the first slide? Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Over the next few slides, I'll provide a brief overview of our maritime interests, threats and challenges in the maritime domain, and how the Indian Navy mitigates these challenges. The scope of the presentation is as shown on the screen. Our maritime interests, as laid down in the Indian Maritime Security Strategy, are as shown. The principle amongst them is to ensure the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the country, promoting the safety and security of citizens, trade and energy supplies, and pursuing peace, stability, and security in the region, along with other national interests, are other vital components of our security strategy. Shown on the screen is a snapshot of the traffic that traverses through our region, each green icon representing an actual ship at that time. That is, over 165,000 ships traverse through the Indian Ocean annually. In addition to these complexities of shipping, we also have a coastline of over 11,000 kilometers and an exclusive economic zone spanning over 2 million square kilometers, all of which is a vast expanse to protect. The region also witnesses volatility across various parts. For instance, attacks on shipping by the Houthis in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden, as I'll discuss a little further. Coming to the various maritime threats and challenges, the Indian Navy categorizes the challenges and threats in the maritime interests into two parts, traditional and non-traditional. The traditional ones are in the form of our potential state adversaries, and the non-traditional challenges spanning a wide spectrum are as shown on the screen. Let us take a brief look at the regional conflicts and their implications for us. The Russia-Ukraine war has challenged the short and intense conflict mindset, highlighting cost-effective uncrewed technology over superior conventional technology, and most importantly, the large amount of ordnance expended has forced even the most advanced and developed countries to audit their war-waging capabilities for a prolonged conflict. If there is one conflict which has had a direct impact on us, is the Israel-Hamas conflict. The Israel-Hamas conflict brought to the fore how non-state actors have expanded their capabilities and how the issues at land can spill over into the maritime domain. With the Houthis attacking the shipping, the manifestation of this conflict into the maritime domain has led to the traffic thinning out through the Suez, Bab el-Mandab, and the Red Sea, and being rerouted through the Cape of Good Hope, making it the veritable gateway to the Indian Ocean region. Coming to the Houthis' attack, as was rightly pointed out by the esteemed moderator of the last session, Shri Deepak Shetty, we need to understand the modus operandi of the Houthis and the other non-state actors for posing these threats. Observing the Houthis have been able to use open source data to shortlist the merchant vessels for targeting. Thereafter, more accurate targeting information is available to them using recce drones or deployed craft. Closer scrutiny of ownership of such merchant vessels reveals Israeli linkages, highlighting a clearly defined target selection criteria by Houthis. The targeting tactics have also evolved with the use of uncrewed surface craft and repeated attacks using anti-ship ballistic missiles and UAVs. The attacks are then followed by a well-articulated strategic messaging using social media platforms to justify the targeting preference. All of these reflect one thing, that the Houthis are a well-oiled non-state actor presenting a credible maritime threat in the region. Amongst this backdrop, a rise in piracy incidents has also been noticed, likely due to the preoccupation of the multinational forces in the region, their preoccupation with the maritime security operations in the Gulf of Aden and the Red Sea. A comparative analysis of merchant shipping through various choke points in the Indian Ocean region is as shown on the screen. Due to the Houthi attacks on merchant vessels in the Red Sea, the merchant traffic in Bab el-Mandab witnessed more than 50% decline, as most of the trade was being rerouted through the Cape of Good Hope. This has had direct impact on the safety, delivery timelines, as well as the insurance premiums with respect to the maritime trade industry. Having seen the threats, let us look at the mitigating measures instituted by the Indian Navy to look at the same issues. As a direct consequence of the actions in the Gulf of Aden and the Red Sea since November 23, the Indian Navy has deployed more than 38 capital ships with significant combat capability. The deployment of these ships has led to safe transit of over 124 lakh metric tons of cargo on board 321 merchant vessels, translating roughly into $5.4 billion US. Our anti-piracy efforts since October 2023 that have included boarding of over 1,000 vessels and apprehension of numerous pirates. Over the past year, we have also rendered assistance ranging from search and rescue, firefighting, medical evacuation, as well as explosive ordnance disposal and sanitization. We responded actively and intervened in more than 30 incidents, which has led to saving of more than 520 lives. Some of the incidents that the Indian Navy has responded to are shown on the screen. To the left of the screen, the yellow color are the piracy and hijacking incidents, and to the right, ones indicated in the red color are the incidents of missile or drone attacks that happened on ships and that we responded to. Our efforts in the region have reaffirmed our stature as a preferred security partners and also gained international acclaim. The Indian Navy has also been actively involved in rendering assistance to distressed merchant vessels in these areas. For instance, the top right photograph is that of MV Malin Luanda, which was on major fire after being hit by a missile in the Gulf of Aden. The vessel was carrying 90,000 tons of highly inflammable naphtha. A specialist team of firefighters from the deployed iron ship embarked the MV mid-sea under challenging conditions to bring the massive fire under control. Similarly, assistance was provided by the team from the iron ship to merchant vessel MSC Sky 2, which was hit by a drone. These actions not only ensured the safety of the crew and the ship, but prevented major environmental disasters. For the same, IMO has also acknowledged the role of the Indian Navy and the ship through a certificate of appreciation. Similarly, MV True Confidence was hit by a missile in the Gulf of Aden, leading to a massive fire on board and abandoning the ship by the crew. The deployed iron ship responded with alacrity, rescuing 20 crew members adrift in the sea. In certain cases, specialist explosive ordnance disposal teams were also deployed on the attacked merchant vessels for removing the residual risks. As was presented earlier today, the Indian Navy's Information Management and Analysis Center, that is IMAC at Gurugram, continuously monitors security incidents in the region. In 2024, the center monitored 4,279 MARSEC incidents, an 8% increase compared to the last year. The rise was primarily driven by the resurgence of piracy of the coast of Somalia and conflict-related incidents in West Asia. In response to this increase in piracy and the ongoing conflicts, many countries have deployed forces to the Indian Ocean, as shown on the screen. As on today, we have about 47 multinational ships operating in the Indian Ocean region. Through mission-based deployments, the Indian Navy maintains a forward posture to respond rapidly to any scenario, be it a security situation or a humanitarian assistance scenario. Our persistence presence ensures that we can be the first responders across wide parts of the Indian Ocean region. Moreover, these deployments also help us keep a close watch on the traditional challenges, that is China and Pakistan. This also includes one key aspect of developing maritime domain awareness through our surface and air surveillance over key areas of interest. Coming to the resurgence in the piracy operations, in the cases of piracy, as has been discussed today earlier, let's understand what is the mandate of the Indian Navy in undertaking operations in Gulf of Aden and adjoining area. In a nutshell, the CCS mandate of 2013 includes continued anti-piracy operations by the Indian Navy in the Gulf of Aden and off the coast of Somalia and neighboring region, following a standard operating procedure to provide protection to and prevention of attempted or actual hijackings of both Indian and foreign flagships. The existing mechanism to deal with piracy hijacking incidents is as flashed on the screen. The Maritime Operations Center, Delhi, at Directorate of Naval Operations, Naval Headquarters, is the nodal center to handle any such crisis. The responsibility for any such intervention of various stakeholders is as shown on the screen. Shown on the screen are some of the piracy incidents in the IOR, which extended far from the coast of Somalia into the southern Arabian Sea. As you can see, post this Israel-Hamas conflict, the piracy has started extended once again towards the southern Indian Ocean. However, with the efforts of the Indian Navy, it has been pushed back, and we are still at it. Most of this audience is already aware of the case of the hijacked MV Rowan. The hijacked ship was intercepted by an iron ship after 3 months. And thorough, consistent, and calibrated tactical actions, iron compelled the 35 pirates to surrender. In this case, Marine commandos were dropped at about 1,400 nautical miles from the Indian mainland in the vicinity of Rowan by an Air Force aircraft. For force augmentation, another ship was brought in the area of operations and successfully apprehended the pirates and released the hostages. This operation is also the first instance where the iron empowered by the Maritime Anti-Piracy Act 2022, short name MAPA 22, was able to progress an anti-piracy operation to logical conclusion. To achieve all this, we need to look at the regional security cooperation architecture as well. As we have already seen today, the IFC-IOR remains one of the key centers for the Indian Navy for info sharing and coordination for all such incidents. Apart from this, we also have wide shipping and information sharing agreements with numerous countries, as shown, as well as we are engaged in the numerous multinational constructs towards enhancing the overall maritime security quotient in the region and to strengthen our relations with maritime partners in the region. Some of these are as shown on the screen. You can see CMF, IONS, IORA, BIMSTEC, RECAP, all these organizations, we are collaborating together to identify, analyze, and prevent all non-traditional threats in the region. Also, towards enhancing maritime security with several regional navies, coordinated patrols are conducted by the Indian Navy in respective sides of the international maritime boundary line by naval ships and aircraft. We undertake coordinate patrol or CORPAT with friendly navies in the eastern neighborhood, that is Bangladesh, Myanmar, Thailand, and Indonesia. We also undertake joint exclusive economic zone surveillance with the littoral countries as shown, where we embark personnel from their maritime forces for about 3 to 5 days to undertake surveillance in the areas of interest of the host country. As brought out earlier, these countries do not have large navies that can cover their entire EEZ, and that is where we step in and step forward and assist them. In furtherance of our outreach, inclusive outreach, you may have recently seen, we have launched a unique initiative, that is the Indian Ocean Ship Sagar, in which a multi-nation crew had embarked on one of our ships and conducted surveillance and other operations together after training in the Indian Ocean region. It was a really successful program. To conclude, as the prime manifestation of India's maritime power, the Navy is committed to the Indian Ocean region that is stable and peaceful, ensuring that the sea lines of communication for mariners are safe whilst remaining poised to counter any threat in the maritime domain. At the end, I would like to assure this August gathering that the Indian Navy remains combat ready, credible, cohesive, and future ready to safeguard national maritime interests anytime, anywhere, anyhow, and to support our maritime partners here. With that, I have finished. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Captain Prashant Mani. Very appreciative of Indian Navy's efforts. Especially 2024 was very challenging in terms of the Houthi attacks on shipping and the piracy piggybacking on these Houthi attacks, as was shown. And Navy came into the forefront time and time again. Remarkable instances of ruin where we went and supported non-Indian flag, non-Indian seafarers, and we had a Bulgarian complement of crew, non-Indian flag vessel, and captured the pirates, which will be will be prosecuted under the Maritime Anti-Piracy Act. And also the Malin Luanda, another notable instances. There are multiple. I'll just want to specifically name, because again, the International Maritime Organization awarded the citation for 2024. So congratulations on that. Let's have a loud round of applause to Indian Navy for their efforts. Next, I would like to invite Professor Manimuthu Gandhi to give his perspective in terms of policy.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for Captain Anish for inviting me for a conference conducted excellently, so that there is a possibility of learning more and possibility of contributing more. That should be the objective of the conference. Now this last session, it should be in fact part of the last session originally, because most of the facts and figures shared last session and the deliberations of the last session, that must flow into this session. Or I would say that that should be the background on which one can discuss about this. I very much like the last session, especially the former Secretary Shipping, and it was the moderator. She was update wonderful and in his knowledge as well as approach. That was very good eye-opener for people coming from different sectors. Now, what I wish to share here is that an unknown area, because, we are with facts and figures, diagrams, colored diagrams, statistics. I'm just looking from the perspective of first law of the sea. I'm basically a public international lawyer, where you would come to an agreement that some of the doubts that has been created in the last session. Why it is so that, see, almost all the architecture that has been created now, these are all you can find that internationally or in India, which are all created on the basis of reaction for certain things. The architecture has not been created as a deliberate one. So as a response to certain things, the architecture has been created. And it started, as far as India is concerned, 2611. As far as the piracy is concerned, it is a Somalian piracy. So all these things, the architecture, you have to create it because you want to avoid what has happened earlier. That should be looked into carefully. Therefore, there is no repeat possibilities. That was the reason that has been created. If you see the law of the sea on this, only 4 bare provisions on maritime security without even referring about the maritime security. It is only security is there, maritime is not there. The security, piracy comes, then other 2, 3 offenses, which are all given there, without mentioning that those are all offenses there. But you have to prohibit. But the 2 basic principles, which are all important, because that underpins the whole idea of architecture, either municipally or internationally. What was that? One is the freedom of navigation, first fundamental architecture. First principle. What is the second principle? And second principle, when you say that right to cooperate. The right to cooperate has been insisted upon in many decisional materials internationally. From ICJ, even recent advisory opinion, right to cooperate. Enrique Alexi, it was repeated again, right to cooperate. So the right to cooperate plus, that is an obligation to cooperate, that's all. And what level, which level you cooperate, it is left to the states. You are all sovereign. Then there is a need for a kind of a regional group, a need for a group which will be based upon the geographical context, and there will be groups which are all, in fact, diplomacy, there are certain groups that will help. You put 3, 4 agendas together, and one will be maritime security like this. Now, this is well done, this is fine, this is okay. But what happens finally is that in the architecture, when you make it, especially that the Somalian piracy architecture, where it was very detailed because, and someone was referring about, the working group on piracy, and I was part of the working group, a legal working group on piracy, Somalia. I went on for several sessions in Copenhagen. So where, the thread where what was the problem? The problem they found was the 500-year definition of, the piracy that contains even today in the Law of the Sea Convention, that is outdated. You can't do anything with that convention. The reason was, if you see the history, you can say that at one point of time they wanted to drop the provision itself from that, because when they're really negotiating the convention that culminated the adoption in 1982, that there are only 50 incidents of piracy per year. So they said that, it is in fact insignificant, we need not go for that. That was the idea. But some afterthought, they got it, all right, no, we can't leave it just like that. And if you can't leave it, they keep it there. So with the result they are keeping it, lot of developments that had taken place, including the architecture that session is dealing with that, and last session also dealt with that. What is that? You create a maritime domain awareness, then share information, only 2 things. And it is finally, flows from where? From Law of the Sea, go to the General Assembly in the regular meetings, then it goes to the informal consultative process before that, then after that, the consultative process, and you take that particular item, when it reaches a point there, it is difficult that you cannot just postpone it, it goes to the Security Council. So several resolutions have passed in the Security Council, and which are all, in fact, set the whole thing in momentum. So without that, it doesn't happen. But it happens for good. It happened for good at one point of time. And something, you can find out sometime very bad also. So with the result of that, there was some lull in the piracy. After 2008, then this up to 12, it was okay. Then after that, there was not much. There was a lull. Now again, you can see that the piracy as a phenomenon, and it has got a different metamorphosis. They are using all kinds of weapons. They are using all kinds of technology. They are involved in all, the cyber terrorism kind of stuff. Everything is possible. The reason being is that the non-state actors are now equipped with arsenal, which you can find only in the state operators. After all, the Law of the Sea Convention, that talks about only the rights and responsibilities imposed on states. It doesn't talk about non-state actors. So then the state, they have to take care of that. Because the 2 important principles, without affecting that, they have to do it. And third important hindrance is that there is a kind of overlapping jurisdiction. The maritime jurisdiction came in much after the original definition, that is piracy definition, that is in place today. That means that was 500 years old definition that you can find in Law of the Sea Convention today. So you put it there, then naturally what you have to do is you have to completely rework on that. And the reworking has been done with the help of IMO, with the help of, other supporting agreements, side agreements. And the side agreements, we are all involved in that. Therefore, they say that without affecting the Law of the Sea, without affecting the provisions of the Law of the Sea, any other agreements that is entered into between states for that purpose, countering piracy and countering, the maritime security-related crimes that are possible. But finally, what we have in the security architecture that has been created regionally as well as internationally, you can find only two things. One is that, the first is domain awareness, information, and there will not be any information about enforcement. Because without enforcement, how will you just, go to the finish level to almost all the crimes they are referred to? You cannot do this. That was the reason. So when you are not doing it, what happened is that every state has a different definition of piracy. Every state has a different definition of, in fact, other armed robbery. Every state has a different things altogether. And there is no other instrumentalities that has not been developed. Like, the mutual agreement on, there is a judicial transfer. Supposing if you want to transfer the prisoners, you want to transfer the trial, all these things, you have not done that. In fact, what happens in Somalia, they have conducted separately, they have conducted the enforcement part in a different way that if it is a commission, trial happens in one place, right? Then, when the trial happens in one place, if they are sentenced, they are sent to another place in Africa. Mostly, there are French Seychelles and French Mauritius, that kind of agreement they have entered into. That means what? Wherever it is cheap, the transaction cost is low, where they will do it. So a lot of economy is into it. So as long as that is what, indirectly was hinted by the last session, it was hinted that, something fishy that is happening and it is very difficult to do that. And the top of it, you can see that now all the autonomous vessels, crewless vessels, and all these vessels are now causing another trouble also. Because it is not the state is using it. Today state will use, tomorrow the non-state actor will use it. And non-state actor will use it very easily, this. Because it is completely, mostly it is only the cyber attack kind of a stuff, it is there. Therefore, they can do anything. So things are very bad state today. That's why what the actual conclusion from my side is that even if you create a kind of an architecture, don't limit it only with a kind of a domain awareness plus something you have to add. That means you have to have enforcement. And when the enforcement kind of a thing, you are referring it in the regional agreement, sometimes people may not agree. But it's a bilateral agreement, there is a possibility. Say, for example, I will read one provision from India-France agreement. It says, India and France agree to develop a joint assessment of the threats to maritime security. Whatever we say maritime security today, whatever we understood, everything is given here. In the region to counter illicit maritime activities, that is a general, then particular. Robbery, maritime terrorism, contraband smuggling, illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing, hybrid as well as cyber security threats, and marine pollution. Now the point is, if you make it the bilateral, then you leave it as it is not enforceable. So you have to bring in a kind of a system. After that, technically you have to sit with the other side, and you have to create a structure where it is possible to make it efficiently. So this way, the maritime security architecture, that can always be improved upon. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Gandhi. And as you have said, sir, the importance of having not only the domain awareness and enforcement, and I think that's where Navy comes in. So we had the earlier session, the IFC-IOR, and we have the IMAC and Indian Navy and the DNO, who's the other element of it. Also, I take note of geopolitical linkage and non-state actors and their role in piracy and armed robbery.
To add just one line, OTR tax we have been just talking about, it has reached now to Security Council. They have passed resolution. The simple idea is that a simple crime that has been committed, now due to the political animosity and rivalry, what is happening is, it is going to the point that it will be taken as, again, aggression. So from one level of a crime level to a act that is prohibited under UN Charter, they are moving from one level to another level, very big level. Now there is a dispute already. The China as well as the Russian Federation is opposing this kind of an interpretation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Next, so we had the policy perspective, Navy and the private security perspective, and what is remaining is the ship owner and the manager's perspective. Let me invite Captain Tarun, and specifically they have in Mumbai a center which is very focused in security and crisis response, and I would like Captain Tarun to give the insights.
Namaste and very warm good afternoon to all of you. And my name is Captain Tarun, and I'm the Group Security Director for the OSM Thome Group. And I'm here to present my views and perspective from a ship manager's point of view. Since morning, we have been listening to a lot of expert comments, data, a lot of plans which are available to us, a lot of facilities which are available to us. But now, before I walk you across through my slides, my whole perception and the presentation is based on the execution part of how to use these resources, how to use the information, what the best we can do. In the present scenario around the world, if we look at east, west, north, south, we have problems everywhere, and the situation is really volatile. The easiest thing is to say no, that we cannot transit, we cannot go. But that's not how the maritime commercial shipping can sustain. Thus, we need to find out the solution. We need to do proper risk assessments. We need to use the resources we have. We need to have trust in our governmental agencies and work amicably with them to ensure that we arrive to a solution which is legitimate and ensures the safety of our crew. So now, for last 3.5 years back, until the Red Sea became volatile, the only concern there earlier were the piracy. But now with the global terrorism, political instabilities, the definition of security has changed around the globe. And now it is integrated with military, legal, economic, and environmental strategies. And we need to be ever ready and in state of readiness for ensuring that our crew that our crew on board the ships are safe. How is OSM Thome contributing to maritime security? We have a 24/7 operations hub which is located at Mumbai and Singapore. This operation center is being manned by the security team, which is dedicated for security ops with the OSM Thome. We are proud to say that we are looking after 400 technically managed vessels, plus about 1,000 ships under crew management, and giving them security assessments, as well as providing them solutions for all the queries related to maritime security. So what are the threats to maritime security at present? Number one is piracy and robbery. Number two is security risks. Number three, geopolitical instability. Regulatory non-compliance, which leads to penalties if we are not able to comply with them. And in addition, we have continued challenges with drug trafficking, illegal migration, and stowaways. The global risk trends, the latest one was the Strait of Hormuz, which was on the brink due to Iran-Israel war. Luckily, we did not have any impact or any sort of a military action on any of the commercial vessels in that area other than what IRGC does of detaining the vessels when they are passing through close to the Iranian waters or with the US affiliation. But other than that, the major problem there had mostly been the GPS interference and GPS spoofing, which I will touch upon in my next slide. The next area is the Red Sea, which has been targeted by Houthis to mostly the ships which were related to Israel or the companies which are trading in Israel or carrying their commodities. But obviously, the risk of collateral damage to all the commercial vessels always exists. was able to attend the MARIX and SLP event in Singapore. And for me, it was especially it was a concept to impact. I was not aware about what were the gaps were, but until I attended this specific conclave, wherein we interacted with the Coast Guards, Maritime liaison officers, Interpol, various agencies from around the world in order to understand where the gaps are. And the gaps were really very simple. It was, again, communication, the style of communication. So there was some joint exercises which were being carried out between the ship managers and various government agencies from around the world. And then the output in the end was really positive. And now I'm sure that we have a very better understanding of how the information should flow and what state the information should be sent. I'm also very grateful to IFC-IOR. After the meet at Singapore, we had a virtual session with IFC-IOR where we engaged. We tried to understand of how ship owners, ship managers can actually cooperate, coordinate with our government agencies and help in enhancing the maritime security around India and obviously around the world. So what are the current trends? What are we looking at is the technological advancements. When I'm talking about technological advancements, I would like to draw your attention that we are looking at tools, and presently we have 1 or 2 pilot vessels on which we have installed anti-jamming and anti-spoofing devices. We are still pilot vessels. We are still studying how effective they are. And once we have a confirmed positive result, obviously we would definitely share. Strengthening the cybersecurity protocols. Again, the strengthening again requires situational awareness, training, and some very basic equipments which can be installed on board the ships. There are some cases of some cyber attacks being carried out through the SATC system, on which the masters do receive some spoofing emails, which if being clicked, or they're asking for the information which is not relevant other than the authorities. Collaborative security efforts, as I mentioned, that it has to be a team effort. It cannot only be the Navy, it cannot only be the Coast Guard, it cannot be only be the ship owners or the ship managers. It has to be a collaborative effort. There is a job description with each of us have to follow. We have to make sure that we deliver. Only then we can ensure that we have a very positive output on the maritime security. How we make decisions is on the basis of SWOT. I basically am a firm believer in this, and even though it's a very old technique, but I find it very effective because understanding of what the root causes are, what is required, and what will be the outcome is what forms the basis of any decision which is taken. So we always use this technique to ensure that our ships, whenever our ships are being guided, a void threat assessment is being provided, we are following this technique. So what we are planning to do, or we are already in the process, or what we have a pilot plan is strengthening the training programs. We are ensuring that our seafarers, our office crew, and everyone is being trained with the latest technologies about special training especially on cyber reforms. As I mentioned, with the help of ship owners, we are trying to invest in technology. We are using certain techniques like geofencing, which is being provided by some PMSEs, which is very, very effective. And most importantly, it also helps in raising the morale of our seafarers on board. We are trying to enhance the communication systems, trying to install the anti-spoofing, anti-spamming devices on board, but they are still under trial. And I'm sure that with the with the development of this technology, we will definitely come out with a solution very soon. We are trying to foster international cooperation, trying to closely work with all the agencies which help and are trying to fortify the maritime security for the seafarers and the maritime domain. Last but not the least, which forms the basic of safety as well as security and is the lifeline of any industry, is the focus on risk assessments. We ensure that, as I mentioned, that we cannot say no for any route because basically all the trading areas, major trading areas are dynamic and volatile. So not passing through them is not a solution. What can be done is to do a risk assessment, make sure that there are no affiliations related to Israel or the company through various resources, through various applications which have been proven very effectively. That's all was from my side. Thank you very much. And thank you for having me here and listening to me. It means a lot to me. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Tarun. So what I would try to do right now is give a brief presentation and try to stitch in together the perspective given by all our esteemed panelists. And from that, we will go on to the Q&A. Can I have the presentation, please? To avoid sounding repetitive, I will try and skip certain slides or move ahead fast. And since we already overshot our time, the challenge with respect to India is in terms of us having a very vast coastline, the sea lanes of communication, more than 70% of the oil trade moves through our coast, close to our exclusive economic zone, and the geopolitical conflicts has brought in its own threats. In this context, in 2024, we had a number of incidents. We had the Houthi attacks on shipping, as well as the Somalian piracy, which reared up. There were other hotspots where incidents continue to keep happening, which brings its own challenges. These were reflected in the 2024 report. And each of these reports specifically brought in certain risk elements which were identified and has been helpful in bringing a perspective to the ship owners, seafarers, and the maritime domain. It did affect the Indian seafarers because Indian seafarers are trained under the STCW convention and are not trained for military warfare. And that's what happened when Houthi attack on shipping happened. We expect and train as per the best management practices, which initially was BMP5, now has translated into best management practices, maritime security, for anything which comes from the sea. But recently we have had instances, attack from the air, the unmanned crafts. Even recently we had the Houthi release a Twitter video in terms of having a underwater submarine which could do attacks on merchant shipping. So these are the conflicts, these are the challenges which is being faced by current seafarers. How do you prepare them for that? The report has highlighted the high number of incidents which happened. Incidentally, 2024 was a year which a lot of incidents happened. This year, comparatively less, but we had a specific incident very recently. Joshua was a part of it in trying to support the rescue efforts, which was well appreciated. There was support from the Navy, but again, there are challenges. There was a question raised with respect to the challenge in terms of reaching out right into the Red Sea. Again, diplomatic challenges are there. There are organizations like the Shade, which is operating, which are trying to deconflict the Navy. But one important element with respect to pirately operated, contracted armed security personnel is that till date, in terms of piracy, there has never been an instance where a vessel which has had armed guards has ever been hijacked, which is a big thing. Moving ahead, the report also brought into perspective number of incidents. The majority of incidents is in the Southeast Asia, petty theft, but at times it's going into a violent kind of a threats, like was mentioned by Intertanko, that these people, when they board, they are under the influence of drugs. And when they are under the influence of drugs, they don't have much self-control. They don't show restraint, and then they attack. We've had an instance where a master was stabbed in Som, Strait of Malacca in Singapore. We have our own response architecture. We have been very strategically involved. The Information Fusion Center, Indian Ocean region, which is in Gurgaon, which recently extended its annex. It has got 14 officers from international navies as the liaison officers in the center. And they are extending in terms of looking up to 40 to 50 officers in that particular thing. And the center is also growing in size in terms of its operational awareness into a new project which is currently underway. Also, we ourselves, we have something called the Mercantile Marine Domain Awareness Center, DGCOM Center. Let me, at this juncture, take a brief moment to appreciate the efforts of the DG Shipping's DGCOM Center. Incidentally, you may not be aware, but we have the DGCOM LRIT Center in charge, Captain Porus, with us. May I request our team from the DGCOM Center who are there, please stand up and let us acknowledge them because of their tireless efforts. Many of the incidents are responded in real time. They're seated right and back, and they've been there. We really appreciate all the efforts which you are doing. Thank you. So they have 24/7 monitoring. We have the LRIT Center functioning from the same office, and also the DGCOM Center. Any casualty, any security, any search and rescue operations, coordination with the intergovernmental agencies or within member states, it happens through them. They have a very important role to play in our current security architecture as well. And this framework is what we saw in these two sessions. All of us combined together. We had the Coast Guard, we had the IFCR, Indian Navy, DG Shipping, DGCOM Center. But looking at the internal security part, the ISPS code, we also have the Mercantile Marine, MMDs. And the MMDs, the surveyors in the MMDs are responsible for ensuring that the ISPS code implementation on merchant ships as well as the ports are taken care of. They are involved in the issuance of the certificate, statement of compliance, and the ship's ISPS certificates. Two incidents which were very important last year, and I already spoke about it in terms of Navy's operational, was shown in the previous slide. And in closing, I would especially want to thank all for coming from their different busy schedules, being a part of this conference. I would like to now open the floor for any questions from the audience. There were some questions in the previous session. I think they can be better addressed in this session if you want to raise, or maybe I'll ask one or two questions and then it's almost time. We'll be closing our proceedings here. Any questions from the audience? Captain Deepak was, can we please pass a mic towards?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Captain Anish. So I will just summarize the last question in the last session I asked was, basically we have a wide area in the southern Red Sea from Bab el-Mandab to about 15 north, where we have this IRTC and MSTC corridor, but a big portion of it is not protected at all. for the commercial vessels. So can an effort be made, from the DD Shipping and all the good efforts being made by, DGCOM Center, IFCIR, Indian Navy, to have some kind of maritime safety corridor to cover that part of the southern Red Sea to protect the commercial vessel. And why I also want to link this is one presentation made by the director from THOM about, doing risk assessment that our ships not related to Israel, and many ships are doing it. But I like to draw attention to recent Intertanko, one advisory they issued, and also the so-called HOOC, Humanitarian Operation Coordinating Center, where they have identified 64 companies, and then Intertanko has identified 194 companies which will be affected because of association with Israel, which is roughly, you can say, 1 out of every 5 ships around the globe will be affected. So it becomes a big, big thing. I mean, a big agenda for the maritime safety and security to provide protection to the commercial vessel in the southern Red Sea. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think this question can be probably taken by all of you because each has got his own perspective. Can I ask Joshua to start off? Because Joshua was very much involved in this particular recent incident where because of diplomatic constraints, we have challenge in naval deployment in that area, and maybe Joshua can guide us on how they work towards this situation.
Thank you, Captain Ash. I think on the military question, obviously the military colleagues probably more astute to answer, but from my understanding, there is regional limitations, both in terms of assets that are available, but also the legal mandate. So particularly during the recent attacks, we were very aware there were Korean warships in Djibouti under CMF, but they weren't able to be given the mandate as part of a search and rescue operation. So I think in the future of evolving threats, there's definitely policy making and policy advocacy where in those moments there needs to be more leniency and adaptation, where I think for militaries there has to be less lines in the ocean, less policies enabling maritime security response. And then on your second point, in terms of risk assessments, I agree with Captain Tarun. It's important that every single vessel goes through a risk assessment that is adaptive and is voyage specific. But the attacks, and you're talking about the HOCC, is affiliate based. So threats are 3 things: opportunity, capability, and intent. And understanding the threats then goes into a risk assessment, which for those that don't know is the likelihood of something taking place. A risk assessment is advising mitigations between threats and what can be done and then something happening. Every vessel that the Houthis are doing is actually, in my view, they're good terrorists. They tell us what they're going to do and when they're going to do it. We couldn't have a better opposition. They tell us why they're going to target a vessel and where they're going to target a vessel. It's our then jobs as chief security officers and security companies and risk management companies to help use that information to provide safety and security for shippers and seafarers. So I think we need to use this as an opportunity to adapt our military integration, but also those risk assessments in real time.
Yes, and I think Tarun can take it further from there.
Yeah, I think it's a very logical question, but as I mentioned that the security situation around the globe, the way it has evolved in last few years, it's quite drastic. And more than piracy, now what we are looking at is the militaries getting involved, and the challenges are that the seafarers, as seafarers, we are not trained or to deal with military actions. So as I mentioned, the best thing what is there is, number one is the risk assessment. Even if there is an iota of doubt that yes, your vessel has an affiliation towards Israel or any countries which are being targeted by the non-state actors, it should be a no. Rerouting should be definitely considered. But as Joshua mentioned, there's a difference between threat and the risk. Threat is, for example, if my ship is affiliated to Israel, if I still want to pass the Red Sea, I have a very high threat. there's a very high probability that I will be targeted. But risk of crossing the Red Sea area will always persist because risk of collateral damage will always be there. What if there are a lot of ifs and buts in that. What if it's a mistaken identity? What if there is an explosion, if you get hit there? So that is why we have to analyze what the risks are involved and how best we can mitigate them. I'll give you a personal example wherein one of our vessels, during the very initial stage when the Houthis started targeting, we got very appropriate and timely information from the Bahrain Naval Center, and also from our flag state, that we do not recommend this vessel to pass through this because of XYZ. So if we are reporting properly, even now, a few days back, there is a new initiative, I think, with Spiders, in which they will help us in analyzing if we have the affiliation. You can write to them and request for affiliation check. That is another initiative. But again, like your question is like what happened in case when Iran and Israel were at war, all the naval forces in that area were on defense mode, and their priority was Israel and Iran. It was not the normal merchant traffic. So I think what I can add is that we should be more proactive in accepting what things are going on, try to do a risk assessment, try to involve the resources which are best available to motivate the crew and ensure that the best we can do for them. And in case if there is an iota of doubt about the affiliation or anything, the vessel should be rerouted. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Tarun. Moving on to Captain Mani. So the question here is in terms of so many naval forces are in this region. Indian Navy is a part of the CMF also. And we have the shade which is trying to deconflict. What are your perspective in terms of Indian Navy and how we can, especially when you have new conflicts happening and the naval forces are being diverted, how can we work together to ensure safety of shipping is ensured?
So the first and foremost is the security architecture that we have been talking about. I think we need to have what Professor said in the last part. We need to have the information sharing infrastructure, first of all. The risk assessment, the correct curated information, and thereafter the actions that we may be able to, go through. Now, if you see what we were just discussing last, in my knowledge, none of the Indian IFMVs were targeted by the Houthis. However, we have been tracking both the Houthi actions, their launch pads, their attack zones. There's a Houthi attack zone which I had brought out, as well as the location of our merchant vessels. Our information collation, analysis, and dissemination in the region has enabled warning our seafarers well in time to decide whether we are going to pass through that area or not. And as required, assistance will be provided, right? Our participation in constructs such as CMF, functional linkages with Spiders, all these enable us to have information products. That remains the most key aspect of how do we go about ensuring the safety of our maritime seafarers in the region. We need to realize that the threat and risk that was just brought out, is going to continue. And only through a collaborative approach and all-inclusive effort are we going to be able to, mitigate it, if not eliminate this risk. So I think information and collaboration are the only way forward to mitigate this kind of a complex threat scenario.
Thank you, Captain Mani. And to Professor Gandhi, just to take it forward, with respect to the recent incident, there was a challenge in terms of certain mandates be given to the naval forces, and then we have a search and rescue operation, which is not part of the operational mandate. And we have other instances where Indian Navy went over and above the mandate of security to go and safeguard the seafarers in terms of the fire on the ship, Marlin Duanda. And our recent legal initiatives such as the Maritime Anti-Piracy Act. Can you give your perspective on such reforms and the use of legal?
Authority, whether it is the Coast Guard or Navy, they have to do according to the rules of operation. Whatever, these rules of engagement that has been given, as long as they do it, they are protected. They are not going to exceed that because they are controlled by municipal law first. International law may say different things, but you are not the judge. Your authorities are the judge. And they have come with, the issue is, most of the cases, when the municipal law is not clear. So what needs to be done is that the municipal law as well as the rules, that needs to be very clear, the instruction should be very clear. It should not give any ambiguity. That's the thing.
And thank you, Professor. Incidentally, in 2010 to 2012, we had an operation close to 112 pirates were captured. And at that time, the Maritime Anti-Piracy Act was not into force. The pirates were prosecuted under the IPC. And after 7 years, the maximum punishment, they were given 7 years of imprisonment. They were released, and it is timed. It happened somewhere in 2018-19, and it is timing exactly to the time when you have the new cells being formed. The Somali pirates now slowly coming up again, piggybacking on the Houthi. So these are challenges. Thank you all. You have been a very, excellent panelist. Any other questions, or I think we can wind the session? No questions. So let me give a heartfelt thanks on behalf of the Directorate General of Shipping to have traveled from so far, given each and every perspective. A loud round of applause to all our participants.
And our speakers for conducting the last session of the day. I will request Captain Azad to please join us on this stage to present our token of appreciation, our token of gratitude to our moderator and definitely to our speakers of this session. Can we have all of you for a group picture in the center, please? Once again, a big thank you to all of you. I would request Captain Azad to please felicitate our moderator, Captain Anish. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a big round of applause for Captain Anish? Thank you so much for conducting this session so well. It's time to express our gratitude to our speakers of this session. Can we have Mr. Joshua with us in the center? Really, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for him, please. With the same energy in the house, let's welcome Professor Manimuthu. Thank you so much, sir. It was a pleasure to listen to you today. A round of applause for him, everybody. Let's Let's give it up for Captain Prashant, everybody. Last but not the least, let's have a round of applause for Captain Tarun Puri. Thank you so much, all of you. Once again, a big thank you to our dignitaries for doing the honor. All right, so meanwhile, to formally bring this conference towards its conclusion, I would like to invite Captain Harinder Singh to deliver the vote of thanks of the day.
I know it's been a very long day. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As we come to the close of this very special conference marking 75 years of the Directorate General of Shipping, it is my privilege to express our collective gratitude. Today has been much more than an event. It has been a gathering of minds, experience, and shared commitment to making our ocean safe and our seafarers more secure. First and foremost, our heartfelt thanks to our chief guest, Mr. Nick Shaw, who is not here now, CEO of the International Group of P&I Clubs. His presence here today and the perspective he shared were invaluable. He reminded us that the IG clubs are partners in building a culture of safety, responsibility, and preparedness across the shipping world. By connecting the IG P&I clubs global experience to India's maritime journey, he showed us how collaboration across borders can make our seas safer and our shipping stronger. The MOU exchange today between the DGS and the IG P&I stands as a testimony to further this partnership, ensuring that our shared expertise will translate into lasting improvements in the maritime safety and operational standards. We were equally honored by our guest of honor, Captain B.K. Tyagi, the Chairman and Managing Director of the Shipping Corporation of India Limited, and also our ex-Director General, Shri Deepak Shetty, IRS, former Secretary to the Government of India, and hearing from both was indeed invaluable, who shared their experiences regarding safety, which they have lived and practiced every day. Shri Shetty sir's long stewardship of policy and administration continues to inspire and guide us, which was built on strong foundation of continuity and vision. Our heartfelt thanks also to Shri Shyam Jagannathan sir, IAS, the incumbent Director General of Shipping. His vision of combining robust regulation with innovation and for placing seafarer welfare at the heart of maritime safety has given us a clear direction. It was a fitting way to frame the discussions we have had here today. And our heartfelt gratitude to Officer in Charge MRCC, DIG Bhanu Gupta sir. May I request Bhanu Gupta sir, please, if you can stand so that people can acknowledge your contribution. In fact, each and every session had a mention of MRCC. We had ex-CSO Ops, DIG Mukund Gujjar sir, who is Commanding Officer Samudra Prahari now. CSO Ops, the present CSO Ops, DIG Ajay Chaturvedi sir, couldn't make his presence felt today. Our gratitude, immense gratitude remains to the Coast Guard for their invaluable contribution and efforts to secure our maritime domain. And what has made this conference truly meaningful is the mix of voices we heard from policymakers and the regulators, from salvage and operational experts, and the people engaged in emergency response. The conversations we had were indeed very candid, practical, and forward-looking. There has been a shared recognition that safety is just not about preventing incidents, but also creating a culture where risks are understood and the safety culture is practiced. And also the responsibilities are embraced and lessons we learn are carried forward. Today, we also commemorate the exchange of Memorandum of Understanding with ISWAN, which is dedicated to the welfare, mental health, and overall well-being of Indian seafarers and their families. These are not merely symbolic gestures, these are symbols of our commitment. To our speakers, thank you indeed for sharing your expertise and valuable insights you brought to these sessions. As we leave here, I hope we carry with us not the content what was said, but the spirit and essence behind it. On behalf of the Directorate General of Shipping, I once again thank all of you for being part of this milestone. I know it's been a very long day. May the next 75 years be marked by safer seas, stronger ships, and the continued well-being of our seafarers. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Captain Singh, for your thoughtful words of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, now as we stand for this, closing of the conference, I would like to extend once again my gratitude to all our distinguished speakers, dignitaries, delegates, and participants for your time, for your insights, and for your presence. Let me tell you that your contribution have made this gathering a truly meaningful and impactful. So once again, a big thank you to all of you for being a lovely audience today. Looking forward to see you all once again. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a wonderful evening and definitely a safe journey ahead. This is your host, Shetty, signing off. Thank you so much. Have a great day ahead, everybody. Thank you.